Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can subscribe for a tier monthly in my Patreon, where you will find many novels there that can't be published here in YouTube due to copyrights. Or you can make a one-time payment to join a Telegram group for a specific novel. You will find the novels list and the price to join in the description. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Before our audiobook starts, this is a list of our big donors in our Patreon this month. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow. Chapter 402, Book of Revelation. For every constellation in the star stream has detected the existence of the calamity. Many constellations have fallen into a state of fear. As the surrounding atmosphere transformed rapidly, constellations enjoying the ceasefire all began repeatedly roaring out as well as speaking in their true voices. Some were panicking grandly, wondering what was going on here. Some sensed the status of the calamity and became scared. Some constellations began lodging inquiries to the Bureau, hoping to escape from this scenario. The bitter struggles of the stars trying to survive turned the battlefield into pure pandemonium in no time at all. The Bureau of the Star Stream is responding to the emergency situation. Finally, the Bureau was stepping forward. Seeing that the messages regarding constellations had decreased by a whole lot quite rapidly just then, it seemed that the Bureau also found the current situation rather concerning as well. The Bureau of the Star Stream has begun an internal meeting on the applicable issue. It was quite likely that even the Bureau didn't expect this great war of saints and demons to become this big. Well, from the get-go, the chaos points were simply added in as the extra spice for the sake of speedy progress of the great war of saints and demons. But then, that extra point system had surpassed the good/evil points, and it was even trying to awaken the apocalypse dragon now. If that dragon did wake up, then countless constellations would end up getting killed. In other words, it'd be the same thing as the number of the Bureau's customers declining rather precipitously. Even if the Bureau steps forward, they won't be able to revert the calamity, as if it never happened in the first place. I agreed with Surya's assertion. We were in the 80th main scenario. Even if this was the Bureau, they wouldn't be able to cancel the Great Fable. So, now wasn't the time to place our faith in their potential response. In order for the Apocalypse Dragon to wake up, the Chaos Points need to rise up by another 10. Although it wasn't a lot, we still had some time. If we failed to prevent the release of the Apocalypse Dragon, then there was a very good chance that my companions would be killed here. What should I do to prevent that from happening? Of course, I could immediately come up with a method to do that: eliminate the source behind the rise in the Chaos Points. The problem was that the source was hidden inside that sphere. Such a chuchachit. Even if it's a seeker of the end, it shouldn't be able to hold on for long inside there. Through the ways of survival, I knew who was on the list of the seekers of the end. No one on that list was capable of lasting for a long time while inside that sphere. Not only were Metatron and Agars were in there, but the highest grade constellations in this world were with them too. Even if they were to take their time, archangels and demon kings should have discovered the seeker of the end and killed it by now. With that, chaos points should stop rising up. Members from the same camp have clashed. Current chaos points, 91. It was around at that time that sparks exploded in the air. The sphere violently shook around before a portion of its side faintly spread open, and something began falling from there. There were 6 torn wings visible on her back. It was an archangel I knew well. I activated Way of the Wind and flew up in haste. The body of the archangel I caught was quite light. A certain fragrance wafted into my nose. Fables were falling like flower petals from the deep wound running across her back. Gabriel. Constellation, lily blooming on Aquarius, is looking at you. She was the Archangel Gabriel, who had experienced the 1863rd turn with me before coming back home, the constellation who fell into a deep pit of shock after learning that she'd betray Eden in the future. I momentarily wondered if she was the reason for the unfolding crisis, but I knew that couldn't be the case. Even in the original story, there was a very good reason to her betrayal, and technically speaking, you couldn't even really call what she did a betrayal either. Gabriel's lips moved with great difficulty. It was hard to hear her voice. I pressed her for an answer. What happened in there? Please talk to me. She looked up at my face with fatigued eyes, but then handed something over to me. It was her fable. Her trembling lips moved. Her voice couldn't be heard, but I could definitely understand the words being conveyed. Please save Eden. Gabriel's fable began telling its story. Metatron looked at the angels lining up by his sides, as well as the demon kings standing on his opposite side one at a time. They all seemed to be anxious. Also, their expressions displayed their failure at understanding how they arrived at their current situation. In the middle of all those faces, the oldest rival to Metatron could be seen. To think that we'd be in this place because of a single nebula. How absurd. It was the master of the second demon world, the ruler of the East Hell. While lighting up a thick cigarette, Agars asked his question. How will we decide on the victors and losers? Will we enter the third great war of saints and demons right away? Honestly speaking, I'm against it. Gathering this much probability again would be next to impossible, after all. To start this great war of saints and demons, both Eden and the demon world had to swallow huge losses. Even among all the great fables of the star stream, the great war of saints and demons boasted an unparalleled scale. If the scenario ended in annulment, then the fable of good and evil they barely managed to scrounge up would scatter again, and both the good and the evil could end up on the road to extinction. Metatron looked up at the outside sky, faintly visible through the gray sphere. Flashes of lightning could be seen within the dark, gloomy clouds ominously gathering above them. Was it because of the end-of-world type vibe? He abruptly recalled an event that had taken place a long time ago. Agars. It's already been several thousands of years since the master of the first demon world had passed on. I don't have the time to leisurely reminisce about the past with you. Do you still remember that day? It was the day I inherited this abominable wall. So how could I have forgotten it? Wall that divides good and evil is growling. Ominous sparks danced around Agaris' incarnation body. When that happened, a similar phenomenon happened around Metatron's incarnation body as well. Wall that divides good and evil is falling into a reminiscence of the past. A wall that was one but at the same time, too. A fragment of the final wall that decided the good and the evil of the world. With that wall in the middle, the representatives of Eden and the demon world were staring at each other. For a long time, you and I decided on the good and evil of this world, didn't we? Just what was good? Even Metatron, the leader of Eden, didn't have the answer to that question. Because good was simply a collection of countless fables, that was why. He read the fables of his predecessors, figured them out, and learned about good that way. And those good, rather than explaining themselves, simply pointed to other fables and spoke like this instead. That is not good. And that was how evil was created. Jiangui, justice, Zhengyi, had morphed into Jiangui to define Dingyi. And along with that, anger had been invented. And therefore we are not evil. That was how good was created. That simply dichotomy had managed to tear the star stream in half. The simpler and more unyielding the principle, the stronger its ability to spread out. Countless constellations jumped on the bandwagon of the principle of good and evil. You probably have no idea. No idea about how boring it can get, trying to exist as evil in this world. Agars breathed out the cigarette smoke and continued on. It was you who forced the good and evil into this state. You erased the particulars of evil, and you also spread that damn promotion of virtue and disapproval of vice like some kind of a plague. Indeed, you bastard, are the original culprit who managed to break the fable of good and evil. It didn't really matter what kind of minute details, or whether sadness and pain existed within the scenario. What did matter, however, was the conclusion. The good judged and punished the evil. That was enough for the others to shed grateful tears and clap their hands. Without a doubt, such a time did exist. Metatron spoke up. But you also agreed to do that, didn't you? Back then, that was the only way for us to survive. The good stayed alive by punishing the evil, while the evil continued to exist by resisting against the good. And so, tens of thousands of years passed by like that. The division between good and evil became blurry, and justice/definition had disappeared. The good and evil ended up becoming a concept of bored old men. No one welcomed the idea of promoting virtue and disapproving vice anymore. Drop. Agars dropped the cigarette he'd been smoking on the floor, and as if he was stepping on an insect, squashed it to kill it. Through the repetition of the scenarios, the good has become a source of stuffy boredom, while the evil has become an antiquated cliché. I have to wonder, maybe it's about time that we stop with this foolishness. Agaris' words prompted the demon kings to pull out all of their weapons. Metatron spoke again. If we fight here, then everyone will perish together. Evil has always been easier than good. Even if you all disappear, we will still remain. The world forgetting about good does not mean I have forgotten mine. Then, prove it. Agaris' eyes began burning up. We will no longer be the plaything of the promotion of virtue and disapproval of vice anymore. I am evil. I was born evil, and proving that you exist used to be the reason for my existence. And from today onwards, I shall break free from that reason. The demon kings all roared out in unison. Their statuses overflowed as if to sweep away every archangel present at any given moment. But right at that moment, members from the same camp have clashed. Current chaos points. 83. System messages rose up in the air. The sudden spike in the chaos points caused the shocked archangels to exchange glances with each other. What's going on? It's the outside. Someone is slaughtering the members from the same side. Agars and the demon kings also became flustered. And in the middle of all this confusion, only Metatron maintained his composed chuckle. I've been thinking about this for a long time, but it seems that this is the only way forward. What are you? If you want to fight, then I'll give you one. However, what meaning is there for us to fight inside this place and end the great war of saints and demons? Who do you think will remember the good and evil that fought inside this tiny little sphere and met its ignoble doom? There was a hint of bizarre, creepy madness in Metatron's voice. Sensing that something very ominous was about to occur, Agars loudly shouted out, "Metatron, just what the hell are you thinking? My thoughts are as thus." As soon as Metatron finished talking, Michael, standing right at the forefront of the archangels, unsheathed his sword. Now that the strongest archangel had pulled its sword out, demon kings didn't hold back and unleashed their statuses while roaring out, as well. And in the following moment, Michael's sword pierced into someone else. Me? Chael? Eyes trembled softly in sheer disbelief. The person Michael had stabbed wasn't a demon king. He began laughing. How regretful. I always wanted to kill Uriel first, though. Archangel Rugel continued to shake its head in disbelief, but eventually, it died on the spot as the fables poured out from its wounds. Demonic aura began boiling all over Michael's entire frame after he murdered one of his kin. A corrupted angel's powers would grow stronger by killing fellow archangels. Members from the same camp have clashed. Current chaos points, 87. Status that almost reached that of a myth-grade constellation exploded forth, and the massacre commenced in earnest. Angels that had no place to run hurriedly unleashed their statuses, but they couldn't even put up a proper fight before getting killed. Originally, there was a restriction placed on Michael that prevented him from attacking a fellow angel on the side of absolute good. Even then, if such a thing was possible, that could only mean Scribe just why. Metatron's book was emitting bright white light. This slaughter was taking place under the tacit approval of Scribe of Heaven. Members from the same camp have clashed. Current chaos points, 88. The sight of hell itself unfolded as an angel murdered another angel. Demon kings watched the proceedings like onlookers spectating on the wildfire on the other side of the river, shook from sheer terror, and hastily stepped back. Michael grinned brightly, and while wiping the angel blood off his cheek, spoke. And now, good will forever be remembered. The most ancient good has begun its storytelling. The battle of saints and demons were, in the end, a battle between fables. And these fables knew better than anyone on what to do so that they would be remembered forever. Agars, enraged beyond means, roared out. Could it be that, you bastards, wish to revive the apocalypse dragon? Just as it urgently tried to unleash its status, something dug deeply into its back, a covert, sneaky demonic energy that could even rival its own status. The most ancient evil has begun its storytelling. Agars unstably wobbled about and looked behind itself. You bastard, why? You said it yourself, haven't you? The demon king felt the sensation of the sharp claws cutting out its heart. Asmodeus, the seeker of the end, was smiling brightly. That evil is always easier than good. Gabriel's fable was really short. Short, but more than long enough to explain everything. Hell had unfolded inside that sphere already. Run away, Gabriel. Request aid from those people. And a small number of archangels, including Raphael, sacrificed their statuses at the last moment to send Gabriel outside the sphere. Definition of good and evil are rapidly changing. Members from the same camp have clashed. Current chaos points, 92. Kim Dokja, Yu Jung Hyuk and Han Suyong had arrived by my side already. Their eyes were demanding an explanation. Rather than providing a detailed but time-wasting one, I simply spoke of the core of the issue at hand. This Metatron. He was planning to wake up the apocalypse dragon from the very beginning. As if she knew what had transpired already, a big scowl formed on Han Suyong's face. That fool, I thought he knew what happened in the 1863rd turn? During 1863rd regression turn, Eden was destroyed by the apocalypse dragon. And Metatron was well aware of that. He must be believing that this is the only way to avoid their destruction. It was Yu Jung Hyuk who said that. He continued on. If the apocalypse dragon wakes up, then at the bare minimum, this great war of saints and demons should become a fable no one will ever forget even until the final days of the star stream. What the hell? What's the point of that if everyone is about to die? Not everyone will die. Some that manage to survive will end up remembering the good and evil forever. Even if both Eden and the demon world perished, the story would be different as long as the good and evil didn't vanish. Even if everything were to come to an end, the ideology would still be inherited, that's why. Countless constellations and incarnations would die, and without a doubt, the apocalypse dragon would be designated as evil. Then, the rest of the world would gather together to fight against that calamity. and Eden and the demon world would forever be etched in everyone's memory. Han Suyong shuddered uncomfortably at that out-there show of will. Those crazy sons of bitches. Members from the same camp have clashed. Current chaos points. 93. I watched the chaos points slowly climb up and felt the helplessness creep in bit by bit. All of this was Metatron's scenario. Kim Dokja, what are we going to do? From afar, the rest of our companions, plus Uriel, were flying towards our location. I need to think. We had worked too hard to get this far. Such a chuchit. It was at that moment that a portal opened up in the air as sparks wildly danced about. Dakibis? Great Dakibi, Hyoju, empty throne, has appeared in the scenario. Great Dakibi, Heech, empty body, has appeared in the scenario. Two great Dakibis, one wearing a formal black suit while the other, a white one, descended from the sky while scattering around dignified statuses. They must have come here on short notice because their crumpled, untidy shirts and ties were flapping around in the strong winds. They approached me immediately and spoke as thus. Demon King of Salvation, this dark stratum will soon perish. And it's almost a guarantee that you will die here. I figured that the Bureau would start making their move by now. I didn't expect great Dakibis to personally show up here, though. If you came here to prophetize the apocalypse, then I'm afraid you're a bit too late now. The system's been yapping on about it for a while, you see. The two great Dakibis looked at each other as if they were taken aback by my composed reply. Just as the rumor suggested, he does possess a glib tongue. And that's why the king is so interested in him, most likely. Just before I could ask for a clarification on that, one of the great Dakibis broke out into a smirk. As if it was about to make an offer that I couldn't possibly refuse. Oh, Demon King, let us get straight to the point. Give up on this great war of saints and demons. This great Dakibi laughed as if entertained by something, and while looking at Gabriel lying down on the ground, spoke again. If you do, we shall take you to the final scenario. Episode 76. Book of Revelation, 4, Fin. Chapter 403 Book of Revelation, 5. The final scenario. Acting as if they already knew what I wanted. The two Dakibis wearing the contrasting black and white formal suits pressed me for an answer. You must decide now. Die in this place, or head off to the final scenario with us. The great Dakibis Hyoju and Heech. I knew a few things about these two great Dakibi siblings. Well, they did appear frequently in the latter half of the Ways of Survival, after all. Besides that, though, to think they would mention final scenario with their own lips. It seemed that the Dakibis were finally getting ready for the end of this world as well. Just as constellations and incarnations repeatedly fought to ensure their continued survival, the storytellers also had a story that they needed to convey at any cost. And the great Dakibis were getting ready for that final story. Final scenario? What are these two talking about? Han Suyong didn't seem to know. Herself from the 1863rd regression turn must have not told her of it, it seems. I recalled that version of Han Suyong, wearing the exact same white coat as me. That meticulous person wouldn't have forgotten about it, so it was more likely that her choice was deliberate. It's too long to explain right now. I couldn't really tell. However, she might have believed that not knowing would be more advantageous for herself in the third turn. I felt just a bit strange after recalling Han Suyong from the 1863rd turn after such a long while. That turn, when I went to visit it, was already facing its final battle. Did Han Suyong survive that battle? If she did, what kind of person would she have become now? I shifted my head to find Yu Hyuk staring at me. Are you going to accept their offer? You're actually asking me that? As if he knew it, he turned his head away. He looked as if he was rueful about something. If I had accepted the offer, then he might have lobbed my head off right this instant or something. Meanwhile, great Dakibis were still waiting for me. Your decision. Well, I'm sure you've already guessed it. No thanks. And your reason is? Because it's suspicious. Suspicious? From the get-go, the offer itself is strange. Give up on the great war of saints and demons, and you'll take me to the final scenario. Can't you really see what's missing from that? You're a storyteller, yet your degree of understanding towards my fable is strikingly low. Great Dakibi Heech looked at me in dumbfoundedness, before eyeing great Dakibi Hyoju. The latter nodded his head and spoke. If you accept the offer, then we shall lend our aid to ensure the survival of every Kim Dokja company member present in this place. Both Yu Hyuk and Han Suyong looked at me simultaneously at that unexpected declaration. A path that would save everyone from Kim Dokja company present here, plus taking us right to the final scenario? Even if it's the Bureau, wouldn't doing something like that as you please tilt the balance of probability? That is something for us to worry about. This could be a once-in-a-lifetime chance. An opportunity to save everyone and reach the final scenario. An offer so tempting that one wouldn't even dare to think about rejecting it. Even then, my head was colder than it was ever before. Sounds like you're in a really tight situation right now. Surely, me giving up on the great war of saints and demons can't be everything there is to your offer? You'll have to sign the stream contract with you guys in exchange. Am I correct? The stream contract. A type of contract that I had with Baihyung once upon a time. The two great Dakibis formed surprised expressions. I decided to land another blow. In order to become the final storyteller, you are trying to take my fable and use it, aren't you? How do you know things like this? I'm not interested in your offer. Then your group will die here. We don't know that. Didn't you say it earlier? It's almost a guarantee. In that case, there's a very low chance of us not dying. Have you not seen the calamity from the other world line? This time, it was my turn to be surprised. It seemed that great Dakibis were now more or less aware of the events of the 1863rd regression turn. The apocalypse dragon isn't some simple calamity that a single constellation or nebula can stop. I knew that. I knew how horrifying the status of that dragon was. Well, I did directly sense it back in the future world line, didn't I? Even then, I still smiled. I thought creating an entertaining scenario was the duty of the Dakibi. You should just get ready to start the broadcast instead. As if she was reacting to my words, Bu popped up in the air with a well-timed tada. But many constellations are astonished by your choice. A small number of constellations believe that you're insane. Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is cackling away. Sponsorship Community's Big Whale has sponsored 300,000 coins for your ambitious spirit. As expected, thanks to the enormity of the situation, the incoming sponsorship amount proved to be rather sizable too. The great Dakibi glared at me with unreadable eyes for a little bit, before slowly vanishing from the view. You shall regret this decision. Their figures scattered like smoke. And with that, the certain method to save every one of my companions had vanished alongside them as well. Your decisiveness always surprises me. Even Surya seemed to be impressed by my decision this time. I looked at the unconscious Gabriel within my arms. Han Suyong, looking at her, asked me a question. Kim Dokja, what now? What do you want? You thought about this long and hard before answering, right? It's not because of some cheap sympathy or a momentary rush of blood or something, right? I nodded my head. In that case, fine. A faint trace of resentment could be felt from her tone of voice. I spoke. It's okay for you to get angry. I did reject an incredible opportunity just now, after all. However, by not doing that, yeah, well, sure. You have your reasons. Honestly, I knew you'd say no anyway. What? Why? Han Suyong's sigh-filled replies were followed up by Yu Yonghyuk. Because that's how you operate, you fool. Looking at him glaring back at me with his usual eyes, I instantly realized what these two had to give up for my sake. Right? This was how I lived my life. And it was not how Han Suyong or Yu Yonghyuk lived theirs. Sure, this type of method does suit the stupid fable of Kim Dokja Company the best. I'm definitely recording today's events in my memoir later. Obviously, after surviving this place, that is, you better worry about what to do next instead. Han Suyong and Yu Yonghyuk, two very different people. I realized something just then. I managed to get this far because these two lived on their own terms, respected my decisions in their own ways. I began thinking with these two around, maybe not all hope was lost after all. Members from the same camp have clashed. Current chaos points, 96. Sparks were still flying around in the sky. The battle taking place inside that gray sphere should be winding down by now. The good and evil, planning to survive by driving this world to destruction, would soon reveal themselves from there. Han Suyong asked, are we going to stop that? Yu Yonghyuk shook his head. It's impossible to breach that sphere from the outside. What then? We can't stop the chaos points from reaching the 100 mark. The apocalypse dragon will revive. And with that, the first tail flick will begin. The first tail flick. It seemed that Yu Yonghyuk knew about that calamity. I recalled the prophecy of the apocalypse dragon appearing within the ways of survival. From the center of the hottest hell, a dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns will awaken. It will be a dragon among dragons. A leader of all dragons born within the center of chaos, and the world's oldest hatred. The dragon will look at the heavens and the earth once, before flicking its tail. That single tail flick will cause stars to fall, and one direction of the world to vanish. Back in the 1863rd turn, I didn't get to witness that tail flick. Back then, the apocalypse dragon wasn't in the fully revived state. However, things would be different this time around. Yu Yonghyuk spoke in a resolute tone of voice. We have no other choice but to fight it heathen. Fuck. I knew you'd say something like that. Han Suyong sounded resigned in her reply. Members from the same camp have clashed. Current chaos points, 98. Only 2 more points remained in the chaos points. I saw my companions rush over here from the distance. Ajusi, Dokja Hyung. I saw Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-yong, and Lee Ji-hai leading the battleship as well as Jong Hui-won. Uriel was accompanying them, her expression complicated. She saw Gabriel in my arms and was taken greatly by surprise. Gabriel. I handed the wounded archangel over to her. I quickly looked at my companions first as there wasn't a lot of time for a detailed explanation. Ajusi, is the apocalypse dragon really going to wake up? I nodded my head. As if to instill discipline, Han Suyong began shouting out. You all better be ready for this. This isn't going to be a picnic. When was it ever? Along with Lee Ji-hai's reply, the companions quickly finished with the preparations. Everyone, Han Suyong, Yu Young Hyuk, Shin Yu-sung, Lee Gil-yong, Jong Hui-won, and Lee Ji-hai, all carried a hardened, determined expression. Finally, I shifted my gaze over to the face of the still unconscious Lee Hyun-sung. Members from the same camp have clashed. Current chaos points, 99, and then, the apocalypse dragon's imminent revival drew near. Many constellations are in a state of terror. Constellations of Starstream have fallen into a chaotic state. Nebula Olympus is getting ready for the calamity. Nebula Vedas is getting ready for the calamity. Nebula Hongik is Kugugugugu. Something from deep within the island writhed, causing the heaven and earth to shake violently. It felt as if everything was now enveloped within a gigantic flap of a wing. The surrounding view felt like it was precariously hanging on, as if it was an ill-fitting block. Smaller fables had already started breaking down bit by bit. As if it wanted to deprive the names of all calamities that had existed so far, an enormous fable began waking up. Kim Dokja. The ones at most peril when the apocalypse dragon awakens are the constellations. According to the prophecy, that's right. And you're a constellation. The first tail flick would destroy a direction in the sky. Simply put, all the stars and the context for the modifiers found within the applicable location would be destroyed. Han Suyong began smirking. Hey Kim Dokja, which direction were you again? East? Or was it the west? If you are unlucky, I guess you'll be the first one to die. That could be true. So, I might as well pray for my survival before I die. What bullshit are you spewing now? Wait, are you and the apocalypse dragon acquaintances? Although her tone of voice wasn't exactly nice, Han Suyong's eyes were sparkling brightly. Nonetheless, I decided to satisfy her expectations somewhat. You see, the apocalypse dragon isn't actually referring to a specific dragon. Just like how the most ancient good or the most ancient evil doesn't refer to any specific constellations, the final dragon of the Book of Revelation simply refers to the great fable itself. Hang on. Doesn't that mean, at this point in time, it's not been decided on who shall become the apocalypse dragon? Han Suyong's jaw fell ever so slightly. Current chaos points, 100. Chaos points have reached the limit. Along with the chilling sensation traveling down my back, the whole world began to die in the jet black color. The threatening aura breaking out from beneath the surface began encroaching into the entire island. From the hottest hell, the demonic dragon palace is opening its doors. Blinding rays of light exploded out and the surrounding space shattered away. Giant shadows began appearing from there. After excluding the outer god-level beings, there were still other monsters in this world that managed to get near the powers of constellations or transcenders. The peak of all types of monsters in the world. Go! A dragon's roar, capable of freezing up the listener's body, resounded out. Shadows of the ruined cities seemed to fleet by, as the ancient dragon kings that had been forgotten under the lengthy period of time began waking up. Kawakik! Constellations struck by the dragon's breath screamed as they turned to ash. Hundreds of draconic shadows blanketed the sky. The constellations of the star stream freaked out as they were subjected to the ripples from the vast statuses. Every single one of them was a dragon king, equal to the power of a constellation. All these countless dragons had shown up here, hoping to be selected as the lone apocalypse dragon tasked with destroying this world. Great Fable, Final Dragon of the Book of Revelation, has begun its storytelling. Great Fable, Final Dragon of the Book of Revelation, has begun selecting the Dragon of Calamity. I looked up at that overwhelming spectacle and spoke. We have a dragon among us, don't we? Shin Yu-sung looked at me after hearing me speak. There was a dragon with thick metal armor covering its entire figure sitting next to her. One Scrayed Dragon King, Chimera Dragon. Thanks to Shin Yu-sung's diligent care, it had become strong enough not to get pushed around by any regular constellations. A dragon that was born in the demon world's paradise, loudly roared into the heavens above. TL. That's what it says in the raw. Han Suyong watched it fly up into the sky and asked me a question. You really think that guy will become the king? I shook my head. Sure, the Chimera Dragon possessed an unbelievable rate of growth, but it was still too early for the creature to become a viable candidate for the role of Apocalypse Dragon. Then why are you so confid? We still have one more, right? What? Where? Han Suyong formed a rather dumb-looking expression. But then, her right hand began wiggling violently as if it was responding to something. Right in the next second, the empty sky split wide open, and the pitch-black darkness exploded out from within. Dozens of dragons nearby screamed pitifully and fell down. The heavens flickered as if the darkness had overtaken it, and black bolts of lightning crashed down to the earth. Through the gap of the abyss, something began revealing itself. It was a dragon, covered in elegant scales seemingly crafted out of pure obsidian. A status that other ancient dragons couldn't even hope to match, eyes gleaming like the reddest of rubies every time its wings, seemingly carved out from the darkness itself, flapped, entrancing black flames blanketed the sky. I looked up at that life form possessing the beautiful, streamlined shape and spoke. Let's all pray that your sponsor emerges victorious. It was the existence closest to being the apocalypse dragon at this point in time. Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, has incarnated into the scenario. Episode 76. Book of Revelation 5 Fin. Chapter 404 Final Dragon 1. Metatron scanned the desolate, ruined conference venue. Demon kings and archangels wielding their respective weapons up until a short while ago were all lying still on the floor. The fable of good and evil was scattering away. The effects of the chaos points that broke past the critical point were now invading into the gray sphere. One of the angels, still conscious, reached out towards him. Scribe. Along with Piagiojok, Michael's heel smashed that angel's head into meat paste. He kicked the dead angel away, before pulling out an archangel the size of a small child hidden inside its robe. The unconscious archangel dangled in Michael's hand as she was brought up in the air. Should I kill Raphael as well? It's a bit of a waste to let her go like this. If that's what you want, it doesn't matter if you let her live. The chaos points have been filled to the maximum already. Anyway. Well, in that case, what about that demon king? Metatron shifted his gaze over to the corner of the sphere, where a heated battle was still taking place. Agar's and his heavily wounded body were there. Asmodeus and other Seekers of the End were pouring out coordinated attacks on him. But Demon King Agar's didn't show any signs of collapsing, even though fables streamed down from all over his body, even though his two eyes burned in resentment like a dreadful phantom. While stuck inside the deadly battle, the Demon King continued to suck on his cigarette. Not just one, but several of them, in fact. Stigma, 1 Siggy for Prodigious Strength LV, is in activation. Stigma, 1 Siggy for Agility LV, is in activation. Stigma, 1 Siggy for Magic Power LV, is in activation. That was Agar's Stigma, Universal Cigarette at work. The speciality, developed after living as a smoker for a very long time. A unique stigma for the Demon King that possessed the fable to overclock the Incarnation Bodhis abilities. Even after receiving the combined attacks of 5, 6 Demon Kings, Agar's remained standing, prompting Asmodeus to say something in admiration. As expected, the renown of the ruler of East Hell wasn't for nothing, I see. However, how long will you be able to hold on like this? Agar's didn't reply, simply choosing to pull out a new cigarette and light it up. Metatron and Michael crossed the now-dead battlefield and approached the Demon King. Agar spoke. Metatron, you better think again. You won't be able to protect the good and evil in this fashion. What meaning is there in being remembered after everyone has perished? As long as it's remembered, it shall revive again sometime in the future. Revive? Like your accursed corrupted angel? Michael frowned deeply. Demon King, king of corrupted angels, is unleashing its status. Michael's status crashed in like a surging storm, causing Agar's to back away while losing more of his fables. However, the Demon King's gaze was still firmly fixed on Metatron. What point is there in trying to carry on like that? That is not us. We reviving in that manner will no longer be Metatron or Agar's, but merely the scribe of heaven and the ruler of East Hell. That is precisely what we are, O ruler of East Hell. A certain everlasting fable was now flowing behind Metatron's back, fables that he had read, lived, and believed in. The most ancient good is smiling widely. This was the scribe of heaven, the one who recorded the good of the world. An existence who judged what was good, and would become its leading standard. While looking at his oldest rival, Agar's too sensed the fable unhurriedly flowing next to him. The most ancient evil is tilting its head. That was the immeasurably lengthy history of evil he had pursued so far, a history of resisting the good, eliminated by it, and being punished for it. At that moment, Agar sensed that the thousands of years of his life were now being summarized into a single comma. This flow would not end here as long as the ruler of East Hell was alive, and the scribe of heaven continued to exist. As long as they fought against each other, and repeated their wars over and over again. Even if Metatron and Agar's were killed, Someone else would become the scribe of heaven and ruler of East Hell. If such a thing is good and evil, then, Agar spat his phlegm on the floor and formed a bitter grin. I shall give up on evil. A cigarette flew up from Agar's fingers. It spun in the air while emitting dense smoke. Asmodeus hurriedly shouted out, "Stop him!" The swirling, spinning smoke enveloped Agar's entire body. Stigma, 1 Siggy for cowardice LV, is activating. Grayish, murky smoke exploded as the attacks rained down. The smoke dissipated, and the only thing remaining on the spot was a single cigarette. The Seekers of the End had no choice but to withdraw their weapons in bitterness. Metatron looked at the discarded cigarette on the floor. Thick smoke swirled in the air from its tip. His enemy was gone, and only the good remained. Was this a sense of loneliness, or a type of freedom he felt? Metatron couldn't tell. Someone trampled on the dying bud and killed it off. The most ancient evil is closely observing the new evil. He raised his head to find Asmodeus grinning primly towards him. What a miss that was. I was thinking of taking over Agar's wall, you see. Metatron looked at the Demon King and replied, "You'll soon possess it." Whatever the case might have been, the intended purpose had been accomplished now. Current Chaos Points, 100. The Chaos Points were now maxed out, and the Apocalypse Dragon had entered the revival sequence. And soon the apocalypse would begin. Conference venue is disintegrating. The gray sphere wrapped around the conference venue crumbled away bit by bit, and the corpses of the archangels fell to the ground below. Asmodeus asked a question, seemingly enjoying that spectacle in the meantime. "By the way, will this really be all right?" Metatron remained silent. Time to argue whether it be all right or not had long passed by already. He watched the angels falling, and provided the most textbook-like reply he could think of. Everything is according to the will of good. In order to reach the most ideal, the dearest wish of all constellations, as well as where the story of a star would come to an end. Asmodeus spoke. "It seems that all constellations that seek it end up becoming quite similar to each other. You really do resemble someone I know. Your dispositions are completely opposite of one another, though." Just before Metatron could ask who that was, he heard the dragons howling, tearing through the sky. Dragons, easily numbering well past several thousand, were freely roaming around the skies to wage a bloody war. Explosions rang out seemingly endlessly. Dragons and their torn wings were crashing back to the earth. This was not the spectacle Metatron expected to see. "The Apocalypse Dragon hasn't revived yet? What are you so surprised about? We aren't the only ones pursuing, after all." Asmodeus stared back at a certain man looking up at them from the ground and grinned brightly. "Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is roaring out." The Black Flame Dragon was indeed strong. It rose up like a meteor while ripping apart dozens of dragons blanketing the sky, and announced its presence through the display of its mighty status. As expected from one of the strongest constellations in the ways of survival. Han Suyong became excited as her sponsor went on a rampage and shouted out while waving her bandages around. "I'm proud of you for the first time ever, Black Flame Dragon. Kill them all. Be strong, Chimera Dragon." Shin Yusung tightly clasped her own hands and looked up at the sky with an ardent look on her face. Abyssal Black Flame Dragon's sense of presence is strengthening. Chimera Dragon's sense of presence is strengthening. Every time Black Flame Dragon and Chimera Dragon defeated their opponents, their statuses, e.d., normal usage, not statuses, also rose up higher. Seeing their spirited battle, even my heart felt like it was pounding away powerfully, too. After studying the dragons for a little while, I signaled you Junghyok with my eyes. "Got it." He replied to my gaze and, along with our other companions, made their move. His job now was to get in touch with the nebulas near us before the Apocalypse Dragon made its move. And I too had something to do in the meantime as well. I observed each of the dragons flying in the air and thought to myself, this wouldn't be the first time the Apocalypse Dragon had revived. It was quite likely that the previous Apocalypse Dragon was also among the ranks of the dragons overhead. "Several Dragon Kings have sensed your presence. Damn it. I reflexively activated Lightning Transformation and defended against the Dragon Breath. A few Dragon Kings glared in my direction, but then flew away again while tilting their heads. It was as if they had seen something rather strange. What was up with them? Not to mention, I wasn't even a dragon. But then, I heard a certain message. "You are eligible to enter the Dragon's Festival." What? Will you enter the Dragon's Festival? My head temporarily blanked out after that message suddenly floated up to my view. No, hang on a minute. I might be a constellation, but I was definitely not a dragon, so how come such a message? Why aren't you participating in the proceedings? Just when did this guy get this close to my side? I raised my guard up and turned towards the voice's origin. A remarkably beautiful humanoid, whose gender was indecipherable, stood there. Its hair shone in a bright reddish color. I couldn't sense any powerful status from it. But still, its outer appearance did possess a certain, unexplainable mystical aura. A reincarnator? Could be. This island was home to a tiny number of truly powerful beings who were hiding their powers. Like Yu Ho-sung, the one invincible fist. I asked you why you haven't participated yet. I'm not sure what you mean, but I lack the qualification to do so. Why not? Do you not possess the heart of a dragon? Only then did I finally realize it. Fable fragment. A young gold dragon's broken heart is stirring. Now that I thought about it, my heart actually used to belong to a gold dragon, a fragment of a fable I absorbed back in the story horizon a long time ago. Fable fragment. A young gold dragon's broken heart wants to participate in the dragon's festival. I was wondering why my heart was pounding away so madly since earlier. Was that the reason why? The reincarnator asked me again. If you're truly a dragon, you should really be enraged by this situation. What kind of a situation is this, then? A situation where the great and noble dragons are being spent as materials for some scenario. Right then, my wildly beating heart suddenly cooled down rapidly. The reincarnator continued on. Good and evil communicating the cycle of life. Inside the great themes of the star stream, dragons have continuously been exploited. If you're truly a dragon, then you must enter the festival. Become the final dragon that will bring the revelation to reality and contribute towards the annihilation of the world. And witness the end of the scenarios that have stolen your identity, your existence. I carefully studied the reincarnator. Good and evil communications, samsara. If one was a reincarnator that lived for a very, very long time, it was possible to experience all those themes of the star stream. If one was indeed a reincarnator that lived for a really long time, that was. I pondered for a little while before replying. Not every story of the scenarios is interconnected by a series of misfortunes. Some things were discovered only because scenarios exist. You might not have been aware of it by staying in the Isle of Reincarnators, but without a doubt, scenarios are changing. I hated myself for saying those words, but still, I was being genuine with at least half of them. I could see Yu Hyuk and my allies rendezvousing with other constellations. The mysterious reincarnator watched the same scenes as me before replying. Changing? How did the scenarios change, then? Can dragons or monsters become the protagonists of the fables now? There are fables like that already. However, they must be quite unpopular. Some are rather popular, actually. Some are even from the past, too. I'm sure you've heard of them before? Such as in the Song of the Nibelungs or the Legend of St. George. Dragons were never the protagonists in those stories. Several dragons in the air lost their way and crashed into one another before falling back to the earth. The reincarnator continued on. Dragons were always hunted beings, referred to as the origin of all evil, and portrayed as nothing more than pathetic villains who kidnap human princesses or hoard mountains of gold. When you think about it, it's a rather funny story, isn't it? Why would a dragon be interested in gold or females of other species? Those aren't the only stories out there. There are a lot of scenarios where dragons come out to the human world to have fun as well. For instance, dragons that polymorph into beautiful humans. Do you really think they are pure dragons, then? I found myself unable to reply. The reincarnator spoke. Tens of thousands of years ago, dragons were being exploited in the exact same manner. In the end, every single scenario was meant for other species, for other constellations. As it continued to talk, I sensed an ominous status leak out more and more from its voice. Not one scenario has treated a dragon as a dragon. Dragons were always exploited, were chained to restrictions, and were seen as the scenario's target of subjugation. Probably, nothing has changed greatly even now. It was getting harder and harder to breathe. The surrounding air was shifting unstably. The status capable of tying a fable-grade constellation like me to the spot, the abyssal black flame dragon, roaring towards the sky until then, hurriedly began flying in my direction. I stared at the black flame dragon and spoke up. They'll change it. You will? But how? They'll make sure that dragons don't suffer that miserable fate ever again. Constellation, secretive plotter, is looking at you. The gazes of the stars were gathering on us. A massive number of constellations are looking at you. Many constellations are freaking out after seeing who is next to you. The reincarnator looked at me with emotionless eyes. Interesting. Its external appearance began changing next. It was polymorph, the magic often employed by dragons out to have fun. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was a dakibi that spoke to me of the exact same offer. It said that it'd create a world where dragons could become the master of the scenario. It felt as if everything in front of my eyes grew darker. All 5 of my senses didn't want to listen to me. My dimmed vision began shaking around uncontrollably, as fables leaked down from my nostrils. Shin Yusung cheering on collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Blood was pouring out from Han Suyong's mouth and nose as she was staring at us in shock. Even as the tinnitus loud enough to rupture my eardrums roared on, her message somehow managed to enter my head. Kim Dokja, what the hell is this? My hands and feet were shaking. I fell down on my butt and tried hard to raise my head up. How could this even be called status? Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is urging you to run away. Constellation, queen of the darkest spring, is looking at you with an urgent expression. Constellation, father of the rich night, is... The boundless dragon voice rushed into my ears next. The Dakibi that deceived me back then has become the Dakibi king now. The sun vanished and the whole world was now covered in something's shadow. The dragon of the end times, the final dragon of the Book of Revelation, unfurled its wings of calamity at last. Episode 77. Final Dragon 1. Finn. Chapter 405. Final Dragon 2. The fourth wall is violently reacting. The prior generation's apocalypse dragon flew up and generated a storm of fables. My vision continued to waver precariously as I wobbled about like a scarecrow without a pole to hold me up. In the blink of an eye, the creature reached high up in the air and screeched out a mighty howl, seemingly killing every other noise existing in the world at the same time. The heads of the incarnation bodies exploded, and the constellations in the battlefield began vomiting out fables while covering their ears. Tsuchichuchiku. The parts of the sky where the apocalypse dragon flew by were torn apart to reveal a jet black hole. Other dragons flying around in sheer confusion ran away in terror, while some of them who didn't know their place rushed in only to become bloody sacks of meat after getting brushed by the apocalypse dragon's wings. In the center of that chaotic sky, the abyssal black flame dragon was waiting for the apocalypse dragon to arrive. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is staring at its enemy. It roared out and charged at the apocalypse dragon. The two mighty creatures got into a tangle and began a deadly battle in the sky. However, rather than calling it a battle, it was closer to being fisticuffs between an adult and a 15-year-old kid instead. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is enraged. It was several sizes larger than every other dragon, yet when compared to its current opponent, it simply looked like a little hatchling. You better not lose. If you do, I'm gonna kill you. Fables streamed out from Han Suyong's figure as she cheered for her sponsor. Her great fables were telling their stories for the sake of her sponsor right now. The most destructive apocalypse. The deepest abyss. They'll say all those words as many times as you want, so don't lose. Please. As if to answer her calls, the abyssal black flame dragon spewed out a powerful breath. Other dragons struck by the attack fell like burning kites. It was almost as if the entire sky was covered in the black flames. You're indeed a powerful dragon. Before I went to sleep, there was no one like you. Don't make me laugh, you geezer. I didn't descend to this place just to hear your Condi-like rubbish. It seems that I need to fix your poor manners somewhat. The apocalypse dragon dodged the breath with a flapping of its wings and went on the counteroffensive. It was so fast that there was no time to even think about evading it. Shoo! The black flame dragon was quick-witted enough to dodge that. However, it literally transformed into a 15-year-old boy in an instant and threw the dragon voice magic. Activated, Meteor Strike. The apocalypse dragon was struck by the falling pieces of rocks and became enraged. Polymorph? You were the same as the rest of them. Screw you. You also polymorphed earlier too, geezer. That is not what a pure dragon should do. The black flame dragon reverted back to his original form and roared out. I will live the way I want to. Whether it's as a human or an orc, it's my choice. You seem to be a lacking candidate to represent all dragons. Sparks danced wildly as the battle of biting and slashing continued on. The apocalypse dragon silently absorbed the black flame dragon's attacks and eventually, its jaw slowly split open wide. The latter began charging up its breath as well. A clash of a breath against another breath. Thick, heavy breaths made out of black flames collided with the apocalypse dragon's crimson flames. In the ensuing moment, the colors of the sky changed instantly, followed by the kind of heat that made me think there was a burning sun right in front of my eyes. Although spectacular, I couldn't stand there and admire the sight. Reincarnators that couldn't withstand the intense heat turned into piles of ashes as the scenes of flames dancing entrancingly engraved themselves deeply into their minds. Great Fable, Final Dragon of the Book of Revelation, has selected its final dragon. The abyssal black flame dragon was the most eligible candidate to become the final dragon currently. But, if you flip that around, it also meant that it was still not the final dragon. The victor has been decided in the Dragon's Festival. From below the churning crimson clouds, a creature powerlessly fell down to the ground. Black flame dragon. Its wing skin was on fire, and its body had suffered several tears. As it fell, its eyes were locked on me, conveying its words as if it was thoroughly unhappy about this outcome. So, I guess it was too much of an ask, fighting with only one hand. I'll leave the rest up to you, boy. This development was exactly the same as the storyline from the original that I knew. The previous generation's Apocalypse Dragon possessed the power that rivaled a consummate-level myth-grade constellation. And that dragon would evolve into a calamity that surpassed far beyond the previous status this time around. Han Suyong spat out another mouthful of blood and angrily shouted at me. Damn it, Kim Dokja. This wasn't a part of your plan. It's going according to the original story. What does that even mean? Are things going well or not? I heard Yu Jung Hyok's message coming in from behind. Constellations were busy gathering right behind him. They were all staring at the sky with stupefied faces. Kugugugugu. The humongous frame of the dragon that seemed to have sucked in all the light in this world began gathering the probability of the star stream. Just what is that? The Apocalypse Dragon's revival was already set in stone. A scenario needed an incident, and this creature was that incident itself. As long as the star stream willed for an incident to happen, its revival was a guaranteed thing. Back in the original story, several varied attempts were made to stop its revival, but not one of them succeeded. There was a reason why I stuck around searching for the Apocalypse Dragon, even though I knew that why I chatted to it regarding the fables featuring dragons, and even why the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon sacrificed its status to continue with the battle. It was certain to lose all of those were to buy us more time. Great Fable, Final Dragon of the Book of Revelation, has begun its storytelling. The smartphone inside my inner pocket began buzzing noisily and emitting light at that moment. The calamity from the Book of Revelation opened its eyes within the hottest place in Hell. It seemed that the Apocalypse Dragon's revival was supposed to happen even within the final revised version sent by TLS 123. Dragons that lost their lives within the extremely difficult fable roared on and ... The crimson season of the apocalypse in full swing has come knocking ... The falling dragons cried out in sorrow. The countless score of them, sacrificed to the fable and became frozen in names only after even their souls were ripped away from them, were paying their reverence towards their king. On the other side of the sky, I saw Metatron and Asmodeus. It seemed that the conference venue's battle had ended just then. Metatron spoke while looking up at the humongous body of the Apocalypse Dragon. You have finally come, O evil dragon of Harmageddon. The evil dragon of the great fable, Harmageddon, although it was the symbol of evil once upon a time, even the most ancient evil couldn't bear the weight of this primal evil. And that very evil dragon was looking down at the constellations of good and evil in an aloof manner. O aged fables. It's now time to uphold the promise of Armageddon. The air exploded violently and the Apocalypse Dragon's giant frame pierced straight through the atmosphere. An unbelievable amount of sparks danced outside the sky where the creature had disappeared. The main scenario is being updated. Calamity's probability has exceeded the scenario's limit. Scenario's difficulty is automatically being adjusted. Scenario befitting the calamity's difficulty is being reassigned. I knew that would happen. If I remembered correctly, the Apocalypse Dragon was the 85th main scenario's calamity back in the original storyline. And the Great War of Saints and Demons was the 80th. Scenario jump has occurred. Calamity's difficulty is abnormally high. Due to the excessive scenario jump, abnormal conditions have developed in your incarnation body. 89th main scenario is starting. Main scenario number 89, Final Dragon of the Book of Revelation. Type main. Difficulty: indeterminable. Clear condition: defend against the calamity of the Book of Revelation. Time limit: applicable scenario does not have a time limit. Reward: great fable related to Final Dragon of the Book of Revelation. Failure: destruction of the star stream will accelerate. This scenario will be divided into different phases. Refer to the system messages for more info and prepare for the calamity. I calmly read the scenario messages. Point 89th scenario was it. The scenario's number was higher than compared to the original storyline. The thing was, the later it got in the scenarios, the higher the amount of probability being allowed. Meaning, the Apocalypse Dragon about to descend would be stronger than when it appeared in the original story. Calamity warning is ringing throughout the entirety of Starstream. Soon, the revived Apocalypse Dragon will start its actions. Every region within the Starstream will now be considered the location of the 89th scenario. Dokja, see, we've brought them all. I looked back to find Zhang Hui-1 and Kim Dokja Company, plus the constellations that followed us. Only a few hours ago, they were busy fighting each other. These were now our new allies that Yu Jung Hyok managed to rally together while the Black Flame Dragon and I managed to buy us some time. My apologies. We didn't gather as many as we thought. Dionysus scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Constellations from Olympus stood behind him. The goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite. The atrocious war god, Ares. The spokeswoman of justice and wisdom, Athena. the master of skywalk Hermes, the volcanic blacksmith Hephaestus, the pure moonlight's hunter Artemis. They were folks responsible for creating Gigantomachia with us. I did call father and the fish uncle, but... The lightning throne Zeus or the spear that draws the boundaries of the sea Poseidon didn't seem to have joined us. When looking back to the splendor the myth-grade constellations exhibited back in Gigantomachia, it sure was quite a regretful thing. This isn't going to be enough, right? If I'm being honest, then... Yes, it is. Olympus was indeed powerful, but it was still impossible to stop the Apocalypse Dragon with only these people. If the first tail flick was exactly as described in the original story, then our current combat force would barely get to survive the first impact wave of that tail. And then, I heard someone else's true voice. My old comrades say that they shall aid you, Demon King of Salvation. Blinding rays of light formed from the northern sky. Constellations of the nebula, Vedas, have incarnated into the scenario. Several constellations broke past the thick clouds accompanied by the rapturous flames and made their entrance. The moment I saw their exterior appearances, pages of the ways of survival flipped open all on their own in my head. I expected to run into them sooner or later, but I certainly didn't think we'd meet like this under the current circumstances. The god king of Yakshas, Kabura, the purifying flames, Agni, and on top of that, even the unending storm, Vayu. They were all fable-grade constellations affiliated with Locapula of Vedas, alongside the supreme god of light, Surya. Where is the bastard named Apocalypse Dragon? We now have a chance to acquire a pretty decent fable after a long while. Indra's wounds were too severe and he couldn't come. This was only the beginning. Constellations of the nebula, Papyrus, have incarnated into the scenario. From the eastern skies, constellations of the nebula, Guardian Tree, have incarnated into the scenario. And then, from the western skies, constellations of the nebula, Asgard, have incarnated into the scenario. Constellations of the nebula, 12 Zodiac, have incarnated into the scenario. One-time enemy constellations were gathering together in front of the Starstream's calamity. Yu Jung Hyuk, Han Suyong, and the companions of Kim Dokja Company stood close to me as the blindingly bright stars continued to incarnate next to us. They all carried tense expressions. There's no need to be so timid. Everyone. We're one of them, after all. For sure, the gazes of the constellations looking at us were different compared to the past. If the eyes staring at us back when Kim Dokja Company had been created were close to contempt and disdain, they were much closer to jealousy and envy now. Kim Dokja Company had reached this far with our own strengths. And again, we'd reached the final scenario with our own powers. After the constellations of the regional conflicts that hadn't yet entered the great battlefield joined us, the overall number easily surpassed 500. Unfortunately, there was a problem with the mentality of the newly joining folks. A great fable just because of a single dragon? What a profitable business opportunity this is. All of you scram. Our nebula shall hunt the Apocalypse Dragon down. Nope, that Apocalypse Dragon shall be hunted down by none other than us, Guardian Tree. Surya, will you give us a ride to that Apocalypse Dragon? Surya heard them yapping away and formed a dumbfounded expression. Have you all lost your minds? Didn't you witness what happened just now? We all saw the scenario's weird direction. It was the morning star goddess, Vakarine, who said that as she entered the conflict zone. It's simply not possible for one measly little monster to possess a status as ridiculous as that, Surya. Maybe you were in need of extra coins after exiting Vedas? We were not acti. It seems that the train's conductor is scared today, so us alone should start the conquest. Then, not every constellation in the star stream knew what the Apocalypse Dragon was. The last time it revived was already tens of thousands of years ago. That was why. A certain myth would come across as just another story from the distant past, even to constellations. The length of time was more than sufficient enough for those who survived the calamity, and those born after it, to forget all about it. Metatron spoke as if to warn them. You must all compose yourselves first. Acting individually is inadvisable, everyone. That Apocalypse Dragon is... You shut up and stay out of this. The whole great war of saints and demons fable went down the drain because of your actions. As if it was waiting for this moment, the system message rang out once more. Final Dragon of the Book of Revelation has started its actions. Episode 77. Final Dragon 2, Finn. Chapter 406 Final Dragon 3. First Phase Alert. A quarter of Starstream would be destroyed. Quite literally, that was a bombshell of information. However, the constellations that read the scenario message didn't seem to realize the severity of the situation. A quarter of US will die? So, the Bureau did have a sense of humor, then. Dakibis have been exaggerating more and more lately. Most of the constellations present here were more adept at watching the scenarios happen, rather than clearing it. They were beings that exploited the stories of others so that they could comfort themselves. They were Dakibi's customers, and because of that, they believed the Bureau would never create a scenario that would annihilate everyone. Unfortunately, these people had no idea. No idea that certain stories in this world even turned the audience members into the subjects of the scenario too. And these constellations simultaneously dashed towards the apocalypse dragon that was charging up its power just beyond the atmosphere. The great fable will be ours. Greed was so clear to see in their eyes. Final dragon of the Book of Revelation was the scenario that replaced the great war of saints and demons. If they managed to bring down the apocalypse dragon here, then they would acquire potentially the best great fable there was. Perhaps feeling pressured by their movements, constellations of the nebulas that were already present began dashing towards the atmosphere as well. Constellation, Morning Star Goddess, is unleashing her status. Constellation, God King of Yakshas, is unleashing his status. The first ones to take the lead were Morning Star Goddess, Vakarine, and God King of Yakshas, Kabura. Nebula, Guardian Tree, is allocating probability to its affiliated constellations. Nebula, Vedas, is allocating probability to its affiliated constellations. My companions watched the distancing backs of the constellations and became urgent themselves. Shouldn't we go after them, too? We must never join them, I spoke in a resolute tone of voice. Excluding those jumping in like moths to the flames, the majority of constellations with many years behind them were standing still, just like us. They already knew the result of the upcoming fight. I kept a straight face and asked Metatron, who was wordlessly observing the situation. Metatron, are you going to create the sealing tool for the apocalypse dragon? The archangel quietly stared at me for a little while, before forming a warm, bright smile. Yes, of course. That's what happened back in the 1863rd turn as well. A great evil has appeared in this world, so we should try to save everyone. Don't you agree? As if he had already forgotten all about the struggles to kill each other a few hours ago, Metatron's eyes were filled with an almost holy light. I'd been sensing that something was a bit off about him from some time ago, but I was sure of him being utterly insane now. But if that plan is successful, you'll definitely die. And with that, good in this world will disappear. No, it'll be I that disappears, not good. Felt like I was talking to a wall. I shook my head and turned around. I saw the abyssal black flame dragon that had shrunk to the same size as Bu, and Han Suyong quietly petting it. The fatigued black flame dragon spat out a lick of small flame towards the sky. Han Suyong spoke. Kim Dokja. What now? You're still withholding something, aren't you? I flinched just a little before asking back. What are you talking about? No, well, it's just too suspicious. Now, normally you'd start by giving us the information first. But why haven't you told us anything concrete with this scenario? She narrowed her eyes and glared at me, before continuing on. You do have a way to win, right? I do. Oh, so you can give us your assurances, then? You aren't going to resort to another weird method, right? And what might that weird method be? Han Suyong drew a straight line beneath her chin with her finger. I grinned and replied to her. Don't worry, I'm not going to do that. Unfortunately, she did not look convinced. At all. It was Shin Yusung who followed up after that. Ajusi, then why did you activate that stigma? Stigma, Sacrificial Will LV.8, is currently in activation. The unique stigma that I created was busying pumping more power to my companions while floating up a message in the air. Zhang Hui spoke. Can't you just switch that off now? It's been getting on my nerves for a while now. And why is the stigma's level so damn high too? E.G. Hai also grumbled loudly. I spoke as if to make an excuse. I only left it switched on in order to increase your powers, everyone. Really, I'm not thinking of doing anything weird. This time, Yi Gilyang jumped in. But that stigma, it only comes on when you're trying to sacrifice yourself for your comrades, right? Ajusi, you're lying to us again. Aren't you? Dokjasi, could you be again? Enormous amounts of statuses rose up from my companions, and that caused the constellations nearby to flinch and tremble slightly. Yu Jung Hyok, watching us from a bit of distance away, was about to unsheath his sword. 2. I hurriedly pointed at the apocalypse dragon. No, hang on. Now isn't the time to mind something like that. Well, a really fun spectacle is about to start unfolding over there, so we should just watch that. The lengthy comet-like tails of the constellations were about to reach the striking distance of the apocalypse dragon. All those friends up there, they are going to die soon. Get ready. It's about to begin, said Yu Jung Hyok. As he unsheathed the dark heavenly demon sword, the creature's tail flick is divided into 3 different stages. Fitting for a powerful calamity, 3 separate shockwaves will reach us. 3 of them? E.G. Hai's surprised question was answered by me. Instead, it's easier to offset the shockwaves the closer we are to their origin. And the first 2 can be defended against if we do our absolute best, so you don't have to worry too much. The really important part, though, was the 3rd shockwave. If we failed to defend against that, then every single one of us would be dead, and a quarter of Starstream would be blown away. We could see the clash between the constellations and the Apocalypse Dragon in the far distance. The waves of light fired by Vacarine landed directly on the dragon's body, while Kabura's great saber sliced into the creature's back. It was around then that the dragon's tail made its move. First tail flick is commencing. First shockwave is being generated. In that moment, I couldn't tell what happened. Pure azure light exploded in the distance. I realized much later that the light was actually from the spark that had been condensed to an absurdly high degree. It was the electrical shock of destruction that became the storm of aftermaths itself after far too much of Starstream's probability had been gathered and spent in that one attack. That was none other than the first shockwave created by the Apocalypse Dragon's tail. A measly little thing dares to. Kabura, resisting until the end, roared out, while the shocked Vacarine screamed loudly. Dozens of constellations that challenged the Apocalypse Dragon all unleashed their statuses at the same time. And then, something broke. Constellation, Morning Star Goddess, has been extinguished. Constellation, God King of Yakshas, has been extinguished. Constellation, Deep Night's Wolf, has been extinguished. Constellation. Indirect messages fell like raindrops. Stars in the whole surrounding area were exploding at the same time and turned into ashes. Ijihai muttered in a dazed voice. You say we can withstand that? I had nothing to reply with, because it was also my first time witnessing the tail flick today. The electrical shockwave that grew even larger after burning away the constellations finally finished getting ready to spread to the rest of Starstream. And we stood in its starting point. This is insane. Run away. Several terrified constellations turned around to flee. Unfortunately for them, that attack was not something they could outrun. I shouted out in my true voice. Everyone, calm down. There is a way to block that. Stop with your insane babbling. Didn't you see that? Either we use status of the same attribute to absorb the shockwave created by the tail flick, or we cancel it out with the status of an opposing attribute. That is, as long as we have enough probability to shore our efforts. The electrical shockwave's rate of spreading gradually gained pace. Now rushing in at a fair knock, the wave bared its fangs at us, as if to devour us all. All of you, step aside. A constellation stepped forward. Blinding arcs of lightning coiled around his figure, as he raised a giant hammer, his star relic, high up into the sky. I am the son of Odin, Thursday's thunder. Indeed, it was Thursday's thunder, Thor, whom ID met back in the Gourmet Association. I shall bury the Apocalypse Dragon's thunder right here. A streak of lightning from above crashed into the star relic, Mjolnir. He sprinted forward with a vigor befitting a Viking, and without a shred of fear, threw himself into the Apocalypse Dragon's electrical shockwave. Such a chuchachit. Surprisingly, he managed to survive against the shockwave. The majority of the wave rushing in was being concentrated towards his hammer, Mjolnir, like an electrical rod being showered by the lightning. His entire body writhed in pain. Every constellation of Asgard was lending him probability. Oh, not too long afterwards, every blood vessel on Thor's flesh bulged, and his bloodshot eyes began to pop out from their sockets. His statue-like muscles were scorched black as well. The first shockwave was not the tail flick itself, but merely a byproduct of that action. Yet such a measly thing was utterly, horrifically killing a Fable-grade constellation. Uea! Just as Thor could no longer endure and was about to let go of his hammer, someone reached his side and grasped it together with him. I was never interested in the myths of Northern Europe before, but who knew you aren't so bad? He was someone completely unexpected, actually. Thor freaked out and roared. Let go. This hammer is not a relic that someone like you can touch. Besides, you can't even handle lightning. Actually, I can. Just a little. My old man is a god of lightning, you see. He was the successor to the lightning throne. It seemed that, after Zeus had left, Dionysus had become Olympus' successor. The only one among them who could inherit the status of lightning was Zeus' descendant, after all. Fable, Carnival of Lightning, has begun its storytelling. A fable that I could have inherited once upon a time was running amok within Dionysus' entire figure. He gulped down a mouthful of wine from the flask on his hips and let out a cry in exhilaration. Kawa. Now that's good. Even though he was being burnt alive by the lightning, he still formed a hearty smile. Asgard and Olympus were cooperating, and the two managed to endure thanks to the powers of fables their allies sent their way. Sadly, though, it couldn't last long. The status of the Apocalypse Dragon crashing down grew even bigger than what the two nebulas had combined. Seeing this, Surya moaned in shock. If only Indra was here. I never thought that I'd miss that village idiot. Indeed, even back in the original storyline, the first shockwave was neutralized by the efforts of the three gods of lightning. But then, Kim Dokja Company ended up defeating Indra, and that meant that one of the three gods was now missing. Isn't there anyone who can deal with lightning? I wasn't planning to step forward now, but there was no other choice. I shall help. You have activated Demon King transformation. I was not a constellation of lightning, but I could use something fairly similar to that. Fifth bookmark has been initiated. Exclusive skill, Lightning Transformation LV.23 plus 13, has been initiated. Your current physical constitution is different from that of the applicable character. Your status has overcome the physical constitution penalty. The pure, untainted white light of inner energy circulated around my body. While scattering blinding rays of electrical lights, I joined Thor and Dionysus. Great Fable, Demon World Spring, has begun its storytelling. Great Fable, Torch that Swallowed the Myth, has begun its storytelling. The two great fables supported me as the storm of electricity pounced on my body. Dionysus said that this was exhilarating. Yup, he was definitely out of his mind. It's quite tolerable after a drink or two. Would you like some? Dionysus said those words, his entire lower half scorched black now. Thor, now resembling jet black charcoal, cackled from the side. Demon King of Salvation, looks like we'll die together in this place. Dying together with you might go on to create a pretty good story, indeed. Let us become a fable passed down through generations. Together, humph, will that fable be Asgard's, or belong to Olympus? Let's stop with the inane banter and concentrate. Mind-numbing pain rushed in from the palm of my hands. Thor, Dionysus, and I stood against the waves of electricity like a levee. And the first shockwaves' encroaching speed gradually lessened. Somehow, we needed to withstand this. Just a little bit more. A bit more. Unfortunately, the speed at which we were being forced back was still much faster than the rate that the shockwave speed decreased. Dionysus cried out, "Damn it! It's going to overflow. If the electrical energy was discharged like this, then all of our comrades behind us would be dead." We knew this, yet we had no way of stopping the shockwave's march. Just before I could shout out to them, telling them to evacuate, someone's hands supported our precarious embankment from behind. There was another god of lightning left? Well, there were quite a few beings capable of dealing with lightning in the fables scattered around the world, so, however, I couldn't immediately think up of anyone. On top of that, the rate of absorbing the electrical shock far surpassed not just my own, but both Thor's and Dionysus as well. Just where did a constellation like him? It seems that you were negligent with your training, judging from your inability to withstand this level of electrical shock. The moment I heard those words, a hollow chuckle left my lips. Thor was taken back greatly and he quickly asked a question. Who might you be? I've never seen a constellation like you before. Those words caused the great, noble status to waver, as its owner began emitting auras of rage. People would often say that a handsome man's face was on the smaller side in that case. There would be no one in the world more good-looking than this man right here. I'm not a constellation. I had forgotten that the one who could handle electrical energy the best in Starstream was not a constellation. But this man, as his azure-colored hair scattered in the air, his own pure, untainted white electrical energy exploded forth. I am Kyrios Rodgrame, the teacher of this lazy pupil. Episode 77. Final Dragon, 3, Finn. Chapter 407 Final Dragon, 4. The first shockwave gradually petered out after Kyrios joined us. The difference between 3 lightning-related constellations working together and 4 was rather noticeable. Not only that, but a portion of constellations also lent us their probability after Kyrios showed up, and for the first time ever, our own probability surpassed the Apocalypse Dragon's shockwave. You were scorched black by the electrical wave. Thor and Dionysus began roaring out as if they had gone half mad. The latter had drunk such a large quantity of wine that his face was completely red, even though the rest of his body remained jet black. Booze is going down so smoothly. It's so amazing. Now I'm really curious about the taste of Olympus label booze. Give me some. By the time the storm of aftermath for the first shockwave drew to a close, the 2 constellations became completely drunk out of their minds. Kyrios stared at them with criticizing eyes before asking me, "My disciple, are these fools your comrades?" "No, total strangers. First phase has concluded. Congratulations. You have safely negotiated the first shockwave of the first tail flick. We did it. We managed to withstand that damn tail flick's first hurdle." I looked behind me. Everyon. I couldn't continue on, because a desolate, ruined landscape greeted me, with a sea of corpses burnt by the electrical waves filling it up. Some of them were swept up by the electrical energy we couldn't hold back, while some of them died after their incarnation bodies exploded, unable to deal with the storm of aftermath taking place nearby. The 500-plus constellations were reduced to less than half that number through just one encounter. What an utterly fraudulent death toll that was. Could I even claim that we managed to endure when it was like this? It was just the first phase, so what would we do about the second and the third one? I raised my head and saw the messages from the stars brightening the night sky as if they were losing their minds. The absolute majority of constellations are stunned by the difficulty of this scenario. Many constellations are lodging complaints at the Bureau in regards to the applicable scenario's probability. A portion of constellations are arguing that this scenario cannot exist. The majority of constellations are requesting for the scenario's cancellation. Scenario's cancellation, was it? What a funny thing this was. They're still being idiots daydreaming about stuff like that. Applicable scenario cannot be cancelled. All constellations within the applicable scenario's area are urged to prepare for the next phase. No, the apocalypse would carry on. While the messages from the constellations freaking out continued on, the baptism of sponsorship messages also rained down from the other side of the sky as well. Constellation, lightning throne, is looking closely at you. Constellation, spear that draws the boundaries of the sea, is glaring at you. Constellation, great mother god who created man out of earth, is getting interested in the fable you might earn. Final scenarios constellations are focusing on you. Final scenarios constellations are enjoying your actions. 3 million coins have been sponsored. The constellations of the final scenario, including the likes of the lightning throne Zeus, the spear that draws the boundaries of the sea Poseidon, and even the great mother god who created man out of earth Nuwa. The existences lording over the top stratosphere of Starstream who didn't participate in this scenario, but didn't feel threatened by the unfolding events from the get-go, were there at the final scenario. The location for that scenario was excluded from the first Tailflix area of destruction. Even the destruction of their fellow constellations was nothing more than a type of entertainment to those on the cusp of reaching the end of this world. Second phase will commence 10 minutes later. A 10-minute interval, was it? I breathed a sigh of relief and looked back at Kyrios. I sensed that his status had grown even greater than before. You must have reached another enlightenment, master. It seems that you're now at the level to discern that, at least. Kyrgios' complaining voice sounded thorny. Not only were his looks enough to slap Yu Hyok's face silly, but even the way he spoke slapped the latter silly, too. Ejihai sprinted to where we were and began shaking me by the shoulders. A juicy. I thought we'd end up as grilled squid, you know. And why did this kid have to go and use that kind of figure of speech? Kyrios' grandpa. Where's my grandmaster? Didn't she come with you? The Breaking the Sky Saint has some matter to take care of first, so she'll arrive later. He replied in a cold tone of voice and peered at me from the corners of his eyes before turning his head away. I thought that my disciple would have been half dead by now and came in a hurry, but I see that he's far healthier than I hoped. I couldn't tell whether he was rueful or relieved from his tone of voice. If you arrived any later, never mind half dead. I'd have been really dead, you know. Let's not worry about that, though. We need to get ready for the second phase. As if he was waiting for it, Yu Hyok approached us as soon as my words ended. According to the tale of Harmageddon passed down, the attribute for the second shockwave is intense heat. The apocalypse dragon's tail in the far-off distance was visibly getting red-hot. Although it looked to be moving at a very slow speed from here, the truth was, that tail was vibrating at a scarcely believable speed right now. That intense friction heat was powerful enough to distort the axis of spacetime itself. Shin Yu-sung grasped my jet-black scorched wrist and spoke. A juicy about the next phase. The moment I saw the determined eyes of both her and Lee Gil-yong, I understood what they wanted to say. But Yu Hyok butted in first. You two must stay back. That cold-sounding declaration caused the two kids to immediately lash back. Why? We're also Kim Dokja Company, you know. What do you know, you sooty bastard? I wasn't asking you anyway. Lee Gil-yong's provocation was met with Yu Hyok's emotionless reply. This isn't the issue of your willingness but effectiveness. You two do not possess any stigma or skills related to fire. In order to cancel the shockwave, we needed the statuses of a similar attribute. Unfortunately for Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-yong, though, they didn't possess any skills related to the fire-type attribute. Gil-yong's shoulders trembled as if he was furious. He eventually shouted out. In that case, you also can't fight, then. You don't have stuff like that either. But I do. The corner of Yu Hyok's lips curled up as he lifted up his sword. And in the following second, the blade of the dark heavenly demon sword was enveloped in a fire-type sword aura. Character, Yu Hyok, has activated Furious Flame God Blade LV? I gently patted the tearful Lee Gil-yong's shoulders. As stated clearly in the original storyline, Yu Hyok possessed almost every attribute there was. Hey, now that I thought about it, this guy also possessed lightning-based attributes, so why didn't he lend a helping hand earlier? Yu Hyok was glaring at me with his narrowed eyes. Have you forgotten how you pleaded with us not to aid you? I did that, didn't I? I replied before flinching just a little. This guy, I haven't said anything yet, so how did he read my mind? I shall announce the constellations that will partake in the next phase. Yu Hyok, already finding himself in the middle of the constellations, began his selection process. A calamity, unprecedented in the history of the star stream, had come knocking, and for the first time ever, constellations were exposed to the threat of their complete death. Under Yu Jung-hyok's command, these headstrong and proud constellations found themselves positioned on the front line one by one. I've heard that you're a regressor. Does that mean you have information on this situation? Of course I do. A faint trace of trust could be seen within the eyes of the constellations. The more urgent the situation was, the more valuable information would get. The rumors of Yu Jung-hyok doing the rounds among the constellations were helping his attempt to instruct them. He only took the blink of an eye to finish distributing the fighting force, standing in the middle of the front line himself. Han Suyong watched him do that and muttered softly, "Well, he's the conquering king, all right." Zhang Huiwen next to her nodded her head while polishing her sword. "Well, he does have some parts that we have to acknowledge, that's for sure. It pains me to say it, but after Han Suyong Corporation, Yu Jung-hyok Company might be the next most suitable alternative for our nebula's name. Before the top representative changes, we should create a labor union first, though." "A labor union, is it?" Han Suyong smirked deeply and looked at Zhang Huiwen. They were working together in the advance party for the intense heat wave. The black flame of the black flame dragon contained the status of red flame, and Uriel's hellfire was permeated with the strength of hell's flames. So, it was the same thing as these two being the strongest main force in the current front line. I never figured that we'd ever get to fight side by side. It's the same story for me, too. Zhang Huiwen blew away the specks of dust clinging onto her sword of judgment. That hard blade with its dull luster Han Suyong had clashed against that blade on the stage of Proof of Stars a long time ago. Afterwards, she never had the chance to talk to Zhang Huiwen like this, unknown. Well, they didn't really have anything to say to each other, and she wasn't really talented when it came to that sort of conversation, so that couldn't be helped. Even if that was the case, she still had to ask Zhang Huiwen for an explanation this time. "By the way, why are you still lugging around that?" This? Zhang Huiwen looked at the huge luggage on her back and formed a bitter smile. Yi Hyansong could be seen wrapped tightly on a cross made out of steel frame. "This is the only way that I can protect him. But he looks as if he's already met his noble end, though. Where did you even find a cross? Anyway, my sponsor, Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is nodding her head in satisfaction. You know, this sight comes across as a bit blasphemous somehow. Is Uriel really an angel? Well, even a demon king is like that, so it's fine." The two women's gazes shifted towards the back of the ranks almost simultaneously. Kim Dokja was among those constellations sitting outside the ranks. With a melancholic look on his face, he was pressing the ground with his finger. It was as if he was scribbling something down there. Han Suyong spoke first. "Is he writing a will? That might be. I mean, doesn't he make that sort of a face before he's about to sacrifice himself?" Zhang Huiwen gritted her teeth as if she had had enough already. "If he goes and does something like that again, I'm really going to..." First tail flick is recommencing. It was then, a humongous explosion of light could be seen at the far front of the battle line. "Get ready." Along with Yu Jung-hyok's signal, constellations all gripped their weapons tightly. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is issuing clear warnings. The wave of the intense heat burned brightly. After seeing those sun-like red flames that burned away everything in the heavens and on earth without discrimination, Han Suyong spoke in a fed-up voice. "God damn it, if only my black flame dragon wasn't defeated." Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, says he has underestimated his opponent. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, says that if he had started fighting with both of his hands... Will you just shut up? And then, the intense heat wave swallowed the constellations up. Kugagagugagu. Stuck in the middle of the flooding wave of flames, Han Suyong desperately activated Black Flame. The black flame dragon's status permeated her entire being, and the heat from the wave was rapidly absorbed into her body. It felt as if her head was blanking out and all the fables shed lived so far were melting away. Kim Dokja was enduring against something like this? The fact that Zhang Huiwen was next to her proved to be a small consolation. No, not just her, but constellations who were second to none when it came to wielding fire were guarding her sides, too. The one who perhaps best represented that was purifying Flame Agni, over by the very front of the line, defending against the crashing wave of flames by himself. He'd be one of the strongest constellations within Vedas after one excluded the 3 myth-grade gods of that nebula. And, as befitting a powerful constellation, he was pouring out so much power that his entire being was now lit up on fire as he withstood the intense heat wave. Hell, even the whites of his eyes were showing. Hey, that idiot is actually burning to death. Along with the noise of Tadat, Agni's body began crumbling away in ashes. That served as the starting point, and the screams of constellations reverberated from everywhere next. Kawak! Their line was being forced back with a speed far quicker compared to when pushing back against the electrical wave. Constellations melting down from the intense heat wave writhed around in pain, while the advancing flames used them as their firewood to increase the intensity of their heat. They were losing. Han Suyang's eyes, currently being protected by status, felt as if they were now going blind. The heat nearing her nose made it difficult to even breathe. Before she had noticed it, the intense heat wave had reached right before her. Zhang Huiwen breathlessly cried out, "Uriel!" Uriel's and the black flame dragon's powers increased and a momentary defensive wall was created. The intense heat wave seemed to waver just for a second there, but then it began forcing back their statuses once more, bit by bit. Han Suyang's and Zhang Huiwen's shoulders were pressed against each other as they continued to endure. Energies from both Black Flame Dragon were gradually seeping away, as well. From the beginning, the dragon had already spent a lot of its strength fighting in the Dragon Festival, and due to the partial destruction of Eden, Uriel was unable to receive her share of probability, and so, her condition was about the same. Nebula Vedas is withdrawing a portion of their probability. Nebula Papyrus is withdrawing a portion of their probability. Even the nebulas supplying them with probability began withdrawing one by one. But that was only obvious if they were to spend more probability than what their great fables could afford. Then even if they managed to earn a new great fable now, they would still be losing out at the end anyway. From their perspective, getting annihilated by the apocalypse dragon or by the storm of probabilities aftermaths was just about the same now. Through her blood-stained, dried-up lips, Han Suyang spoke. "Damn it, I shouldn't have been worried about Kim Dokja." Worried about me? For a moment there, she thought she felt a certain sense of refreshment enter her. And soon, a familiar power enveloped her and Zhang Huiwen's backs. Han Suyang grumbled loudly. "Are you finished writing your will? What are you on about? Nebula Kim Dokja Company is supplying you with probability. In Starstream, probability was one's wish, a dream, a desire not to give up until the end on the story that everyone else had given up on already. The ardent wishes of a small number of people who hadn't given up on the scenario were supporting them now." Han Suyang bitterly smiled. "How foolish, why didn't you all run away then? Where can we even go, anyway?" E.G. Hai advanced forward while firing the cannons of the Turtle Dragon. The battleship built with futuristic technology, and its hard exterior blocked the intense heat wave instead of Zhang Huiwen's and Han Suyang's crumbling bodies. Great Fable Next City is crumbling away. E.G. Hai writhed in pain as she tried to endure against the flames all by herself. No matter how powerful Turtle Dragon was as a fable weapon, it was never designed for this sort of situation. Han Suyang cried out in despair. "Damn it. Doesn't matter who it is, just hurry up and help. There are lots of you with fire attributes, right?" Unfortunately, not a single one in the night sky replied to her. The absolute majority of constellations are watching the Nebula Kim Dokja Company. The absolute majority of constellations are evacuating from the intense heat wave. Constellations of the final scenario are watching this scenario. Weak constellations were too occupied with running away, while the truly strong ones seemingly didn't want to miss this grand show. Is it really only us? Turtle Dragon's external layer melted away, and Yu Yunghaya quickly carried the unconscious E.G. Hai on his back as he continued to activate Furious Flame Godblade. The intense heat wave that managed to burn everything away in the surroundings began flooding their position once more with a scale they couldn't possibly defend against this time. Not even Uriel, not even the Black Flame Dragon, not even the Maritime War God, not even Kyrios and that Yu Yunghaya. "Thank you for holding on until now." And then Kim Dokja spoke up. "It's fine now. I was confused a bit earlier. Well, it was my first time doing it, that's why." Before Han Suyang could ask what he was talking about, something suddenly rose up from the ground behind her. That was where Kim Dokja had been squatting earlier. There was a hexagram of darkness spread out widely on the ground, and something was being summoned through that very hexagram. Quaqua quaqua. A gigantic frame began blocking the incoming heatwave Hedon. Han Suyang's brows rose up high. Pluto? That something turned out to be the giant soldier Pluto. However, it was no ordinary Pluto either. There was no way that it'd be able to withstand that intense heat even if it was the giant soldier. Qua. The one riding inside Pluto was blocking the wave all alone when various fable-grade constellations had failed to endure it previously. Han Suyang saw the chilling, dangerous-looking scythe held by the giant soldier and instantly figured out who it was. The thing was, the fable weapon Pluto didn't originally belong to Kim Dokja. Great Fable Underworld has begun its storytelling. Even if it was a story where only a handful wished to see, the scale of probability changed depending on who that handful of people was. And the existence that appeared now was a grand being who could handle such probability all by himself. Constellation, father of the rich knight, has incarnated into the scenario. He was the constellation that protected Olympus' hottest hell. The myth-grade constellation, Hades, had descended on the battlefield with Underworld in tow. Episode 77. Final Dragon, 4. Finn. Chapter 408 Final Dragon, 5. The dark but warm current of air approached us from behind. Since I knew whose status that was, a subtle little grin automatically formed on my lips. To make Underworld be responsible for the probability needed for summoning. I'm still at an age where I'd like to rely on my parents, you see. I heard that youths of the Korean peninsula become independent early in their lives, but I guess I was wrong. I recalled the day I left the relative's place for lodging in a hostel. I was 17 back then. I shrugged my shoulders and smiled. Well, a young man like myself is needed to keep the balance, you know. Constellation, Queen of the Darkest Spring, has incarnated into the scenario. Abruptly, a corner of my heart began tingling just a little. I ended up remembering the empty spots reserved for my parents during school events, back when I was still a student. I always wondered how my friends felt back then. What did it feel like, having someone fill up those spots, having someone who'd come to you when you called out to them? Constellation, Queen of the Darkest Spring, has unleashed her status. And now I thought I could finally understand what they felt back then. Persephone stood beside me and while looking at Hades blocking the intense wave of heat, spoke. But we agreed that it's my turn to ride Pluto this time, him and his short fuse. The heat blocked by Hades spread out like ashes in the air. Perhaps realizing that a powerful opponent had appeared, the Apocalypse Dragon strengthened its momentum as well. Qua. Pluto at the far front was getting slowly pushed back as it continued to deal with the intense heat. That made sense, though Hades was yet to fully unleash his status. Constellation, father of the rich knight, is wobbling as he looks back at his wife. I told you that it'd be not possible with you alone, didn't I? Constellation, father of the rich knight, is looking at his wife with an unfortunate expression. Judging from the unfolding situation, I could more or less tell what was going on here. On the armor of Pluto, with Hades inside, fables were wiggling about and going on a rampage. Fable, listening to one's wife would get you teok even when you're asleep, has begun its storytelling. Persephone sighed grandly and raised her hands up as if to conduct a concert. And right afterwards, small, musical note-like objects began floating up from the tips of her fingers. Like the introduction of a classical piece, the fable started opening up. Constellation, Queen of the Darkest Spring, is mobilizing Underworld's probability. Hades wasn't the only ruler of Underworld. Indeed, Persephone was not queen consort, but the queen regnant, meaning these two possessed an equal amount of shares of Underworld. Hades' attributes were darkness and fire. The guardian of Olympus night and hell was finally rousing up his true status. Constellation, father of the rich knight, is unleashing his status. For a moment there, an incredible impact force akin to my entire body being smacked around overwhelmed me. I wobbled about, my vision dizzily shaking around, but still, I raised my head to see Pluto standing up there like an incarnation of darkness and fire. Final Scenario's constellations are very dissatisfied. Final Scenario's constellations are keeping a wary eye on Father of the Rich Knight. Final Scenario's constellations are complaining about Underworld's interference. A high number of constellations are impressed by the participation of Father of the Rich Knight. Quaqua. Agni from Vedas was dead, while the constellations tasked with dealing with fire from both Asgard and Emperor had run off quite some time ago. As for Surya, he was using the rays of light from himself to generate something similar to flames and continue his fight that way, but half of his fable had disintegrated already. This was the power of the calamity that hundreds of constellations couldn't stop. And Hades was blocking that calamity by himself. Hades, hasn't it been a while since you completely cut loose like this? Hades roared out, and Persephone continued her vigorous conducting in sync with his roar. Fables flowing out from her hands permeated into Pluto's entire frame. This was the power of Underworld, having long been obscured under Olympus' shadow. They were finally proving themselves. Fable weapon, Pluto, is using the star relic Aegis shield. Constellations from Olympus also added their powers as well. Athena lent her own shield, while others sacrificed probability of their own great fables to lend their strengths. Up until now, I always thought that the constellations of the night sky weren't all that impressive. But then, I realized for the first time ever today that my thoughts should change. Many constellations are grateful for the King of Underworld's incarnation. The absolute majority of constellations are respectful of Father of the Rich Knight. The absolute majority of constellations are singing the praises of Queen of the Darkest Spring. Now that I've gotten to witness Hades valiantly defending against the destruction of the world, I could truly appreciate what myth was for the first time in my life. The willingness to risk his life when confronted by the world's doom, maybe. That was the epic of heroes that the first generation of Dakibis wanted to show to the constellations. Why are you so dazed like that? It's not over yet, so get your act together. I looked back to find Yu Hyuk and his stiff expression glaring at me. He too had been sacrificing himself for the greater cause. What would he be thinking of right now as he watched Hades? Ha ha ha, hey, subway grasshopper man. This is my true power. Kiki, kikik. Kim Namwon's voice came out from Pluto's head. So he was also there, wasn't he? Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is enjoying Pluto's madness. Yup, definitely a couple from the original storyline. Second phase will come to an end soon. In any case, the current situation was favorable for us. The flames of the intense heatwave decreased at a rapid rate, and Hades was ably defending against that. Pluto's durability seemed more than enough for the job at hand, and the number of constellations adding their probability also was increasing bit by bit. How long passed by like that? Finally, the flames of the intense heatwave were extinguished. Second phase has concluded. Congratulations. You have safely negotiated the second shockwave of the first tail flick. We were able to withstand this phase all because everyone worked together. If Zhang Hui-won and Han Suyong didn't try their best, if E.G. Hai didn't charge forward with her battleship, if the Underworld's couple didn't arrive on time, if just one part of that was missing, then we couldn't have stopped it. The absolute majority of constellations are enjoying this great fable. Final scenario's constellations are uncomfortable with this great fable. Finally, we had managed to survive 2 out of the 3 phases. All phases of the first tail flick needed to be subjugated at the beginning in order to minimize the damage. If this was back in the original story, dozens of nebulas would have been destroyed by now and at least 1/8 of the sky crumbled away to oblivion. And some spare time to get ready for the last phase should be given to us again. Kugugugugu. Dokjasi. Over there. I quickly looked back after hearing Zhang Hui-won's voice and discovered something flooding out from the apocalypse dragon's tail. But the intense heatwave phase had come to an end already? This couldn't be. Metatron spoke up as if to put a voice to my thoughts. It's a lot quicker than expected. Scenario's probability is being adjusted due to the entrance of myth-grade constellations. Scenario's probability has increased the phase progression speed. Third phase will begin in 30 seconds. As if to stop the start of the phase, Hades used his status to pressure the apocalypse dragon. Even Persephone and other constellations were looking really concerned right now. My son. If the third phase got underway now, then not even Hades would be able to stop it. His attributes were darkness and fire, meaning he was not a suitable constellation to defend against the third shockwave. I asked Metatron, how long until the seal is complete? I'm not certain if it can be done in time. A faint trace of despair seemed to have dyed the Archangel's expression. He must have been in the middle of finally realizing what he had done. I shall buy us time. It was Michael who said that he had been saving up his status up until now. Maybe he was stimulated by Hades' actions earlier, because he began unleashing all of his status and flapping his wings. He was half good and half evil. Metatron looked at the fable appearing on Michael's face and spoke up. Demon King of Salvation. I'm sure you know this already. The third shockwave can only be resisted by existences possessing the power of chaos. The shockwave began stirring in the distance. The previous 2 shockwaves we had experienced were, technically speaking, not real shockwaves but simply the harbinger of the third wave. What we were about to face off against now was the true first tail flick itself. Metatron asked, you also have someone on your side with the power of chaos, don't you? I scanned my companions as well as other constellations. Honestly speaking, there was no point in doing that. Not even Yu Hyuk could use the chaos attribute. Because chaos was not an attribute but more like an anti-attribute, that was why. Now originally, chaos was not a power constellations or demon kings were permitted to enjoy. Power of fruit of good and evil is wiggling inside you. But then, I was both a constellation and a demon king, an existence that couldn't be categorized as either. A demon king who had consumed the fruit of good and evil. It should be possible with you. I nodded my head. The nature of chaos was disorder. If it was me who went against the order of both, it'd be possible to go up against the power of chaos too. It was then, someone grasped my shoulder. I can also do this. Hui-wansi. I saw the ring of chaos within Zhang Hui-wan's eyes. Her hair, now bleached pure white, slowly danced upwards under the mysterious and ominous aura. I instantly realized what she had awakened as. Very well, let's give it a shot. I then looked up into the sky. Actually, I had been searching for a certain constellation's presence in the night sky for a while now, but unfortunately, I couldn't sense it. If that guy helped us out, we'd be able to overcome this somehow. I even had a plan in mind for that, too. Third phase is commencing. It seemed that it was too late now. Demon King, King of the Corrupted Angels, is unleashing his status. Constellation, Savior of the Corrupted, is unleashing his status. One existence who possessed two modifiers. Michael displayed his true power and rushed towards the forefront. Indeed, those statuses were more than enough to make him feel confident about himself. Judgment Field. His speciality that almost wrung me to death in the past began stretching out towards the shockwave of chaos. It was the wall of judgment, bestowed onto this world through the divine grace. Quaqua. The so-called invincible field was easily shattered, however. Forget about defending against the wave, it couldn't even buy 1 second. Michael screamed loudly as he watched his judgment field shatter like glass. The calamity of the 89th scenario, the chaos shockwave that had far surpassed that of the original storyline, proceeded to crush Michael's body and utterly disintegrate him. Yu Jung-hyuk's voice resounded out from behind me. Dodge it. It seemed that Yu Jung-hyuk had realized something was off. This shockwave was definitely on another realm compared to the previous two. I finished making up my mind and was about to step forward. But then, Zhang Hui-won stood in my way. Hui-wansi, please shut up. I knew something like this would happen. Her back, turned towards me, didn't show any movement as if she knew what I was trying to do. Yi Hyun-sung's giant frame was still dangling on her back. I saw his sleeping face, having fallen into the steel-like slumber in order to protect someone. I opened my lips again. Hui-wansi, if someone must risk their life, then don't even try it. They'll really go crazy if you do. Fable, Demon King of Salvation, has begun its storytelling. Great Fable, Demon World Spring has begun its storytelling. As if resonating with her emotions, the two fables began telling their stories. They were acquired through experiencing similar circumstances. Stigma, Sacrifices will LV.8, is currently active. And this stigma was acquired by going through similar situations too. I was aware of how much this stigma hurt Zhang Hui-won. Even then, I still had to say it. If that wave isn't stopped here, Hyun-seongsai will die. I had to become more callous than anyone. There is a way to stop that. If you were me, Hui-wansi, what would you have done? I don't want to hear it, so please. Zhang Hui-won turned around, her eyes red with tears. Yes, you do have a way. I know already. You're someone like that, Dokjasi. You always have a damn stinking plan that only you know, and when you use it, you'll end up dying. I think you're mistaken about something. I'm not going to die. She didn't possess the skill, lie detection. Now is a different story compared to in the past. Hui-wansi, you and our other companions have changed. Yes? I've chosen to do this because I believe in you. That is why. I spoke while turning my head away. Hui-wansi, you must save me later. I used the powers of Way of the Wind and Lightning Transformation to blow her back to the rear. Kim Dokjae. The moment I greeted the shockwave rushing towards my face, I roared out in my true voice with everything I had. Surya. At the end of my roar, a train rushing forward from behind picked me up. As it was created in haste, the train looked rather bizarre, what with only its front portion existing. Let's go. As I sensed Surya's status supporting me from behind, the train set off. Great Fable, Torch that swallowed the myth, has begun its storytelling. The train used the Great Fable as its fuel to advance forward past the fragments of fables and towards the chaos shockwave. Quadadu-duck. Accompanied by the impact force akin to my entire body being shattered into pieces, the debris of the train flew about all over the place. Michael's half-destroyed incarnation body trapped within the storm was now looking at me. You bastard! I went past him and continued to press forward. It felt as if my consciousness was fading away. The fourth wall continued to issue warning bells, and all the fables I possessed screamed out in pain. They were shouting out in one voice that we couldn't withstand this. That we'd all die for sure. Beyond the shockwave that reverted all existence back to nothingness, I felt the apocalypse dragon's gaze land on me. You cannot stop this. I felt that gaze and smirked. You're right. I can't stop you. Well, you're not a mere life form that can be killed, but the calamity itself, after all. You're something that far exceeds constellations and demon kings. There was no way that a lone constellation could resist against such a calamity. However, I knew of another calamity of this magnitude. Constellations of Starstream have figured out your scheme and are freaking out. Final Scenario's constellations are greatly astonished by your plan. All Dakibis in the Bureau are looking at the scenario's probability. A scarcely believable amount of sparks exploded and went on a frenzy in the air. Simply trying to call out its name caused such a reaction. I let all the probability the constellations had gathered explode out into the open space, and called out the name of a certain creature one more time. A creature that, even though they knew its true name, no one would dare to invite to their scenario. Come. Beyond the shockwave, Starstream's outer space could be seen the storm of aftermaths produced by the misaligned probability was rushing in. The march of the gigantic fog of darkness began erasing the traces of stars and nebulas. I was overcome by shuddering powerful enough to nearly blank my mind as the giant eye on the far, far side of that seemingly infinite fog fixed its gaze on this side. I witnessed that thing back in the 73rd demon world a while ago. Back then, it was merely a clone. It was a different story this time, however. Indescribable Distance is looking down on final dragon of the Book of Revelation. The outer god born within the chaos, the greater calamity that brought about the destruction of my demon world, was now approaching the Isle of Reincarnators. Episode 77. Final Dragon 5. Finn. Chapter 409, Episode 78 Climax. John 1. TL. The Hanjiton is literally turn/revolve in isolation, however. It's actually the third letter of the Kisho Tenketsu/Jizungjianjial, a classic narrative structure of East Asian literature. This letter signifies twist or, in a more modern context, climax of the narrative. Every muscle on my body ached as if I had been thoroughly beaten up. I had blacked out for a second but regained my consciousness somehow. I vomited out fables and opened my eyes within the pitch-black empty space. I couldn't see a single thing nearby, but I already knew where I was. Indescribable Distance is glancing at you. The indescribable distance, also known as the nameless mist. I ran into this guy's clone back in the 73rd demon world. With nothing but the strength of a clone, this guy destroyed my demon world, and went on to break fable-grade constellations and transcenders alike. And here I was, right inside the mouth of one calamity that I dearly wished not to meet again. Kim Dokja thought to himself. This is the only way to stop the apocalypse dragon. Right. I was wondering why you were keeping quiet until now. In order to stop the world's calamity, summon yet another one. Only someone like the regressor Yu Junghyuk might come up with such an idea. I looked at the fourth wall's messages floating up in the air and chuckled wryly. Even then, Kim Dokja simply had to do it. The effects from the storm of aftermath still lingered in my vicinity. You have distorted far too much probability. You keep this up, and all the probabilities karma you've accumulated so far will blow up in your face. You know what that means, don't you? This was the probabilities karma that I had been accumulating until now. The retribution that constellations and dakibis had warned me about. There is no fable where something precious hasn't been lost. Every large, great fable found in Starstream was a story of loss. In order to awaken a hero, something must be sacrificed. While lovers and friends must lose something when trying to fulfill their love or friendship, someone had to lose something, and with that, fables would become complete. Kim Dokja hated that. I knew that one day, I'd be paying the price for not losing out on anything. That the time to pay for twisting stories around and distorting the probability would arrive sooner or later. And that was why Kim Dokja decided to use that. Such a chuchachit. More lumps of fable poured out of my mouth. This wasn't because the indescribable distance attacked me, no, it was the distorted probability's fault. The distortions of the world, saved up for the purpose of summoning an outer god, was trying to eliminate me from the scenario itself. Fable, Demon King of Salvation, is continuing with its storytelling. I managed to endure only because of my fables. They continued to whisper into my ears. They said that you're the Demon King of Salvation. You must save people. Just like how they did to Metatron and Agars, fables were whispering to me. Fable, King of Kingless World, is continuing with its storytelling. Great Fable, Demon World Spring, is continuing with its storytelling. Great Fable, Torch that Swallowed the Myth, is continuing with its storytelling. Even though I was inside the quaking fog of darkness, I still could sense what was happening outside. Final dragon of the Book of Apocalypse is bearing its animosity towards the indescribable distance. Indescribable distance is making its move. Thankfully, everything was unfolding according to the plan. The outer god showing up to devour me had discovered an even tastier prey, and it was now far too focused on preying on the final dragon of the Book of Revelation. The fight between calamities had begun. The final dragon versus the nameless mist. These two's mutual destruction was the hope of all the other existences. The most important thing was to buy enough time. Enough time for the constellations to reorganize themselves, for those damn stars to reform the nebulas befitting their lofty titles. Damage to your incarnation body is critical. Indescribable existence's status is eating into your context of modifier. Unity between fables is weakening. Starstream is stunned by your extraordinary achievement. Your own great fable is waking up. I heard something faintly resembling a song from afar. It was a melody I heard a long time ago. I wasn't sure whether that was my mother's, from my comrades, or from someone else. Except that, as I listened to that faint song, Fable, comrade of life and death, is continuing with its storytelling. I realized that I didn't want to die. Kugugugugu. One world was colliding with another. Kim Dokja, completely exposed to the apocalypse dragon's shockwave, was swallowed up by the jet-black fog of darkness. And now, it was no longer him dealing with the shockwave, but that horrifying outer god instead. The two powers born from chaos collided, and everything near their vicinity was sucked into nothingness. Constellation, guardian of Mandala, is gasping out. Thankfully, the collision location was much further away than it looked, so the companions still on the ground were spared. Complexions of most constellations were incredibly poor after having witnessed both the apocalypse dragon and an outer god. As if all those days where they roamed the heavens like kings were nothing but illusions, calamities that not even fable-grade constellations could handle were engaging in bitter warfare. Only then did the constellations of the night sky realize the truth that the end of the world was indeed right in front of their faces. For a certain someone, though, a person's sacrifice was a much bigger tragedy than the end of the world. Ajusini, Iji-Hai yelled out in sheer desperation and fired her cannons at the fog of darkness. Of course, none of the cannon shells could damage the main body of the nameless mist. One couldn't even tell where its body started and ended after all. Unfortunately, the companions were unable to control their overwhelming emotions. No, no, no. Shin Yusung fitfully cried out as if she had been inflicted with an illness of repeating the exact same words. And as if it was resonating with her emotions, the chimera dragon spat out one breath after another in the air. The eyes of Yi Gilyong standing next to them were half blurry, unfocused. As his entire body quivered, ominous demonic aura began oozing out from him. Contract. I will. I want. Will. And in front of these three, another three stepped forward. Facing the horrifying calamity that they had been dreading all along, each of the companions lost their reasoning in their own ways. Some let themselves go, falling to a flood of emotions, while others managed to hold on to their broken reasoning in some elaborate manner. Yu Yung Hayak unleashed his transcended form. Han Suyong was draped by the black flame dragon, and Zhang Huiwen had opened the eyes of Godslaying. Without giving anyone a chance to stop them, the three stepped forward at the same time, and they glanced at each other. Then, someone else did stop them from the front. It was Anna Croft. All of you, please stop. You mustn't break away from the battlefield. Nebula, Asgard, is currently commanding the battlefield. Anna Croft's voice, along with Asgard's great fable, managed to tie all three of them to their spots. Yu Yung Hayak's expression crumpled unsightly. Get out of my sight. This isn't what the Demon King of Salvation wanted. What the Demon King of Salvation wanted. Han Suyong's left arm was lit in black flames, as if there was no more need to listen here. Anna Croft quickly spoke. I've begun seeing bits of the future. The fables were now flowing within her eye of the great demon. It might be that this is because he has really done it. Anna Croft sounded genuinely impressed. She looked at the fierce battle of the two calamities taking place in the distant sky and spoke. To save this world, he really… God damn it. Who cares about saving the world and shit? We want to. His sacrifice is truly noble. Do you not understand what that means? You better shut your mouth. Han Suyong blew her top and roared out. Her scary aura managed to momentarily shut Anna Croft up. Why should Kim Dokja save this world? Why should that bastard sacrifice himself for such a stupid wasty-off time? Is this stinking world even worth saving? Her voice was cracking up from anger. It was a voice belonging to someone who had been suppressing her rage over and over again. The prophet looked at that face, and listened to that voice, and recalled a story from her past. The Demon King of Salvation also said the same thing once upon a time. Whether this world is worth protecting or not, one should wait and see first. Was it back during the Gourmet Association? The Demon King of Salvation once said that to her. Anna Croft knew very well what he meant back then. This world was one being ruled by Dakibis and constellations. She, too, created Zarathustras in order to change this world, after all. Anna Croft raised her head and looked at the sky once more. Even as a prophet, she couldn't tell if he was still asking that question of this world. However, he's over there right now. Some fables were to be proven not by words, but through one's actions. He has met you people in this world, has he not? For the first time ever, the three's expressions changed to something quite similar to one another after hearing her. Anna Croft continued on with a cautious tone of voice. Please have faith in me, the prophet. We need to save up our strength, and then aim for the moment when the two calamities fight each other and destroy themselves. Only then will our survival be guaranteed. Prophet, you think you're the only one who can tell the future. That was when Anna Croft realized something. Han Suyong's surrounding vicinity was overflowing with the fable of predictive plagiarism. The regressor Yu Yung Hayak was studying and observing the situation without rest through his Eye of Sage in the meantime. It wasn't only the prophet who could predict the future. These two also possessed insight far superior to others when it came to reading future events. Even then, they still chose to save Kim Dokja. Zhang Huiwen unsheathed her sword and spoke. I don't know anything about the future. However, I do know this. You said that you want to save this world? It's the same for me, too. Her determination manifested in the whitish flames billowing on the sword of judgment. That man is the world I wish to save. At the end of those words, all three of them dashed into the air. Not the probability of the great fable, and not even the pressure from a nebula could stop them from leaving. Anna Croft urgently reached out, but by then, they were already soaring towards the distant heavens. The thing that stopped them, though, was not a nebula nor probability. Han Suyong was the first one to discover that thing. What the hell? Son of a Kugugugugu. The equilibrium of the heavens was collapsing under the continued battle of the two calamities. The new problem had to do with the crumbling balance of the broken scale invading into this world. Isn't that? One of the constellations muttered out. Something hidden within the fog of darkness blanketing the skies wiggled and began separating itself. Not content with pressuring the apocalypse dragon, the indescribable distance, aka the nameless mist, had begun creating a clone from itself. A sickly yellow eye of terror revealed itself among the fog of darkness. Shin Yusung's shoulders began trembling non-stop, as if a nightmare of the past managed to creep back into her consciousness. She had seen that eye before. Incarnations who saw that eye would fail to hold onto their minds and eventually transform into creatures of the outer world. On that day, all existences of the industrial complex were rendered completely powerless in front of that calamity. However, there was someone here who remembered that day's events quite differently from her. It's slightly smaller than that day, I see. It was Chiak Junjiang. Episode 78. Climax 1, Fin. Chapter 410 Climax, John 2. Chiak Junjiang unsheathed his sword as he stepped forward. His fables, tempered on the Isle of Reincarnators, wrapped around him and rippled about like real muscles. Let us get going, small transcender. Kyrios climbed up on Chiak Junjiang's shoulder. They once worked together to fight the indescribable distance in the past. The latter leapt up towards the heavens, and Kyrgios, lightning transformation, danced on his blade next. And as the bright, pure white electrical current enveloped Chiak Junjiang's figure, he began glittering like a god of lightning. I, Chiak Junjiang, have been waiting for this day. A splendid status revealed itself. The enemy that his sword used to cut apart mountains and the seas couldn't cut was now right before him. He trained hard to perfect the incomplete fourth sword for this very moment. In order to fight against that sheer, immeasurable emptiness, he spent countless hours creating a sword skill. And this was the result. His fable, condensed tightly until it was almost ready to burst, was ignited, and Kyrgios' electrical current violently spun around in their vicinity. Constellations on the ground all looked up. One constellation and one transcender. As if to mock these two statuses, the clone of the indescribable distance opened its maws wide towards them. And just before the open jaw of the fog of darkness swallowed up the starlight, the fourth law, light gushed out from Chiak Junjiang's sword. Fourth sword that beheads the emptiness. The center of the fog slowly split apart just like the belly of a beast being sliced open. Something began leaking out from that exposed center. The yellowing eye protruding from the fog of darkness began to disintegrate while spewing out fables. Many constellations cannot take their eyes away from the martial glory displayed by Goryeos' first sword. The jaws of many constellations have fallen at this unbelievable spectacle. All the constellations on the ground were astonished by what they saw. Even if it was just a clone, their opponent was still the indescribable distance, the cleaner of Starstream and the calamity that devoured all distorted probability. The calamity widely known as undefeatable was cut in half by Chiak Junjiang. No one even managed to clearly catch the shape of that sword strike. Only Yu Jung-hyuk managed to recognize that attack. Even the man who previously sliced a star in half looked utterly stunned right now. The will-formed blade. The power to cut the world down with nothing but one's own determination, the pinnacle reputedly only reachable through training in martial arts. And Chiak Junjiang had reached that lofty height after becoming a constellation. There is no existence that cannot be cut down by my blade. Standing within the exploding light show, Chiak Junjiang watched the scattering fog and felt the sense of release wash over him. Just how long did he endure just to be able to cut that thing? That ecstasy of the moment, when he stepped into the realm of empty-mindedness and his will itself became the sword. The four-sword style's fourth sword that beheads the emptiness was the accumulation of all the martial arts he had mastered. He looked in Yu Jung-hyuk's direction and shouted out, "Now go, descendants. Go and bring Kim Dokjae." Unfortunately, he didn't get to finish what he was saying. An incredible impact force from behind managed to wreck his entire incarnation body. He fell like a meteor and crashed deeply into the ground. As his vision rocked unstably, he forced himself to look up, and that's when he realized what had happened to him. Someone began muttering near him, "Oh, dear Lord. Starstream might be finished at this rate." He couldn't understand it. Chiak Junjiang felt his body tremble uncontrollably. But how? I cut it down just now, so how? As if what happened a moment was all a joke. The giant eye in the sky was still looking down on him. There was more than one clone. So many, in fact, the whole sky seemed to be covered by them. Clones of the indescribable distance, dozens upon dozens of them, were descending to the ground in order to devour every living thing down below. Uwak, historical figure-grade constellations, overcome by terror, began running to the other side of the horizon. Unfortunately, the calamity also flooded in from that side as well. Krayak, fangs rising up from within the fog crushed the incarnation bodies of the constellations like the soft pulp of a fruit. There was no place to run nor hide now. Although slightly better than dealing with the apocalypse dragon's shockwaves, this situation was just as despairing, nonetheless. Everyone, calm down. You all saw it, didn't you? We can fight back against this creature. Dionysus shouted until his voice turned hoarse, but constellations simply couldn't fight together. Damn it! Constellations from Olympus had spent a considerable amount of their statuses while enduring against the two previous shockwaves and couldn't display their usual prowess now, and even Underworld had used up far too much of its probability and was searching for the right fable. At least, Uriel and the Black Flame Dragon were still putting up a good fight. Get lost, I said. Get the hell away from me, you stinking bastards. You Jung Hyuk, Han Suyong, and Zhang Huiwen unleashed their statuses, their backs pressed against each other. They were planning to continue fighting against the fog of darkness and rush towards where Kim Dokja had disappeared into as soon as an opening was created. However, no such gap opened up for them. At this rate, they would be wiped out before they even began rescuing him. God damn it. Isn't there anyone else? Isn't there any other friends of Kim Dokja still left somewhere? No matter how much Han Suyong racked her brain, she couldn't come up with anyone that could help. Both the statuses of the Black Flame Dragon and Uriel were gradually declining now. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is glaring at scribe of heaven. Constellation, abyssal Black Flame Dragon, says he still can't use the right hand of the void destruction. The fog of darkness had enveloped the Isle of Reincarnators, which was about the same as it having finished its preparation to devour this place whole. It was around then when the specks of light akin to a car's headlights shone from the distance. Along with loud screeching, something arrived by their side after breaking past the deflagration. A vehicle rather familiar to the members of Kim Dokja Company appeared from beyond the choking dust. ITLL get rather troublesome if you get injured here. You still have 3 more adverts you need to shoot for me, after all. The door to the X-Class Ferragini opened, and the gray-haired middle-aged man waved his hand with a smile. He wore a pink-colored polo shirt with images of pineapples etched on it, plus a torn pair of jeans. Han Suyong saw his outrageous fashion sense that simply didn't match the current battlefield, and her jaw fell to the ground. Mass production type maker? Several constellations fighting against the calamity began muttering to each other after hearing her. Mass production type maker? Is he a strong constellation? No, that geezer won't be of much help. I think I've heard about him before. Blinded by coins, he continues to pump out trashy fables. Han Suyong stared at that mass production type maker. He was supposed to be a fable-grade constellation, but contrary to his rank, the status she could feel was nothing to write home about. The mass production type maker chuckled good-naturedly. It seems that I come across as not all that reliable. His relaxed observation prompted Thor to stop chugging wine down his throat and shout back. Aye, Mr. Steady. Since you came, hurry and lend us a helping hand. We urgently need any help we can find, even from a geezer. But I didn't come here to fight. Then why the hell did you even come here for? Well, I was thinking of sponsoring some coins, you see. You mad geezer. What good will that do right now? Constellations couldn't hold their anger back and shouted out. If you showed up to spout nonsense, then get the hell away from here. A stinking old man blinded by coins. Strangely enough, the mass production type maker didn't show any signs of cowering. It was at that moment Han Suyong recalled a certain conversation she had with Kim Dokja in the past. While she was glancing at the mass production type maker chatting to Dakibis outside the recording booth, she asked him, "Hey, Kim Dokja, just who is that constellation? Anyway, he doesn't seem all that strong to me. Why are those Dakibis groveling before him like that?" Kim Dokja replied as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Because he's got a lot of coins. Like Kim Dokja back then, the mass production type maker was grinning brightly right now. I can't understand you young ones. Why do you all dismiss coins like that? Who cares about those consumables? Along with a spinning noise, a coin popped up on top of the mass production type maker's palm. It was just one single coin. Now look closely. Does this coin look like nothing more than consumable to you? Haven't you ever wondered why Starstream uses these coins as the standard trading unit? Don't you find that strange? What bullshit are you trying to say now? While staring at the clones that had encroached right before his nose, the mass production type maker spoke up. Let me give you a hint. Everything within Starstream is created through fables. In that case, what about coins, then? Is this the sign of senility? I'm busy, so stop talking to me. Constellations focused on shooting out their magical energy at the space around them, as if they no longer wanted to hear an old man's ramblings. Han Suyong, however, continued to listen even when still trapped in this urgent situation. And goosebumps broke out all over her skin. It was as exactly as the mass production type maker had said everything in Starstream was a fable. In that case, why was the trading unit of Starstream not fables but coins instead? Such a chuchit. An enormous amount of probability was welling up all round the mass production type maker. And as he was bathed in the influence of that probability, his own status was rising up explosively. That gobsmacking rate of increase shocked the constellations of both good and evil, and they all looked at the mass production type maker. A very old fable has begun its storytelling. The mass production type maker, he too was a constellation pursuing his own version of a single story. In that case, what was the he was pursuing after? What rules this world is neither good nor evil. It's capital. He then chucked that coin high up in the air. Yu Jung Hyuk saw it. So did Han Suyong and Zhang Hui-won. But none of them saw how much was written on that coin. And I possess more coins than anyone in Starstream. More specifically, they would have believed whatever amount was claimed to be written on it. If one wanted to create a miracle like that with coins, how much would one need to spend? Someone has spent a lot of coins. Fable materialism has begun its storytelling. A short while later, a deafening boom resounded out from the other side of the sky where the coin had disappeared to. Accompanied by the ripping sound, a doorway whirling about opened up there. It was a gate. A one-way gate has been generated. The gate that only the Dakibis and the Bureau could open up was actually opened by a mere constellation. Starstream's Bureau is looking at the probability of the applicable scenarios. Summoning has begun. Several humanoid shapes began appearing beyond the gate itself. With a relaxed face belonging to a holiday maker, the mass production type maker shrugged his shoulders. Oh, by the way, you guys were right about one thing. I'm terrible at fighting. Blinding rays of light exploded from the other side of the gate. The old man put a pair of sunglasses on as if he'd been expecting that and continued on. Instead, I can bring a few friends who are very good at that by doing this. Some people were being summoned to the battlefield through the gate. The first one to recognize them was Yu Jung Hyuk. Master? The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint and Transcenders were flying out of the gate now. There were several other familiar faces among the group beside her, too, such as the one invincible fist Yu Hosong. One of the most powerful beings on the Isle of Reincarnators had entered this scenario in order to lend them aid. The reason for the Breaking the Sky Sword Saints' belated arrival must have had something to do with persuading them to come here. However, Yu Jung Hyuk's expression didn't improve even then. Will they be enough to stop this calamity? There were dozens of Calamity's clones, each so powerful that fable-grade constellations couldn't even deal with a single one. No matter how powerful the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint and Yu Hosong were, this enemy was not something a group of Transcenders could overcome. But then, there was one more familiar face right at the end of the descending Transcenders. Seriously, now, should have helped us get here from the get-go, you know. It was Zhang Haiyang. A few companions shouted towards her, calling her over. She smiled embarrassedly and waved her hand back. Sorry about being so late. I was trying to persuade someone. Persuade? Zhang Haiyang couldn't continue on, however, because the entrance of new, powerful beings caused the clones of the indescribable distance to change the direction of their attacks. Nervousness quickly dyed her expression as she watched the outer god approach her location. Zhang Haiyang had seen those things back in the demon world. She knew very well that the current her couldn't even deal with a single clone. That was with only her own powers, though. Right in the next instance, a golden aura exploded out from her figure. An incredible amount of status was being unleashed with her as its center. Her golden locks spread out like waves and a slender golden headband appeared above her pale smooth forehead. And then, a beautiful golden-colored fur coat covered her entire body. She slowly opened her eyes to reveal the swirling ominous aura of golden gaze, fiery eyes. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is narrowing his eyes. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is surprised silly. Constellation, Gorios first sword, is sighing out. All neutral-type constellations can't hide their astonishment. Everyone present recognized the owner of that status. It was impossible not to. Zhang Haiyang extended her hand out and the world's heaviest staff found itself in her grip in the next moment. Boundlessly arrogant and aloof eyes glared at the azure sky, and every cloud in the world trembled all at the same time. Go and rescue Kim Dokja. Those words were not spoken by Zhang Haiyang. Constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, has incarnated into the scenario. Episode 78. Climax 3. Finn. Chapter 411 Climax. John 3. During her adventures on the Isle of Reincarnators, Zhang Haiyang utilized the unidentifiable wall several times. She used its first stage function, chat system, to engage constellations in conversation. Demon King of Salvationum. Why are you calling me like that? From a certain moment on, she even got to talk to Kim Dokja as if nothing had happened. 2. For a while there, she also wanted to deny that Demon King of Salvation equals Kim Dokja and ended up having a mental breakdown. But she had no choice but to come to terms with it now. The Demon King of Salvation Zhang Haiyang like so much happened to be Kim Dokja, and the dimwit Kim Dokja was none other than the Demon King of Salvation. She barely managed to accept that fact now. Of course, she hadn't 100% accepted it, though. I was talking to Demon King of Salvationum, so Kim Dokja should keep his mouth shut. Can't be helped, then. Don't say anything unnecessary, and just gimme the answers I want. What kind of answers are they? Now that he openly asked her that, the sorrow she'd been suppressing until now exploded onto the surface. Why don't you want me to join the Kim Dokja company? She always wanted to ask him that question. She watched her comrades use context of constellation and get to the next scenario, and was left behind along with the teachers at the rear of the scenario. She did want to go with them. She thought that it'd been nice if she could become one of those shining stars, too. Is it because I lack the qualifications? Maybe it's because I haven't been with Kim Dokja from the beginning of the scenarios. Zhang Haiyang remembered the times they shared during the revolution of the demon world as well as the Demon King selection fights. For the first time in her life, she experienced bliss during those moments, and now, they had become an indelible part of her. And that was why she thought that she too had become Kim Dokja's comrade now. But maybe she was simply deluding herself. I'd like you to live a free life. Zhang Haiyang's anger suddenly bubbled up after hearing his reply. She wanted to shout back and ask what kind of bullshit was that after they had come this far. But then, forcibly being transferred to another dimension and living in the demon world, neither of those were your choices, right? She couldn't argue with that. As if her breathing had come to a standstill, all she could do now was to read the incoming messages. Haiyanga, please live the life you want. Those words were coming from the Demon King of Salvation. Words of a high and mighty constellation, who was addicted to the fable of saving someone and periodically disregarded his own life. That was why these words were not from Zhang Haiyang's friend, Kim Dokja. His voice can't be heard anymore. The unidentifiable wall spoke to her. Even with the wall that allowed her to talk to any being in this world in an instant, she couldn't hear Kim Dokja's voice. He resolutely remained as the Demon King of Salvation, just like what she asked of him. Come on now. What do you want from me when you say stuff like that? That was why she wanted to hear Kim Dokja's voice. Unidentifiable wall is bearing its own name. That was why Zhang Haiyang was standing in this place. Unidentifiable wall is evolving into the wall of impossible communication. Second stage functionality of wall of impossible communication is now available. She unlocked the power of her new wall, persuaded all the constellations that could aid Kim Dokja Company, and brought them to this place. All for the sake of the life she wanted to live, and not for anyone else. Such a chuchit. The stupefied faces of the Kim Dokja Company members could be seen looking back at her. Zhang Haiyang shouted out, as the sensation of the status filling her head made her consciousness dimmer and dimmer. All of you wake up and get a move on. I can't stay like this for long. She shouted, her mind submerging deeper and deeper. The presence of a constellation was taking over her entire incarnation body. Wall of Impossible Communication is currently activating Impossible Longing LV.1. The impossible longing and ability of the Wall of Impossible Communication that allowed Zhang Haiyang to form a temporary sponsorship contract with a constellation, even though she had no sponsor backing. Constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is looking at his incarnation body. The prisoner of the golden headband, the great sage, heaven's equal Sun Wukong. According to Kim Dokja, one of the greatest constellations in the star stream itself. That great and noble constellation scanned the world with his aloof, arrogant eyes, and spoke in a lofty tone of voice. Now that I'm here, it's kind of annoying. Zhang Haiyang became dumbfounded by that and yelled out. Ah, but you said you'd help. And I even listened to your personal troubles, too. So hurry up, please. From her perspective, she couldn't help but be flabbergasted by this situation. But it wasn't as if she couldn't understand why the great sage, heaven's equal, said that. For some reason, his condition after incarnating into her body felt strange. Jujujujut. It was as if several different beings temporarily had become one creature, and his status felt unstable as a result. That annoyance he talked about might have something to do with that condition. However, that was his problem, not hers. If you don't keep your promise, then your hair will... I'm doing it. Look, I'm doing it. Sun Wukong replied in a voice full of dissatisfaction and grasped the Rui Bang. The status leaking out from his body caused several constellations to display their interest. Great Sage, it'll be a suicide trying to send them back. Even if it's you, and who you might be. Im Chiak Junjiang. As if to resist the Great Sage's status, Chiak Junjiang opened his chest wide. The former wordlessly studied the emotions etched in the latter's eyes, before throwing a question out. Hey you, do you know who this Master Sun is? Then, Chiak Junjiang needed a moment or two before realizing that this Master Sun was the way the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, referred to himself as. I'm well aware that you used to be a famous constellation in the past. Even then, well, yeah, sure. It's been way too long since this great me did something in a scenario. Hasn't it? Sun Wukong yawned disinterestedly, and after shrinking the size of the Rui Bang, he began digging his ear. Chiak Junjiang was about to blow his top from that arrogance. But then, Constellation, prisoner of the golden headband, is unleashing his status. Not just Chiak Junjiang, but the incarnation bodies of other constellations near him were blown away in the air. His eyes opened wide in shock after sensing the powerful presence that could make other constellations shrink away by simply releasing its status. Look! The sparks. One of the suffering constellations cried out in pain. Yung Haiyang's body with the Great Sage incarnated into it was now completely enveloped with an insane amount of sparks. It was not an odd thing to see probabilities sparks appear when constellations unleash their statuses. The actual problem here was the fact that this area was currently going through the 89th scenario. In an area that could deal with most types of probability, such a blinding show of sparks taking place meant. Now look! The sides of the 8 trigram, the Bagua, began spreading on all 4 cardinal directions of the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. Jian, Chan, Heaven/Firmament, Te Doi, Lake/Marsh, Yili, Heart of Fire, Jin Jun, Thunder, Sun Shun, Wind, Gam, Kan, Water, Gon, Gun, Mountain, Gon Kun, Ground/Earth. Those letters energetically spun around his Rui Jingu Bang, Rui Jingu Bong, and emitted swirling golden light rays. The clones of the indescribable distance detected that vigorous aura and began flooding towards him. Such a chuchachit. The probability sparks were the precursor to the approaching storm of aftermaths. As if they were pouncing on a tasty prey, the clones of the indescribable distance opened their maws all at once towards the Great Sage. There were a total of 5-6 of them. Never mind fable-grade constellations, even a myth-grade would find it difficult to deal with this many. However, the Great Sage didn't back down. The moment those vast fogs of darkness enveloped him, his entire figure suddenly lit up in the brightest golden rays of light. And then, his Rui Jingu Bang began piercing through the open-maud fogs along with the vicious whirlwind. Kadoo-doo-doo-doo. Not once did the indescribable distance get damaged after getting struck by a Lone Star relic until now. But then, the spinning wheels created by the Rui Jingu Bang increased in number to hundreds in an instant and began pounding on the clones, and quite shockingly, horrifying screeches resounded out from the fogs. Gurarurik. On top of that, one of the clones even tried to dodge the Rui Jingu Bang. Every constellation in the battlefield couldn't take their eyes off from the Great Sage's status as he dyed the sky in a spectacular shower of light and fought against the indescribable distance. That included Dionysus, Surya, and Chiak Junjiang. It's a technique of chaos. Hades immediately and accurately read the seditious power permeating within the Rui Jingu Bang held by the Great Sage. That power was neither good nor evil. It was a distinct Taoist technique that only the Great Sage, who had compiled unique fables for himself, could use. The Mi Ho Wang, handsome Monkey King, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, Qi Tian Da Seng, the victorious fighting Buddha, Dou Zhan Seng Fo, the prisoner of the golden headband, Sun Wukong, who continued to exist under many different names, was fighting now. And he was engaged in an ever-susmany battle against the calamities of the void, something that even Chiak Junjiang could only barely defeat by giving his all. As if they didn't want to lose to him, 2 constellations decided to pitch in right then. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is wringing out all of her true powers. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is roaring out as if he doesn't want to lose. These 2 statuses were being overlaid on top of the Great Sages. The black flame from the dragon and Uriel's hellfire were combined into one and caused the Ryu Jingu Bang to grow to an abnormal size. Fable forgotten under a lengthy period of time has begun its storytelling. And so, stars of good, evil, and neutral have gathered in one place. 3 kinds of statuses were combined to cause an explosion of a blinding flash. Gugu. The Ryu Jingu Bang, now boasting tremendous girth, slammed into the sky. The heaven and earth rocked violently, and the enormous shockwave distorted time and space itself. By the time the screaming constellations opened their eyes again, a huge hole had opened up in the sky once covered in the fog of darkness. The great sage spoke. And now go. 3 people didn't miss that opening and made their move. Yu Jung-hyuk used air steps to run in the air. Han Suyong rode on the shadow clone of the black flame dragon, while Zhang Huiwen borrowed the wings of the archangel to shoot up vertically. All 3 of them penetrated past the fog of darkness and breached the boundary of the sky in an instant. The moment they escaped the atmosphere, though, their movements dulled rapidly. The cosmic space created by the clashes between the indescribable distance and the final dragon of the Book of Revelation was filled up with an astonishing amount of fables chaotically swirling around. Koof! Blood trickled out from the corner of Han Suyong's lips at the unbelievable density of fables. Just sensing their presence alone was so painful that her body felt like it'd crumble away. Kim Dokja was somewhere in this space. Not too long afterwards, they located his trace, scattered around like breadcrumbs. Only by doing this will I be able to earn the proper climax. A broken fragment of Kim Dokja was floating aimlessly in the empty space. Zhang Huiwen was the first one to reach out as if she was catching a very small and fragile bird. She cautiously brought that fragment into her bosom. Was she mistaken in thinking that she saw the distant world Kim Dokja wanted to reach just beyond the full stop of that sentence? After catching that sentence and then another one, just like crossing a monkey bar, by continuously moving one step at a time, they would arrive at the end of this trail. Han Suyong spoke. I guess you're also a constellation now, Kim Dokja. All constellations were addicted to fables, and in order to reach that single fable they pursued after, they indulged themselves on every other type of fable available. And that was why they didn't have a true substitute of themselves. Because they had to create all fables by their own hands in the end. My companions will acquire a fable that should allow them to oppose any nebula out there. Even if that fable was meant for other people. God damn it! Since when did I ask you for this kind of story? The clones of the indescribable distance discovered the trio and rushed towards their location. Han Suyong shot black flame out from her hand, while Zhang Huiwen's sword of judgment activated Hellfire. Yu Jung-hyuk's, breaking the sky swordsmanship, sliced through the space and opened up the path for them. Normally, they shouldn't have been able to fight against this calamity. The only reason why they could was because of the star existing at the end of that path. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, is still activating Stigma. Sacrificial will LV.9. The Sacrificial will a deadly stigma that raised the combat capabilities of one's companions by risking one's life. After being strengthened by that starlight, Yu Jung-hyuk swung his sword. Zhang Huiwen unleashed more hellfire, and Han Suyong continued to punch over and over again. And eventually, they began sensing the faint presence of Kim Dokja, like the breathing of a dying man. His weakened fables were telling them of his current location. Such a chuch it. Suddenly, Uriel's and the Black Flame Dragon's status began dwindling rapidly. They had finally reached their limit, in other words. Constellation, demon-like Judge of Fire, is issuing a warning. Constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon says that he needs to use the bathroom and it'll be harder to use his powers. They finally spotted a pale, faint star on the far side of the thick fog of darkness. Yu Jung-hyuk and Han Suyong both saw it. It felt so desperately within reach, if only they could extend their hands out. Unfortunately, the path to that star was fraught with much danger. The number of clones rushing in continued to grow, and the pressure of the statuses surrounding them was getting heavier quite quickly. All 3 no longer had much magical energy left in them, as they had been flying like a one-way rocket with total disregard for fuel preservation. Kugugugugu. The distance towards the clones was getting shorter and shorter. If all 3 of them marched forward by breaking through all these clones, then never mind saving Kim Dokja, they wouldn't be able to return at all. However, what if they focused the remaining magical energy into only one person? There's only one way. All 3 of them stared at each other at the same time. They couldn't rescue Kim Dokja together, which meant that only one among them could reach that star. Episode 78. Climax 3. Finn. Chapter 412 Climax, John 4. While stuck inside the fog that blocked their view, Yu Jung-hyuk addressed his companions first. I shall be the one to save him. The dark heavenly demon sword in his hand began emitting the pure blue light. All of you are too exhausted, so it's only correct that I continue on. Transfer your remaining magical energy to me. That prompted Zhang Huiwen to unsheath the sword of judgment and speak. Your own condition is just as messy as ours. I should be the one to go instead. His brows quivered slightly. This would be the first time she came out this forcefully. Both of you better get out of my way. I alone am more than enough. And now even Han Suyong butted in. The gazes of the two locked in a staring contest shifted over to her. Their eyes so clearly implied, we get why we want to go. But what's up with you now? Causing her to pout unhappily. Why are you staring at me like that for? What, I shouldn't rescue Kim Dokja? I thought you didn't like Dokja si? Of course I don't like him. Now normally, she'd have dumped such annoying responsibility on Jung Hyok's shoulders. Unfortunately, she had a reason to step up this time around. Just as Kim Dokja rushed forward aboard Surya's train, a message from him flew in at her. That was why. Hey, you're going to rescue me, right? If only she didn't hear that message. Han Suyong grumbled inwardly and was about to open her lips to speak, only for Zhang Huiwen to snatch the initiative away. I'm sorry, but Dokja si personally asked me to save him. So I can't yield to you nor to this guy, not this time. What rubbish are you talking about? Kim Dokja asked me to save him. Stop lying. There's no way he'd ask you to do that. Arg, I'm not lying, it's the truth. You think I'm a habitual liar just because my job was a writer? Their gazes collided in midair. And at that very moment, Han Suyong was overcome with this rather strange feeling. Initially, she thought that Zhang Huiwen was lying in order to save that moron up there. But when she thought about it some more, this woman wasn't the type to lie about stuff like that. She abruptly turned her head to the side, only to find Jung Hyok forming a scary scowl. Hey, by any chance, you? With indescribable rage filling up his expression. He then began glaring at the distant star. It was at this point that Han Suyong finally realized something. Hang on, could this be? Could that bastard Kim Dokja? The star continued to faintly shine in the distance. It was almost as if she could glimpse Kim Dokja's smirking face there. Kugugugu. The hole in the sky the great sage had opened up was gradually filling back up. The clones hesitating in fear regained themselves and the fog of darkness was blanketing the world once more. And then, the noise from the Apocalypse Dragon's shockwave reverberated around like crashing waves. Constellations were jolted wide awake and they all looked up at the great sage. My bad. But I can't do that for the second time. I'm already breaking the rules as is. The great sage spun the Rui Bang around, and as if he found it all rather annoying, shrunk the pole to store it inside his ear. Nebula Emperor's promise has been invoked against the constellation, prisoner of the golden headband. The great sage that was pressuring the indescribable distance until now began scattering away. As if his body was being torn into several pieces, his clearest day status began crumbling away and right before the end, he issued one final message. Hey you lot, if you keep standing around looking dazed, you'll all die soon. Everyone attack. If we're pushed back now, we'll all die for sure. Dionysus and the constellations of Olympus had replenished their energy by then and unleashed their statuses towards the sky. Those from Underworld also stopped preserving their strengths and made their move as well. The Korean Peninsula's constellations concentrated their powers on E.G. High, and soon, Turtle Dragon-esque cannons fired blinding rays of energy. Some began fighting while some began resisting. It was not the same for everyone, however. Like falling meteors, stars from the sky continued to fall. Constellations from Vedas and Papyrus trying to escape stars with their modifiers already known, and those who weren't, were caught up in the battle for supremacy between the Apocalypse Dragon and an outer god, and were crashing to the ground as if to announce that the age of the stars was coming to an end. Metatron was looking up at the sky. The information Jopiel, the commander of the Crimson Cosmos, had sent from the 1863rd turn didn't mention any of this. Currently, both of his hands were occupied with creating the sealing tool to seal away the Apocalypse Dragon. This tool, created by gathering every fable of Eden as well as those belonging to absolute good. Jopiel said as thus, Scribe, you'll die using this, but the world will remember the good once more. She definitely said that. So how come? The target cannot be sealed. Even though the sealing tool was almost complete, the Apocalypse Dragon couldn't be sealed away. He didn't know why. He couldn't even figure out how and from where things went wrong, either. Was it due to reviving the dragon too early? Or could it be because the indescribable distance had interfered? Was the Demon King of Salvation the main culprit as he suspected? If they were all wrong, then maybe Jopiel. At the end of his vision, he saw Michael, inching closer to his death with half of his incarnation body gone. As long as Eden existed, he'd be able to revive, but with this, the nebula would disappear. Not just it, though, but even the entirety of Starstream would start crumbling away. Have you already given up? That's quite unlike you. Metatron looked back and his expression hardened instantly. Did you come here to kill me? You die anyway even if I don't do anything? So why should I even bother? The ruler of East Hell, Agars, cackled raucously before frowning a bit. Most ancient evil has begun its storytelling. With that message, Metatron realized why Agars had come back here. The Archangel spoke. For a short while there I was envious of you. Envious of the fact that you could so easily abandon the fable of evil and leave just like that. Lying is one of the virtues of evil. Have you forgotten that already? Agar's laughed again, sounding as if he was sick and tired of it. Metatron understood the meaning of that laughter better than anyone. The good and evil they might be on the opposing sides, but they understood each other better than anyone else in this world. They would not be able to escape from this fable until their dying moments, because this fable was already them by now. Most ancient good has begun its storytelling. Most ancient evil has... Shut up. Just how long will this stinking story continue its beginning crap? Agar scowled after seeing the fables rise up. Most ancient evil is quietly staring at the ruler of East Hell. It's about time you stop, don't you think? Agar shoved his hand into his inner pocket and pulled out a rolled cigarette. Accompanied by the cheek noise, the cigarette was lit on fire and the smoke spread around in the air. The number of stars falling continued to increase and the clones of the indescribable distance began to devour all the fallen constellations. And from afar, the apocalypse dragon's roar could be heard, too. What a spectacular scenery this is. It's the ideal stage to end this long, dragged-out fight. The leaders of the good and the evil stared at this spectacle. The tragedy taking place here all began with these two. It was around then that they heard a bizarre noise coming from behind. A clone had snuck closer without being detected and had its maw wide open in Metatron's direction. Demon King, the ruler of East Hell, is revealing his status. Kadoodoo. The clone rushing in to rip and devour the archangel at any second faltered and stopped moving. Agar's hands reached out and grabbed hold of the clone's mouth, trying to shut close. He was none other than the Demon King ranked second in the hierarchy. Out of the current crop of Demon Kings, he was the only one capable of contending for supremacy against a myth-grade constellation. Agar spoke while chewing on the cigarette. What are you blankly looking at? Were you planning to become a martyr or something? Although it was only for a brief moment, I did think that maybe that's not such a bad idea. You should finish the things you've started first. I'm telling you to finish the great war of saints and demons properly as befitting the high and mighty scribe of heaven. It's impossible. The power of the apocalypse dragon is far greater than I expected. Using the wall's power should be sufficient. Even resorting to that power isn't enough to seal the apocalypse dragon away. I figured as much. However, you'll still be able to save the ones here. After all, the wall exists to protect something, doesn't it? Those words caused Metatron's eyes to tremble. Comma. What are you talking about? You always needed to be told twice before you could understand. Agar's was there, still pouring out the vicious status towards the clones. Metatron had fought against that Demon King for a very long time. Even then, he had never seen that kind of an expression from the latter before. At that moment, good and evil looked at each other. The Demon King's eyes looked at the other dying Demon Kings and Archangels. Wouldn't good and evil be able to carry on to the next generation only after these fools are saved from this mess? That is a funny thing for a Demon King to say. I'm only saying it now, but to me, you don't look much like an Archangel yourself. Metatron heard Agar's sullen voice and couldn't help but feel strange. Why did the demon he fought against for such a long time feel so close today? Were their current actions for the sake of good or for evil? Metatron couldn't tell. But he was sure of one thing. Fable of the most ancient good and evil is looking at you. Even if they had become the fable itself, what they chose to do now wasn't because fables told them to do so. I can't do this alone. I know. Wall that divides good and evil is violently shaking. With one wall between them, the representatives of good and evil extended their hands towards each other. Even if we save them here, we still can't stop the apocalypse. I also know that. Agar's placed his hand on top of the sealing tool Metatron had created. But then, that's not a problem we should worry about. The Archangel and the Demon King held each other's hands. With that, the sealing tool emitted blinding rays of light and began expanding at a rapid pace. And soon, it couldn't be called a tool anymore but a large ship instead. Kugugugugu. It was an ark that once upon a time protected all beings above ground from the destruction of a world. A mythical vessel that descended to the world in order to protect life itself against the Great Flood. Metatron spoke. Evacuate the constellations. Understood, scribe. The master of the ark standing among the constellations heard Metatron's call and took command of the vessel. The surviving Valkyries began helping the constellations and incarnations in the near vicinity to board the ark one by one. However, Metatron and Agar's had to support the ark's fable and couldn't board it themselves. It wasn't only those two who knew that fact, unfortunately. You've done something quite foolish, O ruler of the East Hell. Asmodeus. Not even giving him time to say something, Asmodeus' claws penetrated deeply into Agar's heart. Even then, the latter's expression remained unflustered as he stared at the face of impending death. Looking displeased by that expression, Asmodeus spoke. Why don't you give up the wall to me now? You no longer have the qualifications to represent evil. The claws sunk in even deeper and dug out Agarus' innards. Pitch-black fables dripped out as the Demon King spoke. What a persistent bastard you are. Why do you desire the wall this badly anyway? Do you honestly believe that you can become a god by possessing the wall? I know very well that possessing it won't turn me into a god. However, at the bare minimum, I'd become one of the cowards belonging to the final scenario. I see. So, you knew about the final scenario, didn't you? Agars chuckled bitterly. But then, madness suddenly brushed past his eyes. Sorry, but you can't become the owner of that wall. That's not for you to decide. Besides, when you die, your wall will ... You see, I've already handed my wall over to someone else. That sort of a ... It was then, Asmodeus' shoulders suddenly flinched. Through the instincts of a demon king, it realized that what Agars had said was true. Just to who? Well now, that's something for you to find out. Asmodeus roared out in anger and its claws pierced into Agarus' neck. As the fragments of fables splattered around like real blood, the latter looked up into the sky. Isn't this quite beautiful, Metatron? This is our end. The duet of good and evil dimly continuing on was now flowing within the night sky of the apocalypse. He saw the cascading meteor shower and grinned brightly. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, is currently activating sacrificial will LV.9. That's really pissing me off. Seriously, I can't even switch that off either. Han Suyong panted angrily and shouted out loudly. Still stuck inside the ever-expanding fog of darkness, the three of them were fighting against the clones that seemed to increase in number with every passing second. They knew that Kim Dokja was just beyond here, but it was impossible to break past this fog of darkness with the remaining magical power each of them had. So, the best thing they could do under the circumstances was to concentrate their energy into one person right now. Even though they knew that the trio didn't want to yield. If it was simply about Kim Dokja's sake, then it wouldn't have mattered who went there. While looking at the distant star faintly flickering away, all three of them were thinking the same thing. The odds of the one heading towards that star dying were very high. The fog of darkness was getting heavier and thicker, and the apocalypse dragon's shockwave was also getting more violent as well. Kim Dokja was still alive. However, the odds of saving him were low. And even if he was rescued, they'd still die alongside him anyway. And so, this bickering wasn't about choosing who gets to save him, but to find the person who'd die for someone else instead. Both of you know this already, but I cannot die, said Yu Yung Hyuk first. Zhang Huiwen knew what he meant by cannot die and was about to get angry. But then, Han Suyong was a step faster than her. You need to think about this carefully, Zhang Huiwen. You aren't going to die alone, remember that. Right then, Zhang Huiwen felt the weight of the cross on her back. She had nothing to retort back with. If she died here, then the person on her back would die as well. In that case, you take over Haiyan Xiangsai for a... Zhang Huiwen. Behind you. She reflexively looked behind her after hearing Han Suyong's yell. However, there was nothing there. The moment she went, someone pushed her from behind, and while staggering ungainly, she fell back towards the ground below. By the time she unfurled the Archangel's wings to stop her fall, the figures of both Yu Yung Hyuk and Han Suyong had grown so far away. Damn it. What's the mea? Stop, both of you. After seeing the two hurriedly grow distant without even bothering to receive her magical energy, she instantly figured out what they were trying to do here. And because she knew now, there was simply no way that she'd suppress her emotions welling up. Kim Dokja asked her to save him. However, in order to do that, she couldn't chase after those two. Ariel. She swallowed back her boiling emotions and extended her hand out. The magical power of an archangel reaching out from her hand pierced past the darkness and formed blinding wings on the backs of the flying duo. It was right then. She felt a powerful throb on her back, coming from a certain someone's heart. It palpitated powerfully, as if he had something to say. Zhang Huiwen replied. Me too, Haiyan Xiangsai. She watched the two arrows of light traverse through the space and get further away, and then, at the faint, weak starlight waiting for them just beyond their reach. She bit down on her lower lip as if she was enduring against something. But, I think it's not our turn yet. Episode 78. Climax 4. Finn. Chapter 413 Climax. John 5. I remained within my crushed consciousness as fables continued to send whispers in my direction. Fable, Demon King of Salvation, is continuing with its storytelling. Yes, I'm still listening. I haven't fallen asleep. Fable, King of a Kingless World, is sustaining you. I endured on while eating the fables I lived through like a newborn chick being fed. After every sensation from my skin and joints disappeared, it felt as if time had stopped moving. It was like a clock tasked with maintaining my inner balance was broken. Final dragon of the Book of Revelation is letting out a violent roar. Indescribable darkness is glaring at final dragon of the Book of Revelation. The contest of strength was still going on outside. A face-off, one calamity against the other. I could sense the vibration from the shockwave spreading from far away, even inside this fog. Although the status remained strong, the size of the vibration was gradually weakening. As I expected, it seemed that the indescribable distance was in a superior position. The apocalypse dragon was so strong that it surpassed all possible imaginations, but as a calamity, it had woken up from its seal not too long ago. It'd not be quite enough to contend with the indescribable distance that had been drifting around in the star stream for a long, long time. So, the balance of power would slowly tilt towards the latter. The problem would be with its clones, though. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint 3rd stage is activating. I planned to not use this power on my comrades. Unfortunately, I didn't have any other choice in my current situation. Such a chuchachit. Accompanied by the pain akin to my head being crushed, dim, indistinct images floated up to my view. The white noise was pretty intense, perhaps due to the worsening damage to the fables, but I could still just about make out the contents somehow. Go and save Kim Dokja. The chaotic battlefield appeared before me. And then, I saw the Rui Bang rocking the skies of that battlefield as well. He did come. Golden-colored thin fur danced entrancingly in the air. Zhang Haiyang, ably enduring the advent of the great sage, was releasing her newfound status towards the sky. The black flame dragon and Uriel were helping her out, and behind them I also saw Kyrios and the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint, too. Hades and Persephone were protecting my companions from the clones. The mass production type maker was busy loading the collapsed constellations in his Zgrade Ferragini comma. And soon, a huge explosion noise resounded out from the center of the battlefield, and a gigantic ship suddenly made its appearance. This is the sign of the covenant I am making between me and you and every living creature with you. A covenant for all generations to come. TL. Genesis 9 verse 12. The fable of the Ark as written by Eden began dyeing the battlefield. It seemed to me that Metatron had come to a decision. Indeed, he must realize that sealing the apocalypse dragon away would be too difficult at this point. A juicy. Shin Yu-sung and Yi Ji-hai aboard the Ark were looking up at the sky. The former was supporting Yi Gil-yong, who seemed to have blacked out. It was her duty to stop the boy from going on a rampage, and thankfully my incarnation seemed to be performing her duty admirably. Constellations and incarnations had evacuated onto the Ark, and then, I heard the sound of the island collapsing. Constellation, guardian of the mandala, is looking at you. I thought that a faint outline of the Buddhist rosary had appeared before my eyes, and that was when I heard his true voice. Oh dear child, it has finally come to this. I could only smile weakly towards him. You knew this would happen already. The 108 rosary beads that appeared before my eyes began emitting wondrous light. Sakyamuni must have predicted this moment as soon as I appeared in his radar. To him, the flow of time wasn't in a straight line but actually one giant circle. He might not know of the detailed information on the future, but through the events of the past, he was able to read the present. The history of this island comes to an end here, and things will get rather busy from now on. I already knew why he'd get busy thanks to the ways of survival. The rosary beads vibrated all at once as they became whiter and whiter. Soon, this island would be closed. And just like what happened tens of thousands of years ago, this island would seal the apocalypse dragon once more. This island would become a giant rosary that contains the apocalypse dragon. Please allow my companions on the Ark to escape from the island. The rosary before me emitted a faint trace of light. It was a sign of agreement. However, you can't be saved, my child. I nodded my head. I thought as much. Well, I was stuck right in the middle of the apocalypse dragon and the nameless mist, after all. Oh, dear child. I pray for stories. His true voice was swept up by the shockwave as well as the wave of the fog of darkness and got erased. My whole body began shuddering like a lone leaf in the wind. The rate of my fragmented fables disintegrating was speeding up. Curled up even more. I was almost there. If I endure this part, then Kim Dokja Company would acquire a brand new great fable. We'd be able to meet the condition of climax, John, that leads us towards the final scenario. Fable, King of Kingless World, has stopped its storytelling. But then, fables began cutting out one by one. Fable, Returnee's Disciple, has stopped its storytelling. Fable, Gourmet Association's Heretic, has stopped its storytelling. It became harder to breathe and my vision grew dimmer. Fable, One Who is Loved by an Archangel, has stopped its storytelling. I knew that everything would be over if I lose my consciousness here. Fable, One Who Hunted the King of Calamity, is curling up. Fable, One Who Murdered an Outer God, is resisting. That was why I desperately held on to my consciousness. I filled my head trying to get away from me with intimately familiar words. Right, let me recall the ways of survival. For some extraordinary reason, though, what appeared in my mind wasn't the contents of the Ways of Survival, but my life during my middle school years. Memories of me sneakily using the PC without the knowledge of my cousins to read the Ways of Survival, or when I was doodling on the corners of the school textbook. Memories when I transcribed the contents of the novel on a notebook, or when I drew up the chart of the power scale of all the characters. Dokja, would you like to become a writer when you grow up? A teacher asked me that after discovering my doodling. I replied that what I wanted to become wasn't a writer, but a reader. The teacher formed a strange expression after hearing that, but eventually smiled back at me. That's not such a bad idea. Because a book needs a reader to be complete, you see. That teacher who said that to me passed away 4 days later due to a car accident. That was life. I knew that. I knew that life was not some story. Fable, Demon King of Salvation, has stopped its storytelling. However, even still, Fable, Companion of Life and Death, is continuing on with its storytelling. I would have liked this life to become a story. I want to live. I reached out, but there was no sense of anything. From afar, something was breaking past the battlefield of the Apocalypse Dragon and the Outer God to approach my location. Although it was an incredibly faint general outline of a person, I recognized who it was right away. Starstream is acknowledging your stunning achievement. You have acquired a new great fable. Warm rays of light leaked in from somewhere and enveloped my body. Just as I tried to say something, a voice came to me from somewhere. I want to save him. I definitely want to save him. Han Suyong bit her lips hard enough to draw blood and thought to herself over and over again. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, is currently activating Will to Live LV.1. Anyone who heard that message would think the same as her. It wasn't from just anyone, but from that Kim Dokja. Still not too late. Han Suyong heard Yu Jung Hyok's words and wiped the blood trickling down her lip before forming a grin. I've never yielded to anyone in my life before. I know that you've reached your limit. You talking about yourself? I can endure longer than you. Kim Dokja wasn't too far from them now. However, both time and their situation didn't look good at all. The forward momentum Zhang Huiwen added earlier could only take them this far. With their remaining energy, they were unable to fight against the clones nor break past that thick fog of darkness. Kugugugugu. From Han Suyong's bandages, now unwrapped, a mixture of blood and fables flooded out. Her complexion was now incredibly pale. Yu Jung Hyok spoke. Are you planning to meet a dog's death here? It's just that I can't trust you 100%, that's all. Something cold flitted in and out of Yu Jung Hyok's eyes just then. She still asked him, though. You know that I possess lie detection, right? Of course. Do you really consider Kim Dokja as your comrade? You're asking an unnecessary question. I know that the two of you went through all sorts of crappy scenarios and built up some sort of a bond in the process. But, separate from all that, there is something I still can't wrap my head around, you see. Unlike what she said earlier, she didn't activate lie detection during her speech. You originally didn't have any allies and stuff like that. But you've changed so much after entering this regression turn. That's why I can't trust you. You used to forsake your allies all for your great cause, so why are you trying to rescue Kim Dokja now? Yu Jung Hyok's gaze met Han Suyong's. It had been such a long time since she last saw him in a pitch-black darkness that for a moment there, she involuntarily ended up shuddering. It was possible that she had touched something she shouldn't have. Because she didn't know much about Yu Jung Hyok's regression turns to begin with. He replied to her. Once these scenarios come to an end, there is something I must confirm with Kim Dokja. One couldn't read any emotions or thoughts from his face. That was like his version of despair, maybe his rage or even his hellish loneliness. Or it was possible that none of that belonged to Yu Jung Hyok but to Han Suyong herself instead. And that is why, until then as things stood, there was only one truth she could glean from what he said. Okay, so you're planning to keep him alive, is that it? She looked to her right hand as she finished speaking. Black flame, burning in darkness, waited for her there. The very last drops of her magical power were drawing on her hand. You better keep your promise. If you can't save him, then... Her burning gaze landed on Yu Jung Hyok next. Her small palm touched his back, and then, an intense storm of magical energy whipped up. Just drop dead and go to the next turn. The black flame dragon's grace extending out from her arm permeated into Yu Jung Hyok. For a moment the magical energy from Zhang Huiwen and Han Suyong combined in that instance to create wings of light and darkness just beyond his black coat. Gwa. Yu Jung Hyok grasped the dark heavenly demon sword tightly as he crossed the vast emptiness. He was able to cross the fog of darkness he couldn't possibly traverse with his own powers alone with the aid of Zhang Huiwen and Han Suyong. Grace of the constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is permeating into you. Grace from the constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is permeating into you. Even then, his magical power reserve continued to fall. The density of the fog grew heavier and the starlight grew fainter in turn. Yu Jung Hyuk gritted his teeth. He needed a sharper, keener, more accurate story. A fable that could pierce through that fog of calamity somehow. Fable, the one who opposes the miracle, is continuing with its storytelling. There it was. Right there in the path of emptiness he was gazing at. The history he lived alongside Kim Dokja lay scattered like the Milky Way. Yu Jung Hyuk ran on that path. Fable, one who murdered an outer god, is continuing with its storytelling. He ran on one of the fables and Fable, Giant's Liberator, is continuing with its storytelling. And, as he ran on yet another fable, his incarnation body began moving faster and faster. Soon, gentle rays of golden light enveloped his entire figure. Transcendence level 2, then 3. The moment he surpassed level 4, his body transformed temporarily. Wududaduk. Bones all over his body screamed, and as if it had been completely overhauled, his appearance changed to become even more agile than before, and eventually into Transcendence level 5. Fable, comrade of life and death, is continuing with its storytelling. He saw a star dying alone in the distance. But to him, that guy no longer looked like a constellation now. Kim Dokja. It was still not too late. The fables they remembered still remained, and the people who remembered him were still alive. The story he so wanted to create, it was still alive and kicking in this world. Fable, Kim Dokja Company, is continuing with its storytelling. You mustn't die in this place. Incarnation Bodhi's durability has reached its limit. The arc is calling out to you. Yu Jung Hyuk suddenly felt a powerful suction force pulling him from behind. That power was preventing him from getting closer to Kim Dokja. Constellation, the guardian of the mandala, is calling out to you. Shut up. Yu Jung Hyuk resisted against all those forces and advanced forward. Kim Dokja was right in front of his nose. 10 steps away, 9, 8. He endured against sparks tearing into his body and continued to march on. 5 steps away, 4. He reached out. He reached out towards the ends of Kim Dokja's clothes drifting aimlessly in the emptiness. The moment his hand was about to touch the fabric, along with the sensation of his breathing coming to a stop, the surroundings began shaking. It wasn't because he blacked out or had lost his consciousness. When he regained his wits, he realized that someone was grabbing his wrist. A firm, strong hand was holding his wrist, not letting it go. And it happened to be a very familiar hand. Incarnation Yu Jung Hyuk's sponsor is greatly shaken up. The entire world was trembling. Noises of the apocalypse dragon and the outer god clashing resounded out, and in the distance, the island and its dimension disintegrating could be seen. But what Yu Jung Hyuk saw just then was far, far more shocking than those sights of the apocalypse itself. Past the chaos that was endlessly ominous and impossible to determine how far it extended, a white coat exactly the same as Kim Dokja's danced in the space. This being now carried the unconscious Kim Dokja under his arm. From the pitch-black darkness, that abyss-like pair of eyes was looking at Yu Jung Hyuk. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, trembling spread up from the ends of his toes, and his grabbed wrist shook like crazy. Because he knew who this being in front of his eyes was. He knew this being so well, and because of that, he couldn't say anything at all. Are you Kim Dokja from the future? Some time ago, Yu Jung Hyuk had asked that question to a certain someone. He asked that because he initially thought that only Kim Dokja knew of the story extending as far as to the 1863rd regression turn. However, now he thought back to that moment, he realized how stupid that question was. A being who knew all the stories right up until the 1863rd turn. A being who understood a story the best was not the reader who had read it, but the character that actually lived through that very story. Go back. You can't save anyone. Episode 78. Climax 5. Finn. Chapter 414 Climax. John 6. The great battle between the apocalypse dragon and the indescribable distance. Stars continued to fall as two calamities collided, and this spectacle of the end times was being broadcast to all corners of Starstream. The end of this island is approaching. The guardian of the mandala, too, was watching it through a display panel. As the Isle of Reincarnators began to disintegrate, little bits of noise started to appear on his incarnation body. Yusanga, still stuck inside the cistern, spoke towards the guardian. But, you knew this would happen, didn't you? What makes you say that? Her soul wordlessly emitted a soft light. Currently, her new incarnation body hadn't woken up yet. Because the you I read about in the library was, please, you shouldn't discuss that story yet. There are those who eavesdrop on our conversation. The moment his words came to an end, the entirety of the temple was rocked by a vicious tremor. Ominous, turbid air was pressing down on the surroundings. Beastly growlings could be heard next. Something emerging from the shadows cast by all four corners of the chamber wriggled noticeably. Yusanga's soul trembled in worry after sensing that foreboding aura. As the bubbles inside the cistern increased in numbers, Sakyamuni finally stepped forward. "Oh, the hounds of Tindalos, it seems that you've arrived for the wrong prey today." He gently recited a Buddhist prayer, causing the shadows drifting around them to vanish in an instant as if they were hounds searching for another prey to hunt. Only after those shadows had completely disappeared did Yu Sang-ah begin speaking again in some difficulty. "What were those? Oh, dear child, the door to the final scenario draws near." Sakyamuni's voice had become graver, weightier. Kugugugu. The Buddhist rosary around his neck emitting heat rose up in the air simultaneously. Already knowing what he was planning to do, Yu Sang-ah asked him a new question. "Am I not going to reincarnate? Why do you think so? If this island is finished, then you'd also die. And I won't be able to reincarnate then." "Dear child, we have already made a deal. A deal where you'll answer my favor, and this body will answer yours. And with that, establish this world's balance." Sakyamuni smiled benevolently and continued on. "And that is why, my child, you will reincarnate as promised. Although you haven't inherited the incarnation body and therefore can't make your mark yet, remember that your role in the final scenario will be critical. That is why." She wanted to ask him what he meant by that, but before she could, her consciousness began dimming. For the time being, please, get some rest." After her soul fell into a slumber, Sakyamuni extracted her incarnation body and started the procedure to transmit it to a certain place. The temple was rocked once more as the kugugugu noise reverberated throughout its interior. The display panel changed what it was showing as well. It was a scene of two men possessing the exact same countenance staring at each other. One wearing a black coat while the other, a white one. "Finally, you've also made your move, oh the one who stands at the end of the cycle." Sakyamuni stood still and watched this scene for a while, before raising his voice as if he was rueful about something. "In that case, I should start making my preparations as well. But how?" Yu Jung-hyuk hated that question. It was the most commonly asked question while living as a regressor. He even knew all the potential changes in the repertoire, from "but, how did you know that?" to "but, how did you do that, you bastard?" He got so sick and tired of that question, in fact, that there were times where he simply killed those who might throw that question in his way. But now but how? He ended up asking that very question himself, even though he knew his opponent would mock him for it. Tsuchichuchuku, a face he knew intimately well, looked back from within the storm of probabilities aftermaths. It was a face that couldn't be here, something that shouldn't even be here. Chaos points in the applicable region are rising up rapidly. Problem has occurred in the scenario's balance. Yu Jung-hyuk staggered unsteadily, but still, he did his absolute best to figure out the current situation. Like the passage of time, delayed by a broken clock, suddenly rushing forward again, countless hypotheses went on a rampage inside his head. He should have been Kim Dokja. But he isn't Kim Dokja. 1863. But how? How could something like this? You should know very well that I hate that question. As if his thoughts had been read, the person before his eyes replied to the earlier question. Yu Jung-hyuk took another look at the face. The white, infinite dimension space coat, glimmering within the bright explosions of sparks. The eye sockets where a pair of empty darkness should have been were now filled by irises of the exact same size as his. It wasn't just the eyes, though, the nose, lips, jawline, and even the build, too. A figure so exact that it was like he was looking in a mirror. The sole difference being a large scar running across one of this being's cheeks. Yu Jung-hyuk spoke, almost out of disbelief and anger. "You are not me. Correct. I'm not you." The eyes containing pitch-black darkness now looked down on Kim Dokja hanging on his waist. Constellation, secretive plotter, is looking at the constellation, Demon King of Salvation. The message landed like a final shot to confirm the kill, and Yu Jung-hyuk shuddered involuntarily. The secretive plotter. This being right before him was really none other than that secretive plotter? The one who sent Kim Dokja to the 1863rd regression turn, the one who told him Kim Dokja's secret and caused so much chaos, the one who sent all those countless indirect messages until now. That secretive plotter was himself who went past the 1863rd turn? Yu Jung-hyuk bit his lower lip after hearing a distant explosion. He should think about this at another date. Let go of Kim Dokja. His opponent was the secretive plotter, an outer god born from the chaos itself. Considering his unpredictable pattern up until now, it was eminently possible that appearance was a fake. It's a miracle that you managed to survive this far with such a slow head. Shut up and let go of him. Or else what? Yu Jung-hyuk felt his head become dizzy from the status pouring out in front of his nose. He knew that his opponent was powerful. Even then, he didn't expect the gap in strength to be this great. The current him could evenly fight against Indra, an upper-level fable-grade constellation, and not only that, he was able to inflict the god with grievous injuries, too. But, compared to the being right before his eyes, what exactly can you do to me? Just what on earth was this? Yu Jung-hyuk breathed heavily while calming his legs, shaking almost out of control. He noticed that the clones of the indescribable distance surrounding him from all sides began to sneakily retreat ever since the plotter's entrance. Something like this cannot happen. He got angry at the scenario's irrationality, and he grew furious at the star stream that permitted such a nonsensical probability. And when his thoughts reached that far, the inside of his head finally cleared up. If I think about everything the secretive plotter has done so far, then him incarnating to this place right now should be impossible. The secretive plotter was different from someone like the great sage Heaven's equal, Uriel, or even the Black Flame Dragon. No, he was an outer god, and would need an incredible amount of probability just to make his descent to this world. Such it. For sure, the plotter's entire body was getting swept up in the progressively worsening storm of aftermaths with every passing second. No matter who you were, you could never be free from the probability's aftermaths, which meant that the odds of victory weren't zero. If I was Kim Dokja in this situation. As if he had become Kim Dokja, Yu Jung-hyuk began speaking in a calm tone of voice. I don't understand this. You've been staying below the radar until now, so why did you suddenly intervene like this? Because now is the right time. Right time, is it? As soon as that exchange came to an end, a bizarre roar resounded out from the other side of the empty void. It seemed that the battle between the Apocalypse Dragon and the indescribable distance had reached its zenith. The surrounding space distorted greatly after an incredible explosion swept by. Yu Jung-hyuk witnessed the view of the cosmos seemingly being crushed whole, and it really dawned on him that the star stream was indeed marching towards its destruction. For sure, it'd not be strange for whatever crazy things to appear now with that type of probability running amok. And the secretive plotter had been waiting for this moment all along. Kugugugugu. The great holes were opening up far above his head. It'd be his first time seeing that many great holes appear at the same time. That was the hole of calamity that supposedly could destroy a world even if only one opened up. And through those vast, distant holes, innumerable tentacles began peeking themselves out. Oh, the great plotter. The rise of the vanished islands will now commence. Horrifying cries could be heard coming from everywhere. Those true voices caused the bodies of the listeners to be stained by turbid energy. As if he was reacting to those true voices, the secretive plotter, still carrying Kim Dokja, began rising up slowly. More specifically, towards one of the great holes. Yu Jung-hyuk's expression stiffened. Wait, stop. Even though he had no concrete plan, he still stood in the path of the secretive plotter. That's all he did, yet blood trickled down from his nostrils. His vision grew dimmer and the hand holding his sword trembled. Even then, he still spoke. I can't allow you to leave. The secretive plotter looked at Yu Jung-hyuk in such a condition and spoke. Don't attempt anything foolish. Being able to regress does not guarantee you an intact life in the next turn. Yu Jung-hyuk accurately figured out what those words implied. One life didn't end with that life, all the previous lives would always remain as a curse during the following turns. He grasped his sword hard enough to break its grip and spoke. I'm not planning to go to the next turn. Is that so? Right afterwards, he felt pain akin to his entire body being crushed. This attack had no sound, no prior warning. Just the movement of the gaze, and Yu Jung-hyuk's entire body was being squeezed tightly as if he was thrown inside a compactor. He vomited out blood before roaring out. Don't look down on me. Great Fable, Demon World Spring, has begun its storytelling. Great Fable, Torch that swallowed the myth, has begun its storytelling. The pressure from the status suppressing him faltered momentarily when the auras of the Great Fables enveloped his body. Since Kim Dokja was unconscious, Yu Jung-hyuk was now the holder of the greatest share of the Great Fables the Kim Dokja Company possessed. He didn't miss this opening and swung his dark heavenly demon blade. He poured all of his remaining magical energy into the weapon, and the waves of breaking the sky rode along on its blade. The sword that could shatter the heavens and had already cut down a star. That very sword was now moving in order to cut down none other than himself. It was a surprise attack with no pretense or tricks. However, his sword came to a dead stop after a loud, sharp metallic clang resounded out. Something made out of metal had blocked his attack. Yu Jung-hyuk's eyes grew larger. It was the heaven-shaking sword. The weapon that broke a long time ago in his third-turn life was being held by the secretive plotter. You can't win against me. The two blades collided again, causing the vicious winds of flaming sparks to dance around. Blood poured out from Yu Jung-hyuk's nose and lips. It felt as if his soul was crashing down to the far side of the cosmos just from the clashing of their blades. Just one collision and his right arm were smashed to bits and his ribs shattered. Yu Jung-hyuk didn't display any hints of the horrifying pain and continued to raise his status. At the bare minimum, head not die. which meant that it was still doable. You're also handicapped, just as me. Indeed, the plotter's status was becoming unstable as seconds ticked by. Sparks grew heavier and more vicious, while Fables maintaining the coat and his incarnation body had begun scattering away. It was as if fables that couldn't be fused had been mixed together. Without a doubt, the bastard is pushing himself. I need to buy more time. On top of this, secretive plotter seemed to be worried about something else for a little while as well. He didn't show it in his expression, but Yu Jung Hyuk could sense it nevertheless. Indeed, his status was trying to avoid being noticed by something. Meaning, this bastard wasn't in a situation where he could appear here with complete disregard to everything. Trying to buy time, it's a plan that doesn't suit you. Did you learn it from Kim Dokja? Yu Jung Hyuk didn't reply. The fact that his opponent had become chatty could only mean that the plotter had become anxious as well. You're only at the third turn, so your end goal shouldn't have anything to do with Kim Dokja. So, why are you so hung up on him? That's what I want to ask you. In order to reach my objective, I require Kim Dokja's presence. Then that's my answer too. At that moment, a faint trace of emotions flickered within the plotter's eyes, as if he knew what Yu Jung Hyuk was thinking of. You won't succeed, because even Kim Dokja wouldn't know what this regression turn's final scenario looks like. If it was only him, true. How amusing. The third turn who doesn't even know anything. I may only be the third turn, but fables flooded out from Yu Jung Hyuk's entire figure. At the bare minimum, I've lived the third turn that you don't know anything about. New fables he earned during this third turn became a part of him and continued to circulate within him. Some texts flowed by in sadness, while some others moved about elegantly and beautifully. Fables that didn't exist in the past lives and those that he might not get to earn again in the future lives. The secretive plotter quietly watched those fables before opening his lips to speak. No, I do know of this life, oh the puppet of the most ancient dream. Episode 78. Climax 7. Fin. Chapter 4:15 Climax. John 7. The puppet of the most ancient dream. Yu Jung Hyuk frowned deeply, although this wouldn't be his first time hearing that term. Is that nonsense about a puppet again? What does it even mean? You still haven't even figured that out yet, and that's why you're only the third turn. Don't speak as if you're so amazing yourself. What do you know about this turn, anyway? I know a lot more than you. A burst of anger took over Yu Jung Hyuk and the golden light suddenly dyed his right eye. Exclusive skill, Eye of Sage LV, is activating. The current Yu Jung Hyuk was a transcender, repeatedly experiencing the rapid rise of his status and now strong enough to fight against fable-grade constellations. When considering the fact that the discernment level of the Eye of Sage depended on the user status, he should be able to read the fragmented information on a constellation now. Such a chuchit. Only 2 people managed to perfectly shut out his Eye of Sage until now. One was the prophet Anna Croft while the other Kim Dokja. However, if his thoughts were correct, then there should be one more being that he couldn't read as well. As befitting the third turn, your judgment is also dull. The right eye of the secretive plotter also glowed in the brilliant golden hue, exactly the same as Yu Jung Hyuk. The vision in his right eye was dyed crimson momentarily, and the trickling blood wet Yu Jung Hyuk's cheek. Exclusive skill, Eye of Sage has been perfectly defended against by another Eye of Sage. Constellation, secretive plotter, is looking at the incarnation Yu Jung Hyuk. There's no way that a bastard like you are Yu Jung Hyuk. He simply couldn't accept it. No matter which regression turn Yu Jung Hyuk it is, Head never used the scenario of the others as his entertainment. He was certain of this. Even if he existed in other regression turns, regardless of how many lives Head go through, he was completely certain of never changing his creed. The eyes of the secretive plotter quietly gleamed. You're correct. I'm merely the secretive plotter now. He was merely the secretive plotter, something this being continued to mention up until now. He continued on. The Yu Jung Hyuk from the third turn only existed to destroy Starstream. So you knew that. The secretive plotter glanced at the dark heavenly demon sword, crying out viciously and vigorously, and formed a faint smile. No, rather than calling that a smile, it'd be more correct to describe that as a slightly unsettling movement of lips instead. When you destroy Starstream, every constellation within it will fall, which means this fool will die as well. The ends of the plotter's gaze fell on the slumped figure of Kim Dokja. He wavered as if his breathing would come to an end at any second, causing Yu Jung Hyuk to dash forward. Klong. The heaven-shaking sword, and the dark heavenly demon sword, clashed and blue sparks danced everywhere. Blood trickled down from the corner of Yu Jung Hyuk's lips. Great fable, torch the swallowed the myth is roaring out. He didn't even bother to wipe that off and swung the sword once more. That was an attack born out of the need to get rid of all the unnecessary thoughts from his mind. An act of one last-ditch effort, to focus on the target right before eyes by simplifying his thought process. Unfortunately, his opponent knew already what he was trying to do here. The secretive plotter evaded the dark heavenly demon sword and threw a question as if to make fun of him. Why are you trying to rescue Kim Dokja? At the end of the day, isn't he just another constellation you hate so much? The faintest hint of unrest briefly flickered on the attacking blade. The great fable status emitted by Yu Jung Hyuk wavered ever so slightly. But the secretive plotter didn't miss that opening and took a stride forward. According to your creed, this fool should have died already. After all, there are no good constellations in this world. Are there? The constellations, beings that coveted the scenarios of Starstream, acted like voyeurs on the incarnations in their lives, and gluttonously devoured everything in this world as the subjects of fables. Technically speaking, the Demon King of Salvation was nothing more than a constellation, just like them. And the current Yu Jung Hyuk's goal was to destroy all constellations. However, he didn't kill Kim Dokja after the latter had become one. But why not? It was a question he couldn't readily answer. That was why he also had been delaying facing it, too. Why did Yu Jung Hyuk not kill Kim Dokja? All those human connections surrounding Kim Dokja briefly flitted in and out of Yu Jung Hyuk's mind. Shin Yu-sung and Kim Dokja Lee-Gil-yong and Kim Dokja fighting against other constellations. Kim Dokja, who sacrificed his life for his comrades. And Kim Dokja, dying in such a wretched state like this in the end. Kim Dokja, Fragments of fables floated around Kim Dokja told his tale as he lived as the Demon King of Salvation. Yu Jung Hyuk knew of those fables, too. They were the ones he also lived through as well. But Bayu's voice came from very far away. Yu Jung Hyuk heard that voice and slowly opened his lips. He, the Demon King of Salvation, might be a constellation, but there were no good constellations in this world. That belief hadn't changed in Yu Jung Hyuk's mind as he lived through the zero-th turn all the way to the current third turn, a total of 4 lives. The only good star was a fallen one, a good Dakibi was a dead one, and there was no such thing as a good scenario. Even then, Yu Jung Hyuk was betraying his own creed right now. That Kim Dokja. He isn't a constellation. No, he's simply a human. Even though he knew that made no sense. Kuruk. Something cried from within its hiding place in the darkness. Kuruk, Kuruk, Kuruk. It almost sounded as if the darkness itself was crying. No, it sounded perhaps more like laughter, instead. Right in the middle of that darkness was the secretive plotter. The puppet of the most ancient dream. You don't know anything about Kim Dokja. The heaven-shaking sword gripped in the plotter's hand let out a lonesome howl. That was the sword song, possessed only by a being who had endured a life no one could possibly understand. Yu Jung Hyuk raised his own momentum, not wanting to be pushed back. Do not speak as if you know something that others don't. Rather than a verbal answer, the secretive plotter lightly tapped the unconscious Kim Dokja. That caused fables to tumble out of him like the tears of a child trying and failing to hold himself back. I'm Yu Jung Hyuk. The young Kim Dokja said those words repeatedly. There he was, leaving the cousin's place to live alone and receiving wages for part-time work that was well below that of the minimum hourly wage. I'm Yu Jung Hyuk. It was a humble and rather common story poverty seen pretty much everywhere. A down-in-luck tale commonly found everywhere. A story so common that it was not even worthy of a novelization treatment. And there he was, Kim Dokja, living such a story. Im Yu Jung Hyuk. Here was the main character who moved through high school, university, the army, and the company while repeating those words. While reading the web novel, while empathizing with its lead character, while being encouraged by the story, while being moved, enraged, and saddened. I am. That's how Kim Dokja had lived. While reading Yu Jung Hyuk's fable, he survived a common and unremarkable life. In place of his own misfortune, he substituted it for Yu Jung Hyuk's, and rather than his own misfortune, he consumed Yu Jung Hyuk's deaths instead while writing comments, while meddling in with the story itself. Dear Authornum, how about you do this in the next episode? From his birth, Kim Dokja has been a constellation. The plotter's figure was getting more and more unstable. As if he was being influenced by the deep darkness, the ends of his white coat were scattering away into black pieces. And just like that coat, Kim Dokja's life was crumbling away as well. He's a constellation who consumed another being's life to extend his own. Yu Jung Hyuk got to peer into such a life of Kim Dokja. He had seen those fables some time ago. He remembered seeing the fragments of those memories back when Yu Sang-ah forcibly sucked him into that place called the library. The third turn. You don't remember anything. I do not care how Kim Dokja of the past lived his life. The golden aura flooded out from Yu Jung Hyuk's body, as if the only reason why he kept listening to the plotter's story was just for this moment. He slowly opened his eyes. His entire body now died in the clearest day golden light. Abundant status flooded out from his core after he reached the 5th stage of transcendence. What matters now is that we need him to see the end of this world. The breaking the sky energies flow on the dark heavenly demon sword was now going through a transformation. And if he needs to die, then I shall be the one to perform the deed. Yu Jung Hyak's air step crossed the space. The arc is calling out to the incarnation Yu Jung Hyak. Constellation, guardian of the mandala, is summoning the incarnation Yu Jung Hyak. There truly wasn't much time left. Great Fable, Demon World Spring, has begun its storytelling. Great Fable, Torch that swallowed the myth, has begun its storytelling. The two great fables now permeated into his blade. The familiar statuses of light and darkness were also combined into his attack too. They were the magical energy from Han Suyong and Zhang Huiwen. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, has graced the incarnation Yu Jung Hyak with her blessing. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, has graced the incarnation Yu Jung Hyak with its blessing. Right in this moment, Yu Jung Hyak was not alone. The opposing statuses permeated into the single blade, causing the dark heavenly demon sword's clear light to spew out a destructive fable. He ran on the path his blade was guiding him. Every situation the Kim Dokja company had lived through was ingrained in all corners of that path. The breaking the sky thunder sword. The intense blue arcs of electricity enveloped and danced around Yu Jung Hyak's blade. It was the breaking the sky swordsmanship's profound technique he didn't dare to use even as the Apocalypse Dragon's electrical shockwave rushed in earlier. On top of this, he added the secret technique he had been training with all of his heart and soul until now. The breaking the sky swordsmanship. Secret technique. Inner mystery transmission. Shooting star slash. The technique that even managed to thoroughly defeat Indra, one of the locapolas of that powerful Vedas. The blade drew an arrestingly entrancing trajectory of destruction as it moved to cut down yet another star. This one single attack carried everything of the third turn Yu Jung Hyak. You can't be reasoned with at all, it seems. In the following instance, Yu Jung Hyak saw it. The surrounding spacetime distorted and a certain fable began telling its story next. I shall definitely kill you all. That was an intimately familiar voice to him. A voice directed to the heavens above, filled with hatred. Over and over again. From the 0th turn all the way to the 1863rd, a fable created by the total of 1864 lives. By reviving over and over again. That was the hell of immortality. I will kill every single one of you. When the two swords collided, Yu Jung Hyak felt as if his whole existence was being erased. The difference in their statuses went beyond the realm of overwhelming him and into one of pure respect now. He understood the despair, the regret, the sadness and the hatred engraved into every facet of that fable. And at the same time, he couldn't understand them at all. He couldn't even bring himself to fathom the depths of those vast emotions. That was why, just like the countless Yu Jung Hyaks within that fable, he began despairing. When facing that fable, he was indeed merely the third turn Yu Jung Hyak, as pointed out earlier by the secretive plotter. Just what did he need to do to understand that incredible vastness of time itself? When he regained his wits, Yu Jung Hyak was flying backwards in space. The wings Zhang Huiwen and Han Suyong had granted him were torn now. His dark heavenly demon blade, now broken in two, spun and fell alongside him, just like his life. The seemingly slow-moving, heaven-shaking sword was now closing in on his heart next. Chaos points are rising rapidly. Someone is growing wary of the existence of the secretive plotter. Hound chasing after the abyss has made its appearance. It was then that an unexpected event occurred. Strange lifeforms, just as ominous and foreboding as outer gods, suddenly popped out from the corners of the distorted space. They cried out like perfectly trained hounds and ignored the laws of spacetime to pounce on the secretive plotter as if they were stuck in fast-forward. Such a chuchit. Annoying hounds. The heaven-shaking sword, falling towards Yu Jung Hyak's chest, changed its direction and began smacking away the hounds. However, it still failed to block every single one of them. Only then did Yu Jung Hyak realize that those hounds were what the secretive plotter had been trying to avoid until now. After getting bitten by one of the hounds, the plotter hurriedly flew towards the distant, great hole, along with Kim Dokja still clutched in his arm. Yu Jung Hyak extended his hand without much energy, but by then, the star had grown far too distant to reach. He no longer possessed any strength to go to that star now. The broken pair of wings crumbled like sand, and just like that, he crashed towards the darkness of the ground below. We need to disembark now. No, you wait. My master and Ajusi haven't come back yet. The cold sweat drops oozed out from the troubled master of the Ark as he watched E.G. Hai make an unreasonable demand. The conclusion of the 89th scenario final dragon of the Book of Revelation is impending. There were only 30 seconds remaining until the closure of the island. They had to leave this place in the next 20 seconds at the latest. In the end, the master of the Ark made his decision and was about to start rowing the oar, but then, there they come. Something was falling from the sky above. It's Yu Jung-hyuk. An unconscious man in a tattered coat, Yu Jung-hyuk, was falling towards the ground. Master, what happened up there? Iji-hai leapt up, caught him, and returned to the ark. Both Han Suyong and Jong Hui-won quickly came in closer to shake him around. Hey Yu Jung-hyuk, why are you alone? Where's Kim Dokja? What happened to Dokja-si? Yu Jung-hyuk didn't reply. Realizing what that signified, both women looked up towards the sky. But then, the ark began moving. No, wait. Hang on for a sec. There's one more person still coming. I said, stop. God damn it. Unfortunately, the words of the companions were swept away by the shockwave, as well as the fog of darkness belonging to the indescribable distance, crashing in viciously. Location for the scenario is shutting down. Warp is starting. Constellations screamed. And under the cascading meteor shower, the closing curtains descended on a world. A smaller apocalypse to prevent an even bigger one. Inside this spectacle, the Isle of Reincarnators was disappearing into the forever. No, stop. I said, stop. The ark was disappearing into the clear, bright streak of light. And some people aboard it were desperately reaching out with their hands. Some plopped down. Some cried out. And some watched all of this happen. Kim Dokja, you have acquired the scenario's calculated reward payment. Someone from Starstream has completed his climax. John. Great fable, Season of Light and Darkness, is born. And then only a story nobody wanted to hear remained in that place. Episode 78. Climax 7. Finn. Chapter 416, The Secret of Plotter 1. 2 days passed by since the end of the Great War of Saints and Demons. The nightmare-filled Isle of Reincarnators could no longer be seen. Constellations were gradually leaving the ark for their rightful spots in the night sky. This stop is for Olympus. Constellations from Olympus stood up from their seats after the ship made the announcement. Dionysus, standing as their representative, shifted his gaze over to Jong Hui-won and addressed her. My apologies for leaving first, even though this is a difficult period for you. No, we'll be fine, thank you. Do not be overly worried, however. He's no ordinary constellation after all. Without a doubt, he's still alive. He lightly tapped her shoulder and soon disappeared beyond the dark dimension while leading other constellations. She stood there and silently waited until they were gone from her view before climbing down from the bow of the ark. When she got to the bottom of the stairs, she found a person waiting for her. Han Suyong. Dionysus? He left. Both Chiak Junjayong and the underworld. 2. I think they'll be leaving pretty soon. And Uriel? Han Suyong continued to ask, and Jong Hui-won continued to answer. Most of what they chatted about were trivial information, stuff like Hades and Persephone, Uriel, Chiak Junjayong's abode, etc. Some who would be leaving, some who would be staying, some who would accompany them. A part of the info was about the matters everyone knew already. The thing was, though, it was not really important whether someone knew this or that. Hyeonji is still completely worn out and teachernims are helping her out by performing Chugwang Wahile. TL note at the end. And Jihai? At the back, fixing her battleship. What about Lee Hyun-song? One would ask while the other would answer. They walked on the corridors of the ark and repeated this process. It was as if they wouldn't be able to hold back even for a second by not doing it. What about the kids? Well, Before Jong Hui-won could finish her sentence, they heard the kids' voices coming out from one of the cabins lining up the corridor. I knew it. I gotta sign the contract with the darkness right now so I can get my revenge for Hyung. Revenge? What revenge? A Juicy is definitely alive. I can feel it. Well, I also knew that. If it's Dokja Hyung, he's definitely. You need to wake up already. We need to come up with a sound plan right now. Jong Hui-won's and Han Suyong's steps came to a halt at the same time as if they had promised to do so. They listened to the kids' conversation. Those two were bawling uncontrollably only the day before. However, the two of them, as they appeared through the cabin's window, were, I guess they will be fine after all, said Jong Hui-won. Han Suyong waited for a beat before asking her. What about you, then? The latter didn't reply. Instead, her gaze slowly faltered. The former stopped looking at her conversation partner and shifted her own gaze lower, too. Jong Hui-won opened her lips eventually. He asked me to save him. He pleaded with me to rescue him. She tightly clenched her fist. They didn't need to stare at each other to feel this emotion resonating between them. It sounded as if dry rain was falling somewhere. Han Suyong listened to that noise impassively. Before speaking up, we'll have a lot of things to do when we get back. Right? I know. Jong Hui-won rubbed her face with her sleeves and smiled weakly. For the time being, we should go back to Seoul, right? We should. There will definitely be some bastards aiming for Seoul now that Dokja-si has disappeared. And we'll have to sort out the law and order back home, too. Whole tell Lee Soo-jaeong, though? That, well, The two women stopped talking and stared at the empty space for a while. The first person to break the silence was Han Suyong. I wish we still had Yu Sang-ah with us in times like these. I miss Sang-asi. They had lost far too much getting here. Their gazes shifted outside the window to see the passing view of the dark dimension. They saw the stars on the faraway galaxies sparkle softly. The universe wouldn't be destroyed just because a single star suddenly vanished. There was a countless number of them, and their light would continue to exist afterward, too. But for those living on a certain planet, that particular star would be everything they knew about the light itself. Han Suyong did her best not to look at Zhang Huiwan's reflection on the window. The latter muttered in the meantime, "Just what on earth has happened to Dokja-si?" The former didn't reply and began walking again. Not too long afterward, they arrived at the last cabin in the corridor. They quietly opened the door and entered to find Yu Jung-hyuk wrapped from head to toe in bandages lying on a bed. Han Suyong spoke as she rummaged through her inner pockets to find a lemon candy. We should be able to find out once this idiot wakes up. This happened back when I was still in the middle of reading The Ways of Survival. I was scrolling down the chapter, fully satisfied knowing that I had completed the day's work, only to discover something written on the author's words corner at the bottom. Dokjanam, what do you think? I've already forgotten what that question related to. It might have been about the plot development, or he might be implying something about the novel itself. Now, how did I answer him back then? Well, such a simple twist is a bit. You thought so, too? I was startled anew by this portion of my memories. Did something like this really happen? I remembered so well about The Ways of Survival itself, so why have I completely forgotten about this part of the memories? I couldn't understand it at all. Right now that I looked back, the author did chat with me every once in a while, didn't he? As for me, I wrote comments to engage the author most of the time. It was to cheer him on, or to ask questions regarding the next regression turn, but sometimes I did try to tackle him over the novel, too. I think it was around when Yu Jung-hyuk had just gone past the 600th turn. I just couldn't understand something about the novel no matter how hard I thought about it. So I end up arguing with the author through the comment section. Authornum. Was that a typo? How can Jung-hyuk smile brightly? TLS 123 replied back. Anyone would change like that after regressing over 600 times. I thought that the answer kind of made sense after hearing it. And that must have been the first time that I began thinking earnestly about the number of times Yu Jung-hyuk had regressed. Regressing over 600 times, was it? What did life even mean to a being that had to repeat such a life over and over again? Kim Dokja Waku. Dull pain pulsed inside my head and my consciousness returned gradually. My body felt lethargic, and terrible pain buzzed from all corners of my incarnation flesh. I barely managed to tear my eyes open, and the faint rays of light pierced into my eyes. And then, a familiar voice came flying in my ear. Looks like he's finally woken up. Yup, he just couldn't be nice about it, now could he? I smirked a little and shifted my head in the direction of the voice. However, something seemed off. So, this fool is that Kim Dokja? By the time I fully opened my eyes, I discovered myself surrounded by countless Yu Jung-hyuks. I needed another 10 minutes or so to regain my consciousness again. I had blacked out once more, and after waking up, kept my eyes closed and tried really hard to figure out what the heck was going on here. At least, I needed to get a bead on the current situation. Firstly, the great war of saints and demons was over. I was certain of that. Messages waiting in the log proved that fact, at least. You have acquired the great fable, Season of Light and Darkness. Your third great fable has completed its climax, John. Third condition for the hidden scenario, the one single fable, has been met. Final fable is waiting for you. The entirety of Starstream is set abuzz over your achievement. Majority of Starstream's constellations are now paying attention to your nebula. Regarding your fable, the absolute majority of the constellations are. I had finally completed the one single fable's climax, John. The energy belonging to an unimaginably enormous fable was now roiling powerfully inside me. The great fable, the Season of Light and Darkness. It was my first time hearing about such a great fable. But that made sense. The collision of the Nameless Mist and the Apocalypse Dragon didn't occur in the original story, after all. With that as the starting point, the entire world line should begin experiencing sudden and violent change. The march towards the apocalypse had sped up, so it was only obvious that the rate of the entire scenario's progress would speed up as well. Secondly, someone did rescue me. My problem began from this point on. Just who did save me? It's no use pretending to be unconscious. As an aside, the very last face I saw was that of Yu Jung-hyuk's, coming to save me. So, maybe it was obvious that I'd end up seeing his face now. But the problem was not just his dumb looks, but it seems that even his head is dumb. Just like what I've heard. Why were there so many Yu Jung-hyuks in this place? Not only that, in complete stupefaction, I gazed at the 5-6 Yu Jung-hyuks currently standing around on top of the bed. Without a doubt, they were Yu Yung Hyaks, but all of them were big-head chibis with short limbs and about the same size as Kyrios. TL. Koma. An informal Korean word denoting a child, or in this case, a chibi-like figure. Am I still dreaming? Right, this had to be a dream. Right, the stress he put me under every single day had piled up and must have caused this horrifying delusion. That had to be it. I hurriedly slapped my cheeks, prompting the Koma Yu Yung Hyaks to speak one after the other. He must think this is a dream. Like a fool. He may need some time to figure out his current situation first. What an annoying bastard. Do we need to wait for him, then? I cleanly ignored them and scanned the room I was in. It was a huge circular-shaped room. Everything, including the table, the chairs, the other smaller knickknacks, and even the bed I was sitting on, was circular-shaped. Where the hell was I? I thought hard and long, but nothing came up. A room with such peculiar furnishing would be more than memorable enough, but I couldn't remember ever reading about it in the Ways of Survival. Wondering if I stumbled into an area for a new scenario accidentally, I summoned the scenario window, only to be smacked in the head with the following message. Currently, Starstream is in the middle of scenario system maintenance, meaning there was pretty much nothing I could learn in my current situation. Looks like he's almost done with analyzing his situation. I shall ask again. Are you the one called Kim Dokja? The Koma Yu Yung Hyak with a hot-tempered facial expression asked me. Now that I took a closer look, there were different numbered cards stuck to the chest of each Koma Yu Yung Hyak, and the one who asked me just now had 999 written on his. I decided to answer them for the time being. Correct. In Kim Dokja. The Koma Yu Yung Hyaks looked at each other and nodded their heads simultaneously. These little guys, even though they were much smaller than the original, they acted exactly the same as Yu Yung Hyak. Looks like the correct one has been brought over, then. Even the voice was the same, too. I didn't know what was going on here, but by this time, I had to accept it. I was not stuck in a dream, and thanks to some unknown crazy whims of the probability, I somehow ended up in a strange, fantastical kingdom where Koma Yu Yung Hyaks lived. Who are you guys? I decided to ask them first. I knew that they wouldn't answer me straightforward if they were anything like the original Yu Yung Hyak. But still, one of the Komas began muttering out. How pathetic. Can't you tell by looking? Yup, thought as much. If I was to be stuck in a world like this, then I'd have preferred to be surrounded by the kind, gentle Koma version of Yusenga instead. I was wondering how should I retort back in order to hear a proper answer from these guys. But then the Yu Yung Hyak with 888 written on his card spoke some rather unexpected words. With your dull head, you'd never arrive at the correct answer no matter how long you agonize over it. So I shall tell you. We are a part of the Great Plotter. Great Plotter? Could it be? A chilly sensation flitted in and out of my head just then. The Yu Yung Hyak with 777 on his chest must have interpreted my silence on his own way and spoke in a mocking tone. Your pathetic intelligence shouldn't be enough to understand it now. Right, these guys, they were definitely Yu Yung Hyak. There was absolutely no doubt about that now. If you're fully awake, then get up. Someone is waiting for you. Who's waiting for me? You'll see when you get there. I got up unsteadily and followed after that Koma. The round door opened up and a huge corridor appeared before me. The one to take the lead was the Koma Yu Yung Hyak number 999. I followed him. The rest of the Komas trotted after us, too. I asked one of them, what is this place? That prompted one of the Yu Yung Hyaks following me to speak up. Un Gui Ei Soup. What was that? It means the Nice Forest. You're supposed to be a prophet, yet you can't even tell that? What the hell? Why did you say that in English, then? TL note at the end. The Koma Yu Yung Hyak number 666 glared at me, as if he was disappointed and turned his head away, obviously unhappy. It was around then I began thinking that maybe those numbers represented the regression turns each Yu Yung Hyak had lived through. What did Yu Yung Hyak do around the 666th turn? Was that when he partnered up with the abyssal black flame dragon? I spotted the view of a silver forest outside the windows lining up the corridor. Nice forest, was it? Sounded familiar, as if I had heard about it somewhere. However, I wasn't sure whether this place ever appeared within the Ways of Survival. It was then when our group encountered another one walking towards from the other side of the corridor. So, is he the one the plotter had brought along? No, could I even describe their movements as walking? Overcome with the sensation of all the hair on my body standing up, I subconsciously gripped the hilt of my unbreakable faith tighter, because outer gods were walking towards us from the opposite side. Existences that emitted auras incomparably more unstable and ominous than any constellations. One of them sported a horse's head, while others were monstrous creatures covered in disgusting-looking tentacles. Those tentacles extending up to the air seemed to tilt their heads for a bit, before shuffling closer to my direction. No matter who looked at that, they wouldn't be able to describe their intentions as friendly at all. Unexpectedly, The one to step in their paths was none other than the Koma Yu Jung Hyok number 999. He's our guest. Don't even think about harassing him. But it should not be a problem just to have a little chat. I shan't permit it. The Koma Yu Jung Hyok number 999 declared as thus, and unsheathed the miniature version of heaven-shaking sword from his back. Following that, the Koma's numbers 888, 777, and even the number 666, they all unsheathed their weapons mounted on their backs and hips. These guys, could they even really fight? I mean, they all kind of looked like action figures, so maybe the other party thought the same as me, because they began emitting stubbornly persistent hostile aura towards us. How dare you? Just because you're the dependents of the great plotter. As the standoff quickly became even more volatile and the tentacles and the Komas were about to start fighting, a loud thud resounded out from somewhere. Outer gods busy wiggling their tentacles about suddenly all knelt down. The only one among them still standing was the horsehead that showed animosity towards me. Another thud resounded out. Finally, even the horsehead had to slam its head on the floor. Those tremors couldn't have been a simple shockwaves of an earthquake. No, someone was intimidating these outer gods with incredible status right now. Woo, woo woo. Outer gods groaned in pain and moved out of the way. At the end of the corridor, there was an entrance leading to a huge hall. It was an open type, with the massive circular ceiling decorated by the tumbling, roiling branches of trees. I walked into this hall accompanied by the Koma Yu Jung Hyoks. Thin rays of sunlight permeating in between the branches illuminated an ancient, worn-out throne right in the middle of that great hall. No one needed to tell me, but I knew it right away. The being sitting on that throne, he was the king of this forest. Not only that, I knew who he was already too. The scar on his face, revealed under the faint rays of the sun, and the exact same white coat as mine. The being I thought I'd not get to meet again was sitting right on that throne. It's been a while, Kim Dokja. Episode 79. The Secretive Plotter 1. Fin. Chapter 417. The Secretive Plotter 2. I took my time studying the person before my eyes. My heart rate sped up greatly, and my breathing became ragged, as well. Something touched a box of memories that shouldn't be touched, and words began leaking out from this box buried deep within the recess of the darkness. Where is the Arondite? Are you the one hiding it? That was the first time I encountered that dude. While firmly holding me by my collars, he asked me that question. If you're not planning to answer me, then I shall use force to find out. The golden eye of sage, gleaming brightly just like back then, was right there, waiting. A migraine assaulted me, and my view distorted like that of an abstract painting. The voice from the memories continued on in the meantime. That world you've shown me, does it really exist? Applicable individual isn't a character. There existed certain memories that should never be forgotten even if one wanted to, and perhaps the memories of that regression turn were precisely that for me. He left for the next turn, still wearing the white coat. I had never forgotten the sight of his back, surrounded by bright light and leaving me and Han Suyong of the 1863rd turn behind in complete freedom. You are. For the longest time, I lost myself and stared at the Yu Jung Hyok sitting on the throne. The scar on his sunken cheeks, those dark, deeply withdrawn eyes, everything belonged to the 1863rd turn Yu Jung Hyok that I remembered. However, my shock didn't end there. Constellation, secretive plotter, is looking at you. The secretive plotter? Only then did I finally discover the ominous, evil aura rising up from that Yu Jung Hyok's entire figure. This evil was different from that of the Demon Kings. No, this was chaos that the star stream didn't recognize as either good or evil. I was about to say something, but then, something emitted bright light from within my inner pocket. Exclusive attribute, scenario interpreter, is activating. Great fable, season of light and darkness, is reacting to your attribute. As if it was waiting for this moment, the fable began telling its story. Two Yu Jung Hyoks were in a certain place. Go back. You can't save anyone. The secretive plotter. As if they were stuck in fast forward, scenes sped along in my mind. They were fragmented information, sure, but still, they were also plenty enough for me to figure out the current situation. So that's what happened. I began to gradually understand what was going on here. Next up was the sight of Yu Jung Hyok crashing, E.G. Hai catching him, and finally, the Ark leaving the Isle. It seemed that the Kim Dokja Company had safely escaped from the Isle of Reincarnators. Great fable, season of light and darkness, has stopped its storytelling. I sighed softly under the breath and shifted my gaze over to the existence atop the throne. The secretive plotter looked down at me from his spot at the same time. The fourth wall is strongly activating. My heart calmed down and my reasoning returned to me bit by bit. I sucked in a couple of quick but deep breaths and opened my lips to speak. If you were planning to make me panic using that appearance, then well, congratulations, you succeeded splendidly. Have you not used polite speech towards me earlier? I'm merely treating you the way that fits with your choice to appear as Yu Jung Hyuk. I appeared completely unflustered by his aura, and as if he was amused by it, the plotter's lips twitched slightly. Not caring whether he did or not, I simply continued on. The secret of plotter. I suggest we do the 3 divine questions and answers. And why would I agree to do that? There's no way that you're the 1863rd turn Yu Jung Hyuk. It's impossible, actually. What makes you think that? You wish to know? As an aside, there are 3 reasons, you see. A faint flash of light flickered in the secretive plotter's eyes. So, are you interested or not? Although tempting, it's not a fair trade, is it? The secretive plotter stared at me with a pair of quiet, contemplative eyes. He seemed to be thinking about something and also maybe a bit angry as well. Just how long passed by like this? His left eyebrow quivered rather greatly. I suddenly recalled a certain passage from The Ways of Survival just then. Whenever Yu Jung Hyuk makes a serious decision, his left eyebrow would quiver. The secretive plotter spoke. I'll put forth a condition. What kind? I'm sure you're curious as to why I brought you here. I nodded my head. Of course I was curious. However, you can't ask me about that, because I can't tell you. Some answers can only be resolved by you actively searching for the right question first. What kind of a Buddha-like utterance is that? I shall agree to the 3 divine questions and answers now. You can ask me about 3 things, but you can't ask me a question related to why you've been brought to here. Is that your condition? One other thing. When you're done with the 3 questions, you must figure out the reason you had to be brought here. Now that was something I didn't expect at all, and I momentarily panicked. What if I failed to do that? The secretive plotter didn't reply. Instead, he raised his lengthy finger and rested it on the armrest of his throne. Just that simple action alone sent a chill down my spine. Can I defeat him in my current condition? I began inspecting all the fables I possessed, from the legendary grade 1 all the way to the great fables. It'll be better for you to stop doing something foolish. It was none other than the Coma Yu Jung Hyuk number 999, standing next to me, who said that. I smirked and looked down at him. Are you worried about me? It's annoying to remove a corpse, that's all. What are you exactly, anyway? Are you using your allotted questions? Then? Good. No, hang on a minute. Before I could finish my sentence, though, messages began floating up. 3 divine questions and answers has begun. Both sides can exchange 3 questions and 3 answers. Both sides can refuse to answer 1 question each. Questions and answers will not end until both sides have asked a question and answered it properly. You are now using your right to ask the first question. I caught the Coma Yu Jung Hyuk number 666, grinning slyly on the side. Sons of bitches. Still, now that things had ended up like this, I figured it'd not be so bad to hear their story now. They are my dependents. I hope you aren't planning to end your answer like that. I'd prefer for you to be a bit more in-depth now that you're planning to tell me things anyway. I'd be eternally grateful if you so graciously explain yourself properly on what your definition of dependence are, whether it's something like Avatar or if it's something similar to the dependence Demon Kings have. I spoke as cautiously as possible to make sure that what I said didn't sound like the second question. That prompted the Coma Yu Jung Hyuk number 777 to sigh in admiration and speak up. He sure talks a lot, doesn't he? I wasn't talking to you. They are beings that have received my memories. You have acquired the first answer. So it's similar to the Avatar skill then. It's my turn. Tell me the first reason why I can't be the 1863rd turn Yu Jung Hyuk. If you were really Yu Jung Hyuk from the 1863rd turn, then there's no way you'd be wearing that white coat. Why not? The stigma regression only sends back one's soul. It doesn't send back the items in your possession. The coat I gave to the 1863rd turn's Yu Jung Hyuk was destroyed as he regressed. So, if you're really from the 1863rd turn, you shouldn't be wearing that coat. Interesting. However, this is merely an item I personally purchased. Yu Jung Hyuk doesn't wear the color white often. Ask your second question. You are now using your right to ask the second question. I didn't hesitate and spoke up. My second question. Are you the 1863rd turn Yu Jung Hyuk? My question caused the secretive plotter's complexion to waver ever so slightly. Are you trying to mess with me? No, I'm being dead serious. I am Yu Jung Hyuk, who had experienced the 1863rd turn. In the past tense, is it? I'm merely the secretive plotter now, that's why. You have acquired the second answer. Unless one placed a special condition, one had to speak only the truth during the 3 divine questions and answers. If one didn't, then one would be swept up in the storm of probabilities aftermaths immediately. However, I didn't spot any signs of the storm around the secretive plotter. Now, speak the second reason why I can't be the 1863rd turns Yu Jung-hyuk. There are just too many inconsistencies for you to be the Yu Jung-hyuk from the 1863rd turn. What kind of inconsistencies? If you're really him from the 1863rd, then why did you send me over there to kill yourself? Logically speaking, it doesn't make sense, does it? That's because that action would create me. It's a simple time paradox. I was Yu Jung-hyuk from the 1863rd turn, and only by you killing me there would I be reborn as the secretive plotter. Sounds like you've been rehearsing that answer for a while there. Sounds so natural, too. Even if I assume that you're being truthful, quite unfortunately for you, you seemed less than satisfied after I succeeded in my mission. Also, you looked quite surprised, too. Ask your next question. No, you go ahead first. I'll ask mine last. The secretive plotter stared at me for a little while before eventually opening his lips. Fine. What is the final reason why I can't be Yu Jung-hyuk from the 1863rd turn? I have a special method to find that out. I possess a skill that allows me to read the inner thoughts of the other party, you see. So? But then, the 1863rd turn's Yu Jung-hyuk became an existence that I can't read anymore. I clearly remembered the moment that Yu Jung-hyuk left for the next turn. The moment when he broke free from being a character, and even my exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, could no longer read him. Does that mean you can read my private thoughts? No, I can't read yours also. Then what? However, the reason why I can't is different. Activation of the skill Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint has been cancelled. Your degree of understanding on the applicable individual is simply far too inadequate. Your degree of understanding simply can't catch up to the status of the applicable individual. I quietly looked up at the messages floating up in the air. The secretive plotter frowned deeply. I can't accept that as your reason. You are... I'll ask my last question, said I, not giving him any chance to speak. Back in the planet where I used to live, there happened to be a novel called 3 Ways to Survive a Ruined World. Almost instantly, the surrounding atmosphere changed. The expression on the secretive plotter's face sunk to its coldest yet. His eyes had become cold-blooded, as if he'd murder me at any given second. I desperately resisted that aura and continued on. This was one question that I wanted to ask all along. Secretive plotter. Are you someone who knows the epilogue of that novel? Yu Jung-hyuk had a dream. It was a really old and worn-out dream. For some reason, he was wearing a white coat inside it. He held the heaven-shaking sword that fit him like a glove. While gripping that weighty weapon, he was fighting against someone. When he took a closer look, he realized that the person in front of his eyes possessed the exact same countenance as he did. It was another Yu Jung-hyuk, but wearing a black coat. Instead, he wasn't sure of why he had to experience such a dream. The 1863rd turn. Maybe it was because he ended up running into that guy. That was probably why he had to dream about something like this. Yu Jung-hyuk gritted his teeth. The gap he felt between his and the secretive plotter's overwhelming status the moment they clashed remained so vividly etched in his mind even now, utterly disregarding his sentiments. Though the memories continued to slowly seep into him. He had become the Yu Jung-hyuk from the 1863rd turn and was swinging his sword around. He'll die. He'll regress. Every time the swords collided, Yu Jung-hyuk felt the despair and loneliness of the 1863rd turn. Strangely enough, everything felt so natural to him, as if those emotions were his all along, since from a long time ago. Stab. Finally, the 2 swords stabbed deeply into the 2 stomachs. The story will come to an end here. Even then, everything will start from the beginning once more. Yu Jung-hyuk wearing the black coat scattered away first, and soon, even himself began scattering as well. The memories dissipated, and the emotions he barely managed to comprehend began abandoning him. He summoned up the last of his remaining energy and looked behind. His vision blurred and he couldn't see clearly what was there. However, it felt as if he had seen a bright and pure star. I had grown curious of that world's. For the next regression. Yu Jung-hyuk's eyes shot open along with the loud noise of beep. He panted heavily and spotted the white ceiling of the hospital room. And then also heard someone's voice too. Finally, our slumbering prince of the forest has woken up. He turned his head to the side to find Han Suyong and Zhang Hui-won. The former bit and broke the lollipop before spitting out the stick and began growling at him. Time to tell us just what happened back there, dear good regressor, sir. Episode 79. The Secretive Plotter 2. Finn. TL. For some reason, TL notes section of the chapters 416 and 417 are not working ATM. I alerted the relevant parties, but who knows when ITLL be fixed. Anyways, he'll publish another chapter later today at 1900 hours Greenwich Mean Time. Chapter 418, The Secretive Plotter, 3. Han Suyang's demanding tone prompted Yu Jung-hyuk to start with his story. However, his tale sounded incoherent and he repeated himself over and over again. 10 minutes passed by like that. She eventually stopped listening quietly and spoke up. Okay, that's enough. I think you're not in the right frame of mind here, so let me organize everything you said for you. You just indicate to me if I got it right. Now normally, such a one-sided declaration would have elicited a strong reaction from him. But Yu Jung-hyuk simply chose to nod his head, his expression dark, gloomy. Han Suyang immediately began her job. You went to rescue Kim Dokja. But then, someone else showed up first to snatch him up. And that someone was whom we all know, the secretive plotter. Yu Jung-hyuk nodded again. However, that guy had the exact same face as you and was wearing a white coat. Correct. What are the odds of that being a fake? I mean, that guy's so hard to believe, right? It's possible that the secretive plotter disguised himself to look like you. No, it couldn't have been a fake. How come? He used the fable that the me from the 1863rd regression turn possessed. You mean that immortal whatever tuna-sounding fable? Han Suyang went thought as much and nodded her head. Her irises expanded ever so slightly as her fable kicked into gear once more. Fable, predictive plagiarism, has begun its storytelling. The only one left out of the loop, Zhang Huiwen, tried to say something, her voice sounding confused. What are you two talking about? Are you saying that the secretive plotter looks like Jung-hyuk? Han Suyang glanced at her for a bit, before replying with a long sigh. Simply put, there are two Yu Jung-hyuks in this world line. Is that even possible? No reason why it can't be, if Yu Jung-hyuk from another world line has crossed over to this one. You can do that? Well, Kim Dokja went to another world line through a similar method, didn't he? Now, the problem here is just how powerful a being is he when he's capable of doing something like this. Even the highest-ranked constellations from either Eden or Papyrus couldn't cross to another world line with their own powers. However, this secretive plotter was powerful enough to deal with the requisite probability all by himself. Zhang Huiwen's jaw dropped slightly as she muttered. Just from which world line could he? There is only one with the highest possibility, actually. The one Kim Dokja went to, the 1863rd world line. The 1863rd regression turn. The final world line for Yu Jung-hyuk as it was written in the 3 Ways to Survive a Ruined World. Yu Jung-hyuk looked at Han Suyang and asked a question. How much do you know about that world line? A bit. At the end of that world, the me of the 1863rd turn divided into 2 and fought against each other. One of them died and the other regressed. I know. I saw it in my dreams several times already. Your dream? As if she was sick and tired of the whole thing, she vigorously waved her hands about. We don't have the time to get into the details. In any case, you think the current secretive plotter is you from the 1863rd regression turn. Am I right? Yu Jung-hyuk spoke up, his face full of dissatisfaction. It's not a definite thing. There are a few points that don't add up. Such as? The strength of the secretive plotter far exceeded that of me from the 1863rd turn that I read about. And then, Yu Jung-hyuk chewed on his lips for a while. I also got the feeling that he was hiding something from me, such as his white coat. The white coat? My stigma, regression, doesn't send the items I possess alongside me when I regress. Meaning, there's no reason for him to be wearing that coat. Maybe he likes the white color? I detest the color white. Isn't it possible that your taste might change? This matter can't be answered as easily as that. Are you saying that it's an issue with your gut feeling? Yu Jung-hyuk nodded his head. It was as if that bastard was mocking me. Mocking you? It was as if he deliberately wore that coat. He massaged his forehead and the words left behind by the secretive plotter flitted in and out of his mind. The third turn. You don't remember anything. A weighty silence descended in the room. Han Suyang was deeply immersed in her thoughts as she rubbed her chin, while Zhang Huiwen could only smack her lips, not fully getting what was going on. A while later, the former opened her lips to speak. All right, fine. Let's sum it all up. Logically speaking, the secretive plotter must be the Yu Jung-hyuk from the 1863rd turn, but your gut feeling says otherwise. That's it, right? In that case, let's begin with this assumption first. The Yu Jung-hyuk from the 1863rd turn is not the secretive plotter, meaning the plotter is lying to you. Yu Jung-hyuk's eyes trembled. It's just my feeling, yet you are willing to believe it? It's not just anyone's gut but yours. Isn't it supposed to be, you know yourself the best? Han Suyang grinned refreshingly. He then addressed her with a suspicion-filled expression. Speak your hypothesis, Han Suyang. What do you mean? You already suspect who the secretive plotter might be. Am I wrong? This time, it was Han Suyang's eyes to narrow to a slit. Since when did you become this quick on the uptake? It's impossible for you to believe what I say, that's why. For a short moment there, their glares collided in midair. And through that exchange, both of them came to realize just what kind of images were floating up in the heads of the other. Not too long ago, they had discussed the possible identity of the secretive plotter. Back then, Yu Jung-hyuk opined that the plotter was Kim Dokja from the future, while Han Soo-young, she, arg, just how long are you two going to talk among yourselves? Just who is this secretive plotter? Zhang Huiwan's pressing words prompted Han Soo-young to cautiously open her lips. What I'm about to say is just a hypothesis, nothing more. I don't care whether it's a hypothesis or not. I just want to know. I have been curious about something for a really long time. You know? Curious about what? What if the novel Ways of Survival didn't become reality? What are you talking about out of the blue? So, like, what if somewhere out there in the universe, there is a world of Ways of Survival as pure as intended and not been affected by either me or Kim Dokja? Han Soo-young continued on with her explanation. In that world where neither Han Soo-young Corporation nor Kim Dokja Company exist, let's say there is this dumbass Yu Jung-hyuk who repeatedly goes through countless regressions while losing his comrades over and over again. Wait, you bastard! What if that Yu Jung-hyuk managed to reach the conclusion Jie through innumerable losses? What if a version of Yu Jung-hyuk that saw the end of Starstream through his own powers alone existed somewhere in the universe? Han Soo-young waited for a beat before shifting her gaze over to Yu Jung-hyuk. In his violently rocking eyes, her reflection could be seen. And what would a guy like that be thinking about when he's looking at the current third turn? The secretive plotter. The constellation that didn't appear within the original Ways of Survival. Even then, a being that possessed more power than any other constellations I've met so far. Secretive plotter. Are you someone who knows the epilogue of that novel? That was the reason why I decided to ask this question. I was sure of guessing the plotter's true identity correctly as long as he provided me with the right answer. Eventually, the secretive plotter opened his lips. I am refusing to answer that question. What? No, hang on. Constellation, secretive plotter, has used the right to refuse on the third question. God damn it, I forgot about that. Both sides could exercise the right to refuse once during this 3 divine questions and answers. The plotter was looking down at me with a pair of eyes that couldn't be read. For a brief moment there, I witnessed the probability sparks envelop his coat. I feel tired. Enough. Now go back. Hang on. The Q&A isn't over. Before I could finish, I was overcome with the sensation of space folding around me, and soon found myself standing outside the hall. The sense of dejection rushed in as I stared at the firmly shut door to the hall. 3 divine questions and answers has been temporarily suspended. You still have one more right to ask a question remaining. Normally, the 3 divine questions and answers wasn't a ceremony that one side could willfully delay like this. However, this secretive plotter managed to do exactly that. I couldn't even estimate how powerful a status he must have possessed in order to make something this unbelievable happen. I pounded on the hall's door and shouted out, "Open the door. This is not what we agreed upon. I need to get back to my comrades." In that instant, a powerful status rocked the door, and my incarnation body was flung away. I staggered back up to my feet and got ready to unleash my own status. Unexpectedly, it was the coma Yu Jung-hyuk number 999 who dissuaded me from doing that. "It'll be better if you don't." I sensed the ominous flow of air beyond the doorway and urgently withdrew my status. Indeed, this coma Yu Jung-hyuk was right. My incarnation body was still gravely injured, and the other party was a being so strong that the current me couldn't even guess his actual power level. "You'll have another chance, Kim Dokja." "And when will that be?" Coma Yu Jung-hyuk began looking at me with eyes reserved for when looking at a dumb fool, before one of them spoke up. "Follow us. We're going back to your lodging." I felt hopelessly lost by the prospect of returning to that circular room again. But as I was now, I didn't have much of a choice. I could sense the multiple presences of outer gods looking at this way from all corners of the corridor. Thankfully, I was a guest of the secretive plotter. It was all too clear to see what would happen if I tried to escape and become an uninvited guest in the process. Yup, not making a rash decision would be for the best, after all. Also, it wasn't as if I walked away with nothing from the current situation. Anyway, the 4th wall is faintly vibrating. There are quite a few faces I haven't seen in a while. Looks like a group of Shantaks. I was startled by the sudden voice coming from my inside. It was coming through the 4th wall's messaging system. Judging from the way it spoke, the devourer of dreams? It is indeed I. Now that I thought about it, I had an outer god residing inside me, didn't I? I completely forgot about it somehow. I began thinking that maybe I could ask for his help in my current predicament. Looks like they are being friendly towards you. Being friendly? You mean that? I stared at the outer gods raising their tentacles up threateningly in my direction. The moment our gazes met, The end of one of the tentacles suddenly bloomed open to resemble a horrifying-looking flower. They are curious about you. Now that is a rather uncommon event among outer gods. I looked at that flower bud swaying this way and that as if to win me over and shook my head in helplessness. It'll be hard to become friends with those guys. Hard? Why? You must know why by now after reading this and that in the library. I walked past the outer gods emitting gloomy, foreboding aura and began recalling the final episode of The Ways of Survival. The final battle of the Starstream is related to those outer gods. In the original story, Yu Jung-hyuk lost everything still remaining with him by that point. Every single incarnation that helped him up until then all died in that war. Died because of those monsters of chaos that brought the destruction of the world. But then, the Devourer of Dreams said something rather unexpected to me. Do you know why outer gods have become the calamities? That is, I seriously pondered it for a moment, only to fall into this strange, inexplicable chain of thoughts. Indeed, it sure was a strange thing even a novel as brimming full of detailed explanations as The Ways of Survival failed to mention the origins of the outer gods. It was at that moment a certain theory popped up in my head. The true identity of the secretive plotter and the origins of the outer gods. Could there be some kind of a connection between the two? Before I could throw out a question regarding that theory, someone engaged me for a chat first. I heard that you like reading novels. It was the Koma Yu Jung-hyuk number 999. I nodded my head. Sure I do. What about it? If you want, I can tell you a short story. A story? It was then the Koma Yu Jung-hyuk's number 666, 777, and 888 all looked at 999 with baffled expressions. It seemed that this wasn't a part of the plan. Not even waiting for my reply, the Koma Yu Jung-hyuk number 999 began telling his story. There was a wolf that continued to fight a lonely battle for a very long time. He had a goal he was chasing after, and there was a question he wanted to ask. For the answer to that question, he continued to fight. Is it an allegory? The wolf kept fighting. Hundreds of years, thousands, and maybe even for tens of thousands of years. I wanted to say that a wolf couldn't possibly live for that long. But regardless, the story continued on. The wolf eventually reached the end of the battle and became the Wolf King. And he managed to find the answer in his own way. He had to pay the price of losing his entire pack in the process, but in the end, he came to accept that answer. Because it was the best possible answer that the world could provide him with. Now with that answer, the king began roaming the world. This was a rather vaguely abstract story, yet. But then, one day, the king learned that there was yet another pack existing somewhere. Even then, this story sounded undoubtedly familiar, too. In that pack, he found the exact same wolf as himself. That wolf possessed the exact same goal as him, and was surviving for the same purpose as him, as well. I listened to the tale as if I had been entranced by it. But then, something was different. The wolf of this pack hadn't lost anything. Right now, this guy was telling me the story that the secretive plotter didn't want to tell me earlier. Finding his prey, protecting his pack, the distant goals he longed for this wolf was achieving all those with the minimal amount of pain. Without losing anything in the process. The king watched this spectacle and suddenly thought to himself. Slowly, so very slowly, a chill crept down on my back. If this story is brought to its conclusion as it was, then what was the purpose of the life I've lived so far? Yu Jung-hyuk was now asking straight at me. Kim Dokja, have you ever thought about a life like that before? Episode 79. The Secretive Plotter 3. Fin. TL. Since the TL note section isn't working, I'll revert to leaving the notes here. The conclusion. Jie is the last letter of the Kisho Tenketsu/Jizungjianjil that I mentioned in the chapter 409. Chapter 419, The Secretive Plotter. 4. All sorts of complicated thoughts rushed past my head. I felt as if someone was ringing a gong right next to my ear. I covered my mouth from the sudden rush of the sick feeling from my stomach. The Koma Yu Jung-hyuks kept looking up at me as I began wobbling about unsteadily. Kim Dokja knew who these beings were. The final revision of The Ways of Survival spat out bright texts from inside my pocket. He knew, but at the same time he didn't want to know. Kim Dokja? The Koma Yu Jung-hyuks realized that something was wrong with me and called out. I needed to stop thinking. The fourth wall is shaking. Stop thinking. The fourth wall is shaking intensely. However, I couldn't. Pages were flipping over inside my head. As if there was a storm raging about in there, all those pages swirled up and flew at the same time to completely blanket my consciousness. Hey you? And eventually, my vision was dyed in pitch-black darkness. Looks like he's learned of it now. The Koma Yu Jung-hyuk number 41 spoke as if it was in passing. Next to him was the secretive plotter, sitting on the ancient, worn-down throne. By any chance, did you deliberately give out that hint? That wasn't my intention. I don't see any reward for you after you even prepared props to put up a show like this. The Koma Yu Jung Hyuk number 41 spoke as he stared at the plotter's white coat. It was the same coat as the one Yu Jung Hyuk from the 1863rd turn wore. The plotter felt that stare. While taking the coat off, he spoke up. I wasn't putting on a show. That guy from the 1863rd should have been a part of me originally. Just like all of you. However, he opened the door and left without warning. Didn't he? While leaving behind that coat, too. The Koma Yu Jung Hyuk number 41 took over the white coat. As if the two had been talking about something forbidden up until now, a short silence descended between them. The secretive plotter wordlessly extended his hand towards the empty air. A circular table suddenly materialized next to the old throne. There was a wine glass filled with red wine on top of it. He lightly picked the glass up. It seems that the scenario is progressing far quicker than expected. Its ripening degree is nothing to write home about. It's all because of that fool Kim Dokja. Has the Dakibi king made his move yet? The Koma Yu Jung Hyuk number 41 flipped through the message log in the empty air. No, not yet. However, great Dakibis are now moving behind the scenes. The Wennies have contacted us as well. It'll soon start, then. I guess so. Two Yu Jung Hyuks stopped talking for a little while. Ominous howls could be heard coming through the cracked walls of this palace built to resemble a circle. Those were the cries of the outer world's hounds searching for them. The secretive plotter opened his lips. 41st. You are the most similar Yu Jung Hyuk when compared to me. What an honor that is. You'll soon die. Have we not come this far for that exact purpose? They stopped talking again. Pale white light suddenly glowed in the empty air, and soon, Starstream's broadcast screen appeared there. The secretive plotter flipped through the screens as if he was bored and spoke up. There isn't much left till the end of this long story, then. When I opened my eyes, I found myself inside the library. Kim Dokja. So annoy Ainja. I heard the wall's faint voice and shook my head to regain my wits. Sorry about that. The lights from the lanterns brightened up the dim darkness. It seemed that I was sucked into the fourth wall-less interior once more. The wall had protected my mind from breaking down, in other words. I massaged my pulsing head and took quick, short breaths. I needed a bit more time before my mind cleared up sufficiently enough. How long did it pass by like that? Eventually, only one line remained etched inside my once chaotic mind. The secretive plotter is Yu Jung Hyuk from the original Ways of Survival. He was not the Yu Jung Hyuk I met in the 1863rd turn, nor the guy I experienced the third turn with. No, he was someone I had never met before. Indeed, he was Yu Jung Hyuk who witnessed the conclusion of the Starstream before the third turn even had the chance to begin. Hang on, Authornum. What will happen to Jung Hyuk now? When it's like this? I recalled the last comment I made on the final chapter of The Ways of Survival. That novel came to an end and left everything up to the epilogue. The answer to the question I was dying to know. I slowly got up from the spot and took a look at the bookshelves around me. Yu Jung Hyuk. Records from the fourth turn, 8th volume. I stood there dazed after looking at the book's spine, revealed under the gentle light. The stories that I grew up reading were here. I slowly reached out towards that book's spine. My fingertip touching the end of the spine trembled faintly. This was the story that I read over and over again. Each of those phrases was my life, my blood, and my flesh. But now, why did such a story feel so alien to me now? I forced myself to grab that book, hoping to get rid of this feeling. This was a story that I could enjoy reading regardless of what time it was and which page it was. Anyway, this story wouldn't betray me. If I read it, I should feel better. Just like how it always did. Rather coincidentally, the page I flipped to was the scene of Anna Croft and Yu Jung Hyuk in a face-off. The novel's Yu Jung Hyuk spoke his line. This is because of you. My hands trembled as I flipped the page. I couldn't work up the courage to read what was on the next page. Maybe I didn't have the qualification to do so, too. I was happy reading the story? My entire life amounted to nothing but me reading about someone else's sorrow and pain? In that case, how was I any different from those damn constellations up in the sky? What will you do? I looked behind to find Nirvana there. There are two Yu Jung Hyuks in this world. The librarians had gathered around me. 3 pairs of eyes were now looking at me, pitying me. Nirvana, Simulation, and then the Devourer of Dreams. I met each of their gazes and asked, "What do you guys think? Do you wish to acquire the opinion of this one?" Nirvana stepped forward to reply. He sounded confident as if he knew the right answer already. No need to fall into a dilemma. Every creature started as one in the beginning, after all. You're going on about that one again? Everything was one to begin with, so what does it matter if there are 2 or more Yu Jung Hyuks? Becoming one with all the Yu Jung Hyuks is the utmost important providence of the cosmos. Yup, it was my fault to ask this idiot in the first place. I shifted my gaze and discovered that the master of the cinema dungeon, simulation, looking back at me. It seems that you're suffering under the weight of the guilty conscience. Guilty conscience, was it alright to bluntly label what I feel into that sort of emotion? My hand holding the book trembled, causing the pages themselves to tremble as well. Why do you feel guilt? Are you tormented by the misfortune he had suffered? I'm not too sure. Regardless of what, you can't save him. He has already lived a life like that and you simply read about his story. That is the summary of your reality. His voice, tinged with a certain logical sense, contained the wisdom of an ancient being who had read many stories for the longest time. The last one to speak was the devourer of dreams. It pushed up its glasses with its tentacles and spoke as if to mock me. Oh dear Constellation, do you honestly believe that the great plotter is asking for your sympathy? The moment I heard those words, my emotions cooled down as if they were bathed in icy cold water. It was correct. This emotion I've been feeling was the same thing as me insulting every story I had read. Besides, now wasn't the time to swim in these trivial emotional mires. Nirvana glibly continued on. Looks like you've finally regained some of your lost senses. Right now, I need to worry about much more realistic problems first. I need to return to my comrades, but I don't have any methods of getting out of here. The devourer of dreams nodded its head. I'm sure that's the case. Within the Nye's forest, he's basically the god, after all. Do you know something by any chance? I do know, but there's not much meaning even if I explain. Because you'd get only further away from their origins the more you try to explain anything related to the outer gods. Just like what the Recorders of Fear have done. Recorders of Fear. I seem to have heard a similar story once before. Meanwhile, the devourer of dreams continued on. The entrance and the exit lay in the same place. In most cases, a door with "Pull Me" written on it would open when you push at it. You must figure out why you're here. When you do, you will naturally discover the exit yourself. I heard what the secretive plotter said earlier after hearing those words. When you're done with the 3 questions, you must figure out the reason you had to be brought here. The reason why I had to come here. When I thought about it, maybe the 3 divine questions and answers being suspended was a fortunate thing for myself. I might have been able to guess the identity of the secretive plotter, but I hadn't been able to figure out the reason why he brought me to this place. That guy, why did he bring me here? He's a being who witnessed the end of one world. The devourer of dreams spoke as if it already knew what my question was. What can compel a being who already knows of to throw himself back into the great cycle once more? In that moment, I recalled a certain moment in my life. It was a piece of my memory from a very long time ago. I was a young boy, sitting opposite my mother and reading a book resting on my lap. Dokjaya, please read it again. What would be the reason for an existence that knew the story inside out to read it again? Yo you go out now Kim Dokjada. In the following moments, my view broke up and I was swept up in a whirlpool. The sight of the library scattered away like smoke. Everything spun around until my consciousness returned to where it belonged. Still suffering from the slight case of migraine and dizziness, I slowly opened my eyes along with a soft groan. Current incarnation body recovery rate, 34%. Drips of fable fell one at a time from the 4-pack filled with fables, currently attached to my arm. And there was information on my incarnation body floating up on the display in the air. Currently, the injection of healing medicine cannot be administered due to the extensive damage to your foundational fable. Natural recovery is recommended. You currently possess high resistance against elixirs. You can consume a new type of elixir to boost the rate of recovery. I struggled to push myself up. Every corner of my body still ached like crazy, but still, movements in my joints felt a lot smoother than before. Bu. As expected, Bu didn't reply. However, I was greeted by another message instead. You're currently connected to a temporary channel. A temporary channel meaning, this place was not an official scenario location of the star stream. Total numbers of connections. Number of constellations currently connected to the temporary channel. 2. It was saying 2, which was as clear as you could get, as much as the number of clicks the ways of survival got. I began thinking, if I wanted to escape from this place, there was little choice but to have another face-to-face with the secretive plotter. But I wasn't sure if he'd meet me again that easily. In that case, there was only one other method left. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, is calling the constellation, secretive plotter. If the bastard didn't want to meet me, then Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, is looking at the constellation, secretive plotter. Then, until he looked at me again. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, is throwing a temper tantrum in the constellation, secretive plotter's direction. Yup, I just needed to annoy him. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation is... Constellation, secretive plotter, is glaring at you. As expected, a response came. just before I could send back another message. Though, the door to my room flung open with some force. You insane fool. Why are you making a ruckus like this? Oh, so you came. The coma Yu Jung Hyok number 666 was glaring at me. If you want something, you can simply call for me. So, stop with the barrage of noisy indirect messages. Since these coma Yu Jung Hyoks were all dependents of the secretive plotter, they must have been able to hear my indirect messages, too. In any case, that 666 seemed to be tasked with caring for my well-being. What surprised me there, though, was that he held what looked to be some kind of a smartphone-like device. Unfitting for a mini chibi, the phone itself was the regular big size. Why are you looking at that thing? Were you playing a mobile game? I got up from the bed and quickly snatched the phone away from the unguarded hands of this idiot. Yu Jung Hyok's original profession was the pro gamer, so it wouldn't be all that strange for him to play a game of some key. Dada? Give it back to me this instant. 666. Leaped up and smacked me in the waist while roaring out in anger. I simply stared at the display in pure stupefaction, though. Hey, this isn't a game, now is it? You're currently connected to 2 channels. You're currently in the area outside the scenario's control. You are now connected to the official channel via a proxy channel. The smartphone screen was displaying a rather familiar background. Dokja Juicy is alright. He's definitely alive. I can tell. Just below the live icon, indirect messages from constellations I was familiar with were cascading down as if it was some kind of a chat room. Constellation, bald general of justice, is nodding his head energetically. Constellation, maritime war god, is consoling the members of Kim Dokja Company. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is. What shocked me even more could be found at the bottom of the chat room display. Constellation name, secretive plotter. You're currently a VIP subscriber. Due to one of the VIP membership perks, you are exempt from the cost of indirect messaging. Please select the expression you wish to convey. Currently, you have selected, stay strong. Please enter the amount of coins to be sponsored. You can sponsor from 50 coins upwards in the applicable channel. No amount has been entered. C. Please enter the message you wish to convey through indirect messaging. Forget about fulls like Hyman Kusanaliter. You have exceeded the word length input limit. I stopped reading there and looked down at the coma Yu Jung Hyok number 666 in sheer dumbfoundedness. Hey, I'm asking you just in case. By any chance, the one who sent all those indirect messages was, it's merely my turn today. Give up the device immediately or it'll kill you, Kim Dokja. The deeply blushing coma Yu Jung Hyok number 666 held the heaven-shaking sword tightly and panted angrily. Only then did I finally figure out something that I failed to understand until now. So, I had these coma idiots to thank for all those countless indirect messages the secretive plotter allegedly sent my way. When he comes back this time, let's just throw him inside a coffin and bury him somewhere. It'll be better to let him out only after the scenarios are over. E.g. Hai said something hair-raisingly scary just then. I watched the kids sitting together on the screen and my heart began aching as if I had been sneak attacked just now. It hadn't been that long since we parted ways. Yet I missed them already. Whatever the cost, I had to return to them. Because the Apocalypse Dragon scenario was already over, so if I didn't hurry back to where they were, then such a chuch it. That was when the probability sparks went on a wild dance one by one. Dakibis began appearing in the skies of Seoul. I spotted Baihyung among them as well. New main scenario has arrived. God damn it. So soon? Baihyung inside the screen began speaking up. Kim Dokja Company. It's now time to leave for the final scenario. Episode 79. The Secretive Plotter. 4. Finn. TL. No second chapter today, but he'll try to make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 420. The Secretive Plotter. 5. Final scenario? Zhang Huiwen frowned deeply while staring at the blinking message in the air. The final scenario was already starting? The Apocalypse Dragon scenario was supposed to be 89th. So, did this mean that the 90th scenario was the last? It wasn't just her who was confused by this, though. Every constellation still riding on the ark exchanged glances and began murmuring among themselves. Comma. What does that even mean? Wait. Did the 99th scenario start already? Some of them even began lodging complaints to Dakibi Baihyung too. What kind of an underhanded scheme is this? It's not the time for the final scenario to start. Are you planning to take Kim Dokja Company away separately? Baihyung studied the reactions of these constellations before shaking his head. The invitations to the final scenario are being issued since from a while ago. More correctly, ever since all of you decided to wake the Apocalypse Dragon, that is. His declaration caused the constellations to become noisy among themselves. A few of them seemed to have realized something, and while looking around the vicinity in worried eyes, began shouting out loudly. In that case, send us to the final scenario, too. That's right. We also possess the qualifications. Bai Hyung spoke as if to pacify them. I'm sorry, but I'm not in charge of you, everyone. But, if you possess the requisite qualifications, then the assigned dakibis will arrive soon to guide you, so please rest easy. However, his tone of voice was definitely not a friendly one. That is, as long as you are qualified, of course. Complexions of the constellations paled visibly, and soon afterwards the Ark made another announcement. Next stop is the 8612th planetary system. The 8612th planetary system, where the planet Earth was the home to Kim Dokja Company. Bai Hyung shifted his gaze over the members of Kim Dokja Company, as if he could no longer delay the matter. Well now, everyone from Kim Dokja Company, please gather around. That prompted Han Suyong to step forward. No, hang on a minute. We finished the last scenario only a few days ago, you know? Please let us head over to Earth first. We haven't completed our preparation for the next scenario yet. Zhang Hui-won also pitched in. One by one, the comrades gathered around Shin Yusung, Yi Gilyong, and Yi Jihai, too. They all carried confused, unsettled expressions. Bai Hyung sighed softly under his breath. As I thought, it's really inconvenient without Kim Dokja around, isn't it? If only he was here, he'd have understood it already. Just what's the reason for hurrying us up like this? If you can't give us a proper explainer. Bai Hyung's lips quietly moved. There aren't that many entry tickets remaining. You gotta go there as soon as possible to secure yours. Those words were conveyed through the Dakibi communication. The members of the Kim Dokja Company looked at each other at the same time. If this Dakibi was sending a covert message like this, it could only mean that he didn't want other constellations to hear him. However, what was with this entry ticket thing? Did they need such a thing for the next scenario? Yu Jung Hyuk suddenly made his entrance from behind the hesitating group. Let's get going. But hang on. Yu Jung Hyuk remained adamant even when Zhang Hui-won tried to stop him. The final scenario won't start just because we enter its location. It's the right decision to heed his recommendation. But what about Hyen Seongsai? Entrust him to my master. Zhang Hui-won hurriedly looked at Han Suyong. The latter seemed to be thinking about something for a bit and then grabbed the former's shoulder. For the time being, let's go there. There must be a reason if he's being so insistent like this. Maybe Kim Dokja might have gone ahead of us and is waiting there. It's worth checking it out. The words Kim Dokja brought about resolute determination on the members' expressions. I agree. Me too. Me too. Shin Yusung, Yi Gilyong, and even Yi Jihai all quickly made up their minds. Zhang Hui-won seemed to be worried about Yi Hyun-sung until the end, but eventually nodded her head after listening to Yu Jung Hyuk's words. We might be able to find a way to revive the Emperor of Steelsword sooner by going to the final scenario's location. In that case, I don't have a reason to hesitate anymore. Well, let's get going, then. Along with Bai Hyung's voice, Kim Dokja Company's surroundings were dyed in bright light in an instant. Scenario transmission is starting. Perhaps due to the higher-ranking Dakibi's authority being invoked, the time it took to move through the portal was short and comfortable. In the blink of an eye, the group found themselves transported to the middle of pitch-black outer space. More specifically, on top of a semi-transparent disk that allowed them to look down on the universe itself. Where? The disk was protected by a dome-shaped barrier with only one entrance/exit, while there were several Dakibis standing in front of this very doorway. Yu Jung Hyuk took a look at the Dakibis once, and then at the doorway before muttering to himself. It's the gate of Starstream. You know where this is? He nodded his head at Han Suyong's question. It's where the Bureau's headquarters is. You have to pass through here in order to enter the final scenario's location. Sounds like you've been here before? Were you caught by the probability appropriateness evaluation or something? No, it's my first time here. Then how did you know? Did the records from the 1863rd turn mention this place? That is. Suddenly, he grabbed his temples and staggered unsteadily. He knew of the records from the 1863rd turn, thanks to the secretive plotter. However, those records didn't contain any information regarding this scenario. Kim Dokja hadn't said anything in particular either. In that case, how did he know of this information already? Such a chut. Sparks faintly danced just above his coat. Yi Jihai sensed that something was wrong, and as she reached out to him, rays of bright light exploded from the gate's vicinity. Another batch of constellations, as well as Dakibis, warped into this place. Constellationims, please. It's this way. Constellations and incarnations brushed past their group in perfect order under the guidance of great Dakibis. And among them, walking past Kim Dokja Company, was Heech, the very same Dakibi who showed up to offer them a choice earlier. Didn't I say it before? That you'll all regret your decision. Han Suyong and Yu Jung Hyuk glanced at each other after hearing that great Dakibi's passing voice. Something was off about this whole thing. Quite unlike this great Dakibi's group that went past the gate rather easily, Kim Dokja Company wasn't even able to approach its vicinity at all. Bai Hyung was standing by the entrance, and the group could hear him arguing with the gatekeepers there. What is the meaning of this? We've already gone through all the procedures. These incarnations possess the right qualifications to enter the final scenario. So, please step aside. As the gate emitting pure light swallowed up the great Dakibi's group, it stopped first and whispered something to the captain of the gatekeepers. Unable to wait any longer, Bai Hyung stepped forward, only for this captain to open its lips. Higher-ranking Dakibi Bai Hyung, you and Kim Dokja Company can't enter the final scenario. When I was young, I often had dreams where I became Yu Jung Hyuk. Well, he occupied the places inside me that should have been filled by the likes of Superman or Batman, that was why. Not only that, I often acted as him even when I was wide awake. I got beaten up because of that and also experienced some pretty horrible ordeals too. Even then, I managed to survive until now because I became such a Yu Jung Hyuk. Captain, let's hurry and head over to the next scenario. Of course, it wasn't only Yu Jung Hyuk who made an appearance in my dreams. Indeed, the brave E.G. Hai was there too. And maintenance of the equipment is complete. Jung Hyuk. The dependable Lee Hyun-song was also there, and finally, Captain, are you alright? Your complexion isn't so good. The thoughtful Shin Yu-sung was there too. In a way, they were like my family. If Yu Jung Hyuk was my parent, then Lee Hyun-song was my older brother. Ji-hai was my older sister, and Yu-sung was my friend. I loved their stories. I cheered them on during their fights, and took a peek at their misfortunes. And I wasn't really sure if this could serve as an excuse, but I truly wished for them to be happy. What had happened to them by now, I wonder? The last thing I saw was Yu Jung Hyuk's face. It's all because of you. Suddenly, my view spun around. I spat out a pained groan and opened my eyes. Your complexion isn't so good. Are you alright? I was wondering why my chest felt heavy, but as it turned out, the coma Yu Jung Hyuk number 999 was standing on it. He used his mini, heaven-shaking sword to pick up a cup resting on the nearby table and handed it over to me. Drink. Thanks. My mind gradually woke up after drinking some cold water. Current incarnation body recovery rate, 36%. Although negligent, my incarnation body was slowly recovering. Of course, it wasn't enough to make me feel satisfied. Kim Dokja Company. It's now time to leave for the final scenario. The sight I saw in 666's smartphone last night didn't want to leave my head. My companions were already facing the offer of the final scenario. I no longer had time to waste here. You can leave whenever you want. As long as you can figure out the answer yourself, that is. Is that thing again? I grumbled unhappily and sat up. But then, the coma Yu Jung Hyuk number 999 threw an unexpected question in my way. Name the type of food you hate. Why all of a sudden? Shut up and answer the question. I was momentarily overwhelmed by the little guy's force. It's tomato. He pulled out a small memo pad from his inner pocket and jotted down tomato in neat handwriting. Why was he writing that down? Anyway, what about your favorite food? Murim dumplings with chicken broth. My answer prompted a change of expressions in 999's face. Looks like your tongue knows its stuff. Well, sure, my 3-inch tongue helped me live this far, that's true. 81st Turn is in charge of cooking. His swordsmanship might be lacking, but he's quite talented when it comes to making food. Look forward to it. Now that I thought about it, 81st Turn Yu Jung Hyuk learned quite a lot of cooking skills for some reason, didn't he? It seemed that he was in charge of meals in this place. Then 999 finished jotting down on the memo, jumped off from the bed and glanced back at me. If you're uncomfortable about something, tell me. Even a dumb guest is a guest nonetheless. There is something I want to ask, actually. As long as it's not an unnecessary one. Why did Yu Jung Hyuk become an outer god? The coma Yu Jung Hyuk's expression hardened ever so slightly. I continued with my questioning. Not only that, he even acts as a constellation with a moniker of secretive plotter, too. The Yu Jung Hyuk that I know of would have never done something like this. One of the things I realized after coming here was that almost all the coma Yu Jung Hyuks didn't really like me. Quite often, they would try to pick a fight with me for no reason, and rarely did they provide a proper answer whenever I asked them about something. However, this 999 was different. There was that story about the wolf, too. It was as if he wanted to tell me something here. Thankfully, my gut feeling wasn't wrong. Just what is the Yu Jung Hyuk you think you know? His voice contained faint traces of scorn. I didn't know what to say. Do you still believe that you can understand someone through just a few lines of text in a couple of chapters? Couldn't reply. I wasn't sure why. Could be because I thought that I had no right to answer him, or maybe I couldn't find the correct words to say. 999 quietly studied the indecisive me before shooting me a criticizing glare. He then pulled some things out from a drawer attached to the table to throw them at me. I heard that you like to read. Maybe reading that might help you. That book is written for the purpose of understanding the fear of the unknown by foolish humans like you. What 999 threw at me were several books. I picked one of them up to take a look. A brief overview of Outer Gods regarding the Secretive Plotter and the Most Ancient Dream. Episode 79. The Secretive Plotter 5, Finn. Chapter 421, The Secretive Plotter 6. This was a book written by the Recorder of Fear. The Recorders of Fear, the very first humans to encounter the Outer Gods, and the writers who also spread the word on their existences. Exclusive skill, reading comprehension, is activating. Exclusive attribute, scenario interpreter, is activating. I couldn't help but feel my anticipation grow after seeing the book's title. To think this would be a story regarding the Secretive Plotter and the Most Ancient Dream. The plotter often brought up this most ancient dream, so I hoped that this could be an important opportunity to learn more about that thing. I didn't even notice that 999 had disappeared by then, all my being focused on reading this book. Exactly 8 hours later, I closed the book's cover, my face one of pure stupefaction. I knew of a perfect expression to describe this sort of book. It's even more boring than Ways of Survival. I had no idea who wrote it, but if this book got published in the various platforms of the 21st century, then I was sure of it tanking as badly as the Ways of Survival. Not only was it boring, it was also quite a hard read, too. Just what on earth was it even talking about? However, there was this one thing that I did understand, which was there were 5 great outer gods in the expansive great whole, the living flame that rises up from the east. The master of the sunken island, the calamity of the world in the west. The monarch of the great abyss, the ruler of the northern universe. The king of Silverheart, the ruler of the interstellar space in the south. And finally, the great plotter that crawls from the place of nothing. This setup is even cooler than the Ways of Survival. In the context of the things so far, this great plotter moniker seemed to signify the secretive plotter. Actually, there were several interesting parts among the texts related to the plotter himself. A few recorders of fear who had encountered the great plotter came to learn that he was searching for the most ancient dream. Omitted, comma. Those lucky recorders were able to ask the great plotter about the identity of the most ancient dream. It is the beginning of this universe and the master of the gigantic cogwheel. My oldest mortal enemy and my parent. And the one who decides the end of everything. The few recorders of fear managed to see the great plotter's expression the moment those words were spoken, and they fainted right away. After waking up, they could no longer remember who they were anymore. Records written by a bunch of people who couldn't even remember themselves? Was that why the author of this book was simply stated as a recorder of fear instead? I wanted to read more about either the great plotter or the most ancient dream, but the majority of the book didn't contain records of those two, but rather a collection of boring anecdotes related to the general overview of the outer gods instead. Even the plot development was all over the place. Quite often, a story would end abruptly without warning just as it was getting interesting, or the sequence of events would be jumbled up even within the anecdote itself and made it utterly impossible to make heads or tails of it. I wasn't just talking about one story here, but every single one of them, so I just couldn't get immersed within the book at all. What an interesting story. It was none other than simulation who decided to butt in. Which part was interesting to you? This book has been deliberately engineered this way. Are you saying that it was written deliberately to be boring? The message the story wishes to convey is quite clear. If the author wanted to convey a message, then he should have written it in a way that others could understand. It's written with the idea that those who can't understand it will not. Pardon? I thought I heard a light sigh, and then tiny sparks danced in front of my eyes. The power leaking out from the fourth wall flipped through the pages of the book and began extracting several paragraphs. And once those seemingly disparate paragraphs, taken from different short stories, were connected, they formed the following lines of texts. Emotions passed down from the distant, remote universe. That is the flow of the ancient times that this writer could never follow after. We were terrified. They were like monsters from a universe we couldn't recognize. This fear didn't stem from what we could predict. This was pure terror emanating from those that we could never understand. With great difficulty, we assigned names to each of those terrors. We wanted to pretend that, by assigning names to the creatures of the unknown, we'd be able to understand them. Only now did it feel like the message this book wished to convey was revealing itself. Of course, whether our attempt has any meaning or not, only they can decide. After reading that resignation-filled paragraph, I thought I could see why the outer gods ridiculed these recorders of fear so much. All those modifiers attached to them, strictly speaking, didn't reflect their original essence. If you, the reader, meet them someday, remember this. The one who stares into the abyss will have no choice but to either go mad or become the abyss itself. Having finished my second read-through, I closed the book while feeling despondent. I've gained pretty much nothing here. In the end, there was only one thing I got to figure out from this book. Outer gods are unfathomable creatures. Those were some pretty irresponsible words, that's for sure. Such words could be applied to just about anybody, not only to the outer gods, now couldn't they? Yu Yung Hyuk is an unfathomable creature. Han Suyong is an unfathomable creature. You could say something like that and it still fit the context. Even if it was not an outer god, it was true that we couldn't fully understand each other. We might feel like we could, but that was nothing more than a momentary delusion on our part. Some time ago, I had a conversation with Jang Hyong regarding this topic. The devourer of dreams, silently listening to my thoughts, began cackling away. You're correct. That's the message this book wishes to convey. In the end, we are all simply outer gods to each other. I put the book down and looked outside the window. It was circular-shaped, just like the circular room it was in. Sunlight poured in faintly. I spotted the outer gods enjoying the sunbath in between the forest's dense foliage. Some of them discovered me and waved their tentacles about. As if I was looking at a scary scene from a fairy tale or something, I continued to stare at those tentacles. Could very well be that their outer appearance didn't reflect their true nature. Now that I took a closer look, their movements seemed to be rather graceful, too. Only those who reach out can discover the truth. Maybe there was no need for me to read that book from the get-go. Well, outer gods were everywhere in this place, weren't they? I sneakily observed my surroundings for a bit, before activating miniaturization to slip outside the window. I floated up and approached one of the outer gods. It also extended its tentacle towards me. I didn't sense hostility behind that action. I don't care if you read it. Even after the fourth wall warned me, I still reached out towards that tentacle. I always regretted about something in my life. However, my regret over the things I hadn't done was way bigger than for those that I did do. Exclusive skill, reading comprehension, is activating. The very last scenario of this star stream was a great war against the outer gods. And through that war, the outer gods would disappear from this world. They were the only creatures in the ways of survival without any detailed explanation. I wanted to ask them just where they came from. Ask them for what purpose they were fighting against the star stream. Not even once during the original story did the outer gods reply to those questions. They only roared on, or spat out incomprehensible utterances and fought against the constellations. That was all. Tsuchichuchuku. The fourth wall is warning you. I grasped the outer god's tentacle. As if it was responding to my touch, the tentacle wrapped around my hand like a tree's vine. The recorder of fear said this. They said that the outer gods were unfathomable, unexplainable existences. They said that no one knew where they came from or what their real identity was. They could be right. My current actions might be completely meaningless. We might end up fighting each other later, like how it was in the original storyline, and bring forth the wretched destruction and ruination to all. Suddenly, my surroundings seemed to be blanketed by a slow-moving melody. Under the brilliant sunlight, outer gods were, one by one, bowing their heads in my direction. Fable, the one who is loved by all, has begun its storytelling. Tiny flowers began blooming on the vines created by the outer gods, as if they were giving me their precious hidden something. Fragrance wafted out from those flowers, soon becoming lyrics to a song. And afterwards it formed a story. Captain. It was a fragment of a very old memory. Yu Yung Hyaxi. I listened to those voices like an entranced man. They belonged to different people, but I could accurately guess the owners of those voices with my eyes closed. I had been thinking about this for a long while. If the secretive plotter was Yu Yung Hyuk from the original story, and just like what he had shown me, if the countless world lines of the ways of survival existed out there, then the innumerable failed stories within those regression turns, just where would they have ended up in? In the next life, without a doubt. Even if you regress many more times, it'll always accompany you, Captain. The surging waves of memories swept me up in an instant. These memories lacked any obvious starting point, and they were not consistently linked to each other, either. However, I was able to follow them, as if I was connecting the constellations that couldn't be connected previously. Perhaps only I was able to connect them in this world. And in that moment, I understood. I understood what the outer god was, why Yu Yung Hyuk from the original story had to become one willingly, and why he had no choice but to become the secretive plotter. The story of pain that went on for tens of thousands, hundreds, maybe even for millions of years. Stories discarded by the world line and couldn't be acknowledged as fables. And the fragments of fables that became the subconsciousness of the worlds, drifting around in the universe and ruminating on the ancient memories. Finally, the voices of those that were not saved. Ooh, Branches of the outer god enveloping my surroundings like a garden began expanding. I couldn't take my eyes off these memories, even though it felt as if I'd asphyxiate from the crashing waves of them. Please remember us. I grabbed hold of the fables crumbling away at my touch and began sobbing. These were simply far too precious. And I felt uncontrollable sorrow now that no one remembered them. I could neither understand or change this. All I could do, whether it was back then or now, was to simply read them. Outer gods began screeching out all at the same time. Yuknawis, 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 yuknawis. Waryu, 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 waryu. The vines began tightening around me. I heard sobbing noises coming from the outer gods. It sounded like they were happy, or maybe sad. It was the ancient cry resonating from the distant other side of the universe. Told you not to do it. Outer gods rushing towards me soon formed a dense, impenetrable forest. Vines grew and grew, choking me harder and tighter as if to swallow me whole. As if they wanted to accept me as one of them. As if they wanted me to join them and stay forever. I somehow managed to regain my wits and struggled hard to get out of there while pushing the vines away. Unfortunately, the more I did that, the tighter their restrictions became. Don't go. How come? I couldn't afford to get devoured here. If I really wanted what's best for them, then I must not faint here. Can't go. Even before I could unsheathe the unbreakable faith, both of my arms were sealed off. Just as I was about to get helplessly dragged into the darkness of the vines, blinding rays of light split them apart. It was a mini, heaven-shaking sword, visible under the faint sunlight. I raised my head to find the Koma Yu Jung Hyok number 999 glaring at me. You bastard, what have you done? Episode 79. The Secretive Plotter 6. Fin. Chapter 422. The Secretive Plotter 7. Just what the hell happened back there? Bai Hyung hung his head low after hearing Han Suyong's words. You were busy talking a big game, but then we got refused entry at the door. Aye, Dakibi, will you say something already? Well, that is... Fu? In the end, the Kim Dokja company couldn't go to the final scenario and had to return to Earth. The reason? Their qualification is insufficient. It seems that the great Dakibis were behind this. You think everything'll be fine after saying that? What will you do about our wasted time, dude? They'll compensate you with suitable rewards, so please, stop grilling me. While the grumbling Bai Hyung was rummaging through his pockets, Han Suyong sighed deeply and took a look at her companions. They had somehow returned to Earth after going through all sorts of crazy ups and downs. Predictably, none of them were themselves at the moment. He might have died for real this time. I'm sorry, Hyung. I wasn't qualified. Because I didn't do the contract. Lee Gilyong had been muttering some indescribable things to himself while crouching over there. While Shin Yu-sung had her eyes closed and both of her index fingers were pressed to her temples as if she was meditating or some such. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-hai and Zhang Hui-won had taken Lee Hyen-sung to Aileen at the industrial complex and had vacated the premises for the time being. This place hasn't changed at all. That Ajumma didn't even bother to clean the house, did she? Han Suyong muttered to herself as she patted away the dust on the aged couch. Once upon a time, she, Yu Sang-ah, and Lee Soo-jaeong stayed together in this very house. A place where they lived together for 3 years during Kim Dokja's absence. Her brief reminiscence was cut short by the doorbell. She utilized the black flame to remotely open the door and smirked to herself. I guess the devil showing up when you talk about her could be a fable as well. It's been a while, Soo-young-ga, said Lee Soo-jaeong as she scanned the messy state of the house. She eventually shook her head. You're still the same as before. You should at least ventilate the place. They'll have you know I've returned only just now. And it's already been so many Han Suyong flinched when she got that far. She might have spent dozens of years in the Isle of Reincarnators, but that was time spent within the island itself. She couldn't really tell exactly how long it had been on the outside. Lee Soo-jaeong opened all the windows in the house with a simple flick of her hand and sent away all the stuffy dust outside. Her eyes remained fixed on the group sagging on the floor in the meantime. Han Suyong sneakily blocked the older woman's view towards them and coughed to clear her throat, before asking a question. By any chance, did Zhang Hui-won tell you already? Tell me what? Han Suyong lightly bit her lip. She wasn't sure how to explain this situation. Well, you can see that Kim Dokja isn't here. That's true. I learned of it just now, too. She thought that maybe she shouldn't have brought it up, but it was spilt milk already. Han Suyong squeezed her eyes shut and spoke. The reason why he's not here, it's me, Yu Jung Hyok and Zhang Hui-won, we all wanted to save your son and tried to go with the soul's one big hit, but please get to the main point. Actually, Ajumma, your son's gone to some place with someone. But that place is... Are you perchance speaking of that? Han Suyong followed Lee Soo-jaeong's pointing finger and turned her head. The TV mounted on the wall was playing a news footage. The scene on the screen showed a man wearing a white coat floating in the jet-black sky, with Kim Dokja dangling off that man's arm. Breaking news. Kim Dokja Company's president kidnapped. Han Soo-young's jaw dropped to the floor as she muttered softly. What the heck is that? For some unfathomable reason, the Earth's media had found out about that event. Lee Soo-jayong and her rather relaxed expression stared at the screen for a little while. Then she nodded her head. That boy. He's still so popular. Ajumma? Don't you get that it's a pretty serious problem? But he looks like Yoo Jung-hyakun. So what can be a serious problem? TL note at the end. Because that's not the Yoo Jung-hyuk. That's the problem. Han Soo-young spat out a groan. But then, the TV screen suddenly rewound itself back and the exact same footage played out again. Breaking news. Kim Dokja Company's president kidnapped. She looked around wondering what was going on here, only to discover the stupefied Yoo Jung-hyuk continually poking the TV remote. He rewound the footage several times and repeated it over and over again. Han Soo-young asked him, Hey, are you alright? You want regress even if you're rewind that, you know? Did you even forget how to go back now? He didn't even pretend to hear her. His eyes burned scarily as if he wanted to engrave the appearance of the secretive plotter in them. The status of the regressor who refused to accept his defeat oozed out from him and made the air in the living room rather stuffy and hot. Han Soo-young spat out an even greater groan. Damn it. Just who the heck distributed that footage? Hum. She turned her head yet again to find Bae-hyung this time, coughing to clear his throat. You haven't left yet? Hey, race your reward. Now that she thought about it, she had forgotten all about the reward payout. She extended her hand out, and the Dakibi's small hand placed 500 coins on her palm. Are you messing with me? Well, the thing is, the financial state of the Bureau Seoul branch is a bit strained lately, you see. And what with all these many things that require our attention, it's like... Bae-hyung whistled while glancing at the other side of the sky. The Seoul sky that should have been clear was now dyed in the ominous colors of crimson and yellow. There were probability sparks lashing down like lightning bolts, as well as the pitch-black great hole swirling around viciously. Han Soo-young frowned deeply and asked, Did something happen to Seoul? The skies have been like that for a while now. This city was no longer the location for the main scenario. But, if the apocalyptic phenomena were still persisting like that, it's because of the apocalypse dragon. Bae-hyung looked at the sky with a bitter expression, pulled out a lengthy smoking pipe from his inner pocket and mouthed it. Perhaps she found that sight unacceptable. Han Soo-young snatched the pipe away and yelled at the Dakibi. What are you talking about? Why does the apocalypse dragon's effect reach this far? You don't know? I thought Kim Dokja would have told you already. That idiot never tells us the most important information. Bae-hyung pulled out a second smoking pipe looking rather unperturbed and spoke while lighting it up. The revival of the apocalypse dragon is the first button of the great annihilation for all of us. You can think of it as the world line now rushing towards its end with that thing wide awake. This was why I told you that we need to hurry to the final scenario. What will happen if we don't get to the final scenario? As the word implies, it's the apocalypse. You, me, this world. That composed declaration prompted the dumbfounded Han Soo-young to sharply shoot back. What the heck, what's the point of this final scenario when the whole world is about to be destroyed? Why did you people even create such a scenario in the first place? The Great Annihilation is not a scenario planned out by the Dakibis. It's simply meant to be. And because the annihilation is real, the final scenario has gained its purpose at last. Bae-hyung looked up at the distant skies with an expression of remorse. He saw the movements of a group of stars, hurriedly trying to get to some place. Stars of the heavens were getting further away like shooting stars. Yeah. The outer gods unleashed their jet-black statuses, dyeing the entirety of the Nai's forest in pure darkness. The coma Yoo Jung-hyoks managed to extract me from the vines and quickly stood all around me. The coma number, 999, spoke up first. Protect Kim Dokja. I told all of you this before, didn't I? I knew he would cause a problem. Indeed, we should have killed him the first time we saw him. Even though they spat out some seriously scary words, all of the mini Yoo Jung-hyoks continued to hold their heaven-shaking swords firmly and didn't lower their guards. They sliced and cut the approaching tentacles and advanced forward little by little. Maybe because it was directly after witnessing something truly shocking, my entire body seemed to be wrapped in this cold air. The coma number 999 took off his black coat and placed it over my shoulders. I only remember telling you to read a book, so why did you have to provoke them? I wasn't sure what I could say back to him here. 999's eyes trembled. You fool. Oh. The howling outer god's true voice reverberated heavily in the sky. Insects within the forest vomited out their bodily fluids and died, while some of the gods even began fighting among themselves, too. 999 spoke in a grave tone of voice. These beings have not been understood for a very long time. And you just had to get involved. Outer gods were flooding into where we were. Give tome, give tome, give tome, give tome. Kim dokja, Kim dokja, Kim dokja, Kim dokja. What was even more concerning, though, was the fact that not all outer gods carried the same sentiments as their peers. A few of the higher-ranked ones, after sensing my presence, began to exude unfiltered animosity in my way. Stin ki ing constellation has low okay down on us. Ki ll him get our ID of him. No fo giving even if you are plo ters gust. Step aside, members of the Shantak. We will cut you down if you come closer. The Koma Yu Jung Hyoks all unleashed their statuses and resisted. But the outer gods didn't back down at all. They approached closer one step at a time, and while emitting dizzying statuses themselves, cried out in a loud roar. OPL otter. We can no lo inger what. F or ho w long do we need to what. The wa rldl ines end is ap pro aching. I knew very well what they were talking about. The world line's end. Even these guys, as expected, were fully conscious of the final scenario. Tach is wa rld mu st understand us. Step aside. The tentacles closing in grew even more ferocious. Eventually, their statuses became simply too much for the Koma Yu Jung Hyoks to deal with, but then, the forest parted ways, and he made his entrance. He walked forward while crossing the tentacles that none of us could block. Each of his steps contained the solitude of indescribable eternity, as well as the entirety of the 1,863rd lives he had experienced. Once upon a time, his name was Yu Jung Hyok, but now he was the secretive plotter. A man who knew of every world-line sorrow. Outer gods knelt down in front of that absolute, overwhelming nobleness. Oh, the GREPL otter. However, not all of them did. There were some gods who didn't want to bend their opinions even when subjected to the intense pain of their existences turning into nothingness. Oh, the GREPL otter, we can no lo inger what. The ones no one could ever understand were wailing in sorrow. They raged on and they mourned. Even then, their rage and sorrow were not understood. They didn't belong to this world line, and they couldn't be understood through the existing fables. One needed to work really hard to understand their rage, their sorrow and their grief. We want to be understood. We w and to become fa bless. Stories that needed one to work hard to understand could never be fables. Stories that needed one to throw oneself deeply in first couldn't be consumed. The secretive plotter opened his lips. You will not be understood. He looked at each and every one of them with subtle gazes, studied them, and gifted them with the cruel reality. That is because the star stream has labeled all of you terrors. Because this world has described you all as chaos that destroys the order, as calamities that could never be understood. That is why. It was then I finally understood why the secretive plotter has chosen to side with these creatures. Why would a person who knows the end of everything repeat the same story over again? When I thought about it, the answer was a rather simple one. That's because he didn't like the end he witnessed. In the original story, Yu Jung Hyok and Constellations defeated the outer gods together. That's how he got to the end of the scenarios and destroyed the star stream. You will never shine in the sky like the constellations, nor can you become the main actors of this world. As long as the star stream exists, you will all remain forever as outer gods. However, he didn't find what he wanted. And now, after becoming the secretive plotter, Yu Jung Hyok was stepping up to the battlefield once more. Soon, the war of annihilation will commence. The end of everything will soon begin, where stars will fall, worlds will collapse, and all fables will be extinguished. I spotted the eyes of the secretive plotter looking at me from afar. The eye of Sage spun around within his pitch-black iris. Oh, the great plotter. Oh, ooh. According to the plot of the original story, these creatures would meet with defeat. For the sake of the conclusion Kim Dokja wishes for, these beings simply had to be defeated. Starstream would be destroyed, while the stars of the heavens and the solitary gods would die with no one to remember them. The defeated would die extremely sorrowful deaths, while the victors would not get to bask in their victory. I began walking towards the secretive plotter. Kim Dokja? I heard 999 call out to me, but I didn't look back. I undid the miniaturization, and my eye level changed rapidly. The black coat, 999, placed on my shoulders wavered along with every step I took. Starstream's probability is now shifting. Stream of the great main scenario is now dwelling in you. Past the canopy of the vine-covered forest, the sea of stars of the starstream could be seen. On one side of the sky, stars were emitting bright light, while on the other side, ominous-looking galaxies alongside the great hole were quietly flowing about. Half of it light while the other half darkness. Soon, the final war would begin. And most likely, I would have to stand on one of the sides to witness the end of the world. Your second modifier has been decided. A small star flickered on the far side of the sky. I stared at it for the longest time, before slowly reverting my gaze back to the ground. The outer gods were now looking at me. I returned their gazes and finally chose the side ID stand. Your second modifier is the Watcher of the Light and Darkness. Episode 79. The Secret of Plotter, 7. Finn. TL. The gun bit at the end of a person's name isn't a literal gun. It's exactly the same thing as Japanese kuin, BTW. Not many Koreans use it, though. At least not that I've seen. Chapter 423 Our Greatest Ally 1. Kill him. Kim Dokja Kim Dokja Kim Dokja Kim Dokja. I began walking towards the outer gods. The secretive plotter didn't try to stop me. It was as if he was telling me to try anything I want. I took another step forward. The movements of the vines grew even more vicious. They extended out in an instant and grabbed both of my arms. Hecnosis, 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 hecnosis. Right, I do know you. I nodded my head towards them. Butho, 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 butho. But how? I didn't know how to answer that question. When I failed to provide an answer, the animosity directed at me by the vines grew even heavier. Eventually, one of the tentacles wavering around flew in and pierced my shoulder. It hurt like crazy, but the true pain didn't come from the injured body part. I could hear someone's voice coming from the end of that tentacle. I don't want to die. Was it an illusion? For a moment there, the tentacle piercing my shoulder looked like a sword. Not just any, but the twin dragon sword. And I knew the owner of this sword well. I don't want it to end like this. Ijihai was crying. I belatedly reached out, but her crying face had disappeared by then. Her face slowly vanished, crumbling into debris, and only the short, aimless voice fragments lingered on. The nameless ones. I know. I suppressed the pain and spoke up. And then, yet another tentacle flew in towards me. The Koma Yu Jung Hyok number 999 shouted out. As the bloody noise of my flesh being pierced resounded out, another voice entered my head. Yu Jung Hyoksi, which number E Hyensong am I? The incarnation of steel, sturdier than anyone in this world. Just like before, E Hyensong's figure scattered like bubbles as I reached out. My hand wandered the empty air, and his voice came to me from beyond the void. Truly, is there an end to these scenarios? Yes, there is. I bit my lip and continued to walk forward. One step and then another one. Every time I did, fragments of the Forgotten World line talked to me. I believed we could carry on for a little while longer. Isiol Wa, dying with her heart penetrated. I don't resent you. Still, there is one thing I do regret. Shin Yu-sung, smiling faintly as she scattered away. You're so dumb. Captain, Im Kim Nam-won. You think he'll kick the bucket here? I won't die. I will definitely not die. He'll survive and survive again to see the next scenario. For sure, the next scenario. Kim Nam-won, passing on with his eyes still open. Memories from the regression turns that I couldn't even begin to guess. These were simply byproducts of the failed world lines, a collection of memories with no meaning to them anymore. The precious something that Yu Jung Hyok had been protecting even at the cost of becoming the secretive plotter. I ain't going to be your ally in the next turn. So don't come looking for me. Gong Pildu. Looks like you'll be left alone again, Yu Jung Hyok. Anna Croft. It's been an honor to fight alongside you, conquering King. Selena Kim. Even the memories of those who used to be constellations fleeted past me. The Gorios number 1 swordsman, Chiak Junjayong. The god of wine and ecstasy, Dionysus. I stopped walking because of the sensation of the fierce flames from my right side. The tentacle holding onto my arm burned as it spoke to me. I can still burn them some more. Uriel. I nodded my head and replied. I know. Outer gods are now looking at you. I knew, but I couldn't understand. Because I wasn't them. And that was why all I could say to them were these words. This story isn't over yet. Outer gods are paying attention to your words. There are still some things left to be told, right? I looked up at the outer gods. These beings, portrayed always as either cephalopods or tentacled monsters. Creatures cursed with the most disgusting appearances by the world line, because they were not needed by it. I spoke to them. They'll tell your story. Right away, the surroundings were swept up in the frenzied storm winds. Really, really. What do you mean, what do you mean, what do you mean? And from the other side, vicious animosity rained down on me. Lies. Youtech Inc. We YLL fall for it, the SE condominium TI me. Upper grade gods began emitting their auras at me. I swallowed back the blood rising up in my throat and stared at them. I knew why they were reacting so violently like this. Because they had been continually used by the scenario until now. Duque bis SAID the SA me THING. It was the Bureau that learned of their existences first and had used them, the storytellers who, under the pretext of incorporating them into the scenarios, exploited their powers and probability, and turned them into the evil of this world. I spoke up with my true voice. I'm not a Dakibi. You are a constellation. I'm not affiliated with the Bureau, nor am I a collaborator of Dakibis. All constellations are the me. Those words stabbed and dug into my chest like a dagger. They were right. I was also just another constellation who craved after fables and leered on at their stories. However, because I was a constellation, I got to know about something important as well. You will all definitely be destroyed when the final war commences. Doesn't matter how you fight, you will still end up losing. How insolent! Youcant tel tachet y thout phi ghtng phi rst. No need. I already know. I've already seen all the world lines where you fight. I do not wish to see you die like that this time around. The branches of the outer gods trembled from my words. What do you mean? You say that you wish to be understood. In that case, it'll make you into a fable. Right at that moment, the surrounding spacetime distorted. Tentacles were trembling ever so imperceptibly. I sensed that vibration and continued on. I'll ensure that you can stand on equal terms with the stars in the sky. What I'm saying is that I'll create a fable where no one will misunderstand you or despise you. The unrest slowly spread out. A large current of air swept across the Nye's forest as if it was the sign of an incoming storm. I didn't miss this opening and spoke again. There is no reason for the final war to start. There is no need for you to remain as Starstream's evil. Shut up. The lick es of Youda residential to. In the end, I did vomit out some blood. Upper-grade, ostracized gods capable of destroying my body and killing my consciousness completely were descending down on me. Kimdok jatter. Dontatak. Vines wrapped tightly around me. The nameless ones were protecting me from the auras of the powerful upper-grade outer gods. The tick ones that don't even pss egos. Kugagugugu. Just one true voice, and the dozens of branches were torn off. Even though they emitted painful screams, the smaller outer gods protected me. And then, the Koma Yu Junghyok stepped in front of me as well. The secretive plotter didn't try to stop them or dissuade them. He simply watched on as if he was not allowed to interfere with the decision-making process this time. Just as the statuses of the upper-grade gods reached the critical point. You speak of some amusing things. Someone suddenly spoke up. A creature was walking out from a portal spinning around ominously. Oh, pitiful illegitimate children of the world line. He speaks of the truth. And you are re. You shall become a fable once more and be a part of the story within the stream of stars. That is, as long as that unfortunate constellation is willing to sacrifice himself for your sakes. It was an old man with a very small stature, yet the shadow he cast was unimaginably large. There were 2 lumps shaking about on the cheeks of the giant shadow. Deville of Ho Rezon. I too knew of the race that old man belonged to. Indeed, I had a deal with one of them when I went to the demon world for the first time. However, this creature right before my eyes was on another dimension compared to the Weni I met back then. There were countless Wenis in this world, but there could only be one with 2 lumps among them. Oh, the master of the ancient library. I raised my head to find the Weni king staring at me with eyes filled with malicious interest. Are you truly planning to become the Starstream's enemy for the sake of these discarded waste? I could see the circular-shaped exit open up in the distant forest. And behind me, many outer gods had come to see me off. Their tentacles danced side to side like a forest of gigantic reeds. Kim Dokja. Goodbye. Most of them possessed similar outer appearances, but even then, I could just about tell them apart. That guy over to the left side was the kind-hearted one possessing a tiny little bit of Shin Yusung's memories from the 12th turn. The one on the far right, meanwhile, was blessed with a fair amount of 44th Kim Nam ones. Hang on. Didn't that guy stab me in the thigh earlier? There is no need to go this far, said the Koma Yu Junghyok number 999 riding on my shoulder. The deal with the Weni King is as absolute as they come. If you do this, then you will definitely. I won't die, so don't worry. By the way, are you planning to come with me? 999 formed an unhappy expression after hearing my question. As per our agreement, I'm tasked with monitoring you. It'd become troublesome for us if you get in touch with the members of Kim Dokja Company and come up with an underhanded scheme. But I even did the existence pledge saying that I won't contact them. Seriously, Yu Junghyok's can be too much sometimes. The first agreement I made with the Weni King, as well as the outer gods, was that I not contact the Kim Dokja Company nor reveal my identity to them. And the second agreement was, your actions have triggered a new scenario to be created in the Starstream. Hidden scenario has been generated. I chuckled hollowly as I read the scenario messages. Even things like this became a scenario, as expected of the star stream then. But then again, this world wanted to create a story out of its own destruction, so it shouldn't that surprising, really. Plus, hidden scenario verifying agreement. Type hidden. Difficulty? Clear condition. Introduce outer gods to the star stream's main great fable. However, they must not be introduced in the existing role of outer gods as before. Time limit, 100 days. Reward, outer gods trust? Failure. You will lose all of your memories and transform into an outer god. Plus, give outer gods a role that wasn't about being outer gods. Such a scenario didn't exist anywhere in the original story. A scenario acquired after persuading the outer gods and making a deal with the Weni King. If I failed it, then I'd be transformed into an outer god like them. This was the second condition of the agreement I made with the Weni King. However, succeeding in this scenario will ensure that outer gods wouldn't be destroyed. I looked at the exit of the nice forest and did a light stretching exercise. 999 asked me, perhaps finding me rather untrustworthy. Where are you planning to go now? There shouldn't be any scenario with a great fable remaining by now. He was right. Most of the great fables existing in Starstream had come to their conclusions by now. However, if my memory served me correctly, then one powerful great fable should still remain. I pretended to ask 999 in passing. By the way, do you also know about the stories from the 1863rd turn? I've heard about it from the great plotter. If you guys enter the final war like this, then you'll definitely lose. And even if you somehow miraculously win, not many of you will end up surviving. Are you trying to curse us? No, I'm only stating the truth. No matter how powerful the faction of the secretive plotter and the outer gods was, they still couldn't fight against the entire Starstream. Whatever the case might have been, the current rulers of this universe were the Starstream's nebulas and the Stinking Bureau. The best way to avoid war is to inform the other side that they would lose a lot by starting one in the first place. What are you implying? Do you know which constellation slaughtered the most number of outer gods in the final war? 999 carefully combed through his memories after hearing my question and made his reply. Although, his expression indicated that his pride had been wounded just a little bit. No, I do not. The status he possesses is so strong that normally, he has to divide himself into several pieces. Well, if to describe him, he'd be pretty similar to the secretive plotter. Similar to the great plotter? That's right. If only that guy didn't stand on the side of the Starstream, if only he didn't perform the suicidal attack on the tens of thousands of ostracized gods. The course of the 1863rd turn would have changed by a lot. My words caused 999's eyes to tremble for the first time. It seemed that he had finally realized the identity of the constellation I was talking about. Could it be? The constellation who sacrificed himself to take out countless other gods during the Ways of Survival's final war. There was only one being capable of doing that. I grinned and spoke. You're right. We're going to go where he is and make him our ally. Episode 80. Our Greatest Ally 1, Finn. Chapter 424. Our Greatest Ally 2. A white figure of a person rose up in the pitch-black darkness. Yu Jung Hyuk swung his sword several times at this figure. From the breaking the sky thunder sword even to the shooting star slash. However, not one of his sword skills managed to even touch the enemy's shadow. Right after that, fables collided. Jolted awake now, he opened his eyes while gasping out a pained moan. He was sitting inside the darkened training dojo, the sun having set already. A lengthy shadow was looking down on him. It was the breaking the sky sword saint. Was he really strong? His master bent her back to settle down. Her eyes filled with concern towards her disciple. Yu Jung Hyuk bit his lip and replied. He was. By how much? Even after unlocking the Transcendence level 5, I couldn't win against him. The 5th level of Transcendence was the absolute limit that the current Yu Jung Hyuk had reached. The Breaking the Sky Saint quietly observed him for a little while, before opening her lips. When you break past the Transcendence's 6th level, you'll no longer be bound by the Breaking the Sky Swordsmanship's gender requirements. Originally, the Breaking the Sky Swordsmanship was a martial technique designed for women. But, as was the case with every martial technique out there, once one stepped past a certain level, they would reach the stage of breaking beyond boundaries. The process of endlessly exceeding many boundaries was the part of a Transcender's training regime. There is no guarantee of defeating him even if I reach the 6th level. Why do you think that? He is me. For the first time ever, Yu Jung Hyuk's always confident voice contained a faint trace of fear. That man, he's none other than me who has regressed over 1863rd times. How can I defeat someone like that? It was a clear sign of despair. The moment he stood face to face with the secretive plotter, he witnessed a wall he couldn't overcome no matter what he tried. There was the gap of time between them that could never be bridged by the mere third-turn regression. His enemy had already surpassed that lengthy period of time to enter this world line. The Sword Saint spoke. He is not you. He is also Yu Jung Hyuk. He has not tread on the same path as you have. And he'll not do so in the future either. As if she wanted to wipe away the despair rooted in her disciple's eyes, her large hand gently stroked his cheek. She spoke again. It's not the level of transcendence you have reached, but which fables you have acquired that's the most important part. You may be only a little chick who has regressed 3 times, but you know of fables that he doesn't. Yu Jung Hyuk heard those words and looked down at his fist. It was a fist that failed to reach the secretive plotter. He slowly unfurled his hand and fables leaked out from there. Fables that he had acquired himself. Fables that the secretive plotter didn't know. And the path of transcendence is different for everyone. So, do not try to chase after him and search for the path only you can tread. He wordlessly clenched his fist tightly, as if he didn't want to permit any of the fables to leave him. Have you heard any new information, Master? The Breaking the Sky Saint shook her head. It had been over a week since Kim Dokja's disappearance. Unfortunately, neither his whereabouts nor the location of the secretive plotter had been discovered until now. You say that he crossed over from another world line. That's correct. I do not know what his aim is, but if he bothered to enter this world line at this point in time, then it's possible that his goal is somehow related to the final scenario. Yu Jung Hyuk agreed with her opinion. In other words, there was a good chance that he'd encounter the secretive plotter again by going to the location of the final scenario. However, the current situation is that the Kim Dokja company can't enter the final scenario. He nodded his head. On that day they failed to enter the final scenario. The Bureau one-sidedly sent that communique in their direction. However, he thought that made some sense. Because not only were they a newly created nebula, the number of fables they managed to acquire was also rather small as well. However, one couldn't strictly argue that when taking into consideration the grade of the fables they had acquired. Especially so with the Season of Light and Darkness, the great fable they earned the last time that would be extremely hard to find its equal anywhere in the star stream. In the end, everything boiled down to Kim Dokja's absence. After the person possessing the highest percentage of the nebula's fable shares left the group, the aggregate amount of fables for the whole nebula had become simply too inadequate. It was unknown what Yu Jung Hyuk was thinking to himself as he maintained his silence. And how long went by like that? He slowly raised himself up off the floor, sheathed the dark heavenly demon sword, and although still unsteady on his feet, got ready to leave. Where are you planning to go? I'm leaving to acquire a new great fable, Master. He needed to acquire the qualification to get to the final scenario even without Kim Dokja's shares. Kim Dokja Company was neither that fool's private army nor his underlings. This group needed to be able to protect themselves without him around, and even if they end up losing him somehow, they needed to be capable enough to clear the final scenario. But Bu murmured in despondency from somewhere in the empty air. Yu Jung Hyuk silently stared at her for a little while before activating the Eye of Sage to sift through the information he possessed in his head. There weren't that many locations left at this point in time where he could acquire a great fable. When flipping that statement around, it also meant that the remaining fables would be that much more powerful than others. He had already acquired one powerful great fable called the Season of Light and Darkness. If he managed to earn that fable on top of this, then it might be possible to fight against the secretive plotter once more. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint watched Yu Jung Hyuk walk away and asked him, "Are you planning to go alone?" "I've always been alone, Master. But that path is the one already tread by the other party." His master's words caused Yu Jung Hyuk's figure to flinch. In the next moment, a voice came out from beyond the walls of the training hall. "Hey Yu Jung Hyuk, where are you? We gotta get going now." With the blinding light behind them, the members of Kim Dokja Company opened the door and rushed inside the dojo. Shin Yu-sung, Lee Gil-yong, Lee Ji-hai, and Han Soo-young. It was unknown since when they got ready to leave, but regardless, everyone from the nebula was here. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint spoke again. "They are precisely your fable now, Jung Hyoka. Something that the secretive plotter did not possess." Yu Jung Hyuk dazedly looked back at his master, and she addressed him again. "You don't have to fight alone in this regression turn. The location of the new great fable was 4 days away. It would have been so much quicker to get there by borrowing the powers of the Dakibis. But the current situation didn't permit that. All thanks to the stinking agreement I had with the Weni King. Because of it, I couldn't enter Bayu's channel or send word of my well-being to the Kim Dokja Company. In the end, I had no choice but to personally drive the Isgrade Ferragini I purchased from the mass production type maker to the destination. The Koma Yu Jung Hyuk number 999. Polishing his heaven-shaking sword atop my shoulder grumbled softly. "Your driving sucks. Then why don't you drive? By the way, you're not planning to stick to that appearance now, are you?" "Without a doubt, We'd run into constellations that will recognize us once we entered the scenario location. The existence of the coma Yu Jung Hyok was just too eye-catching. Well, Yu Jung Hyok himself was just too famous by now, so... Indeed, I am too inconspicuous like this. 999 seemed to be pondering something. His body suddenly jolted a bit, before a pow noise resounded out and he transformed into a murim dumpling. I was shocked silly by this event. But 999 sounded utterly disinterested as he addressed me. Hey you, carrying a dumpling around on my shoulder will be even more eye-catching. You know? Just as the coma Yu Jung Hyok couldn't maintain his original appearance, I too needed to make sure that my identity as Kim Dokja wasn't discovered. The now dumpling-fied Yu Jung Hyok roughly rubbed the dumpling skin all over my face as if he was trying to paint a wall. I sensed the fable on my face change as creaking noises resounded out. How long passed by like that? By the time I opened my eyes, I ended up freaking out by what I saw. 999 spoke to me as I stared dumbfoundedly at the mirror, my eyes blinking non-stop. Holy moly. This might not be enough to slap Yu Jung Hyok's cheek silly. But still, it should be enough to make me ponder whether I should slap him or not, at least. TL note at the end. I rubbed my new statuesque face and muttered to myself. Can't I keep this face forever? As if he had touched something dirty. 999 diligently patted down his dumpling body. Completely disregarding whether he was doing that or not, I continued to stare at the mirror. A long time ago, I absorbed the fable fragment of the Casanova who died during sexual acts and became pretty good looking for a while, but this was on another scale compared to that. I spoke in an admiring tone of voice. It's true that the 999th regression turn is amazing. The third turn doesn't have skills like this one, you know. Oh, you didn't know? Yu Jung Hyok in this place is the third turn. And this is the third turn world line, too. The coma Yu Jung Hyok number 999 stared deeply at me for a while after hearing those words and asked me a question. What do you mean why? I was about to reply with because the ways of survival starts off with the third turn, that's why, but stopped. I decided to refine my answer just a bit. Because the beginning was the third turn, that's why. He was right. The first chapter of the ways of survival started off from Yu Jung Hyok's third turn, but if you get technical about it, then you could say that the story began with his 0th turn. I felt a bit weirded out after thinking like that. Why did I come to Yu Jung Hyok's third turn? Anyway, I wasn't going to follow the third turn story as it was in the original, so there wouldn't have been a reason for me to start in this particular turn even if that's where the novel began. I don't know. It's not as if I can figure this out right now. Anyway, Yu Jung Hyok in this world line said that he was the third turn. So, this place is the third regression turn. And the information I confirmed through the character list said so too. But then, 999 spoke in a mocking tone. What? Along with the blinding light, the lengthy dimension tunnel finally came to an end. What appeared next was a giant gate leading to the new scenario's location. I spotted a group of beings waiting to enter in front of the gate. I collected the Isgrade Ferragini and joined the group. A constellation was manning the entrance to the scenario location, rather than the usual Dakibis. But that made sense, since the host for this great fable scenario was a nebula. Although it was one of the largest nebulas out there, it had almost no point of contact with me until now. Next, it was a constellation holding a massive three-pronged spear on one hand, while wearing a combination of aged crimson crown and armor set. The domineering status exuding from his entire body attested to the fact that he was a fable-grade constellation possessing a pretty hefty status. The guardian of Buddhist laws, Varutika. TL. In Korean and Hanjijung Jangchona. He was one of the 4 heavenly kings that protected the entrance of the heavenly palace, the headquarters of the Nebula Emperor. Next. Not too long afterwards, my turn came around. Varutika glared at my face intently as if he wanted to discover anything suspicious on it and eventually threw out his first question. Your purpose for visiting? I came to participate in the great fable. Your modifier. Obviously, I couldn't use the Demon King of Salvation here. Fortunately, I did have a brand new modifier I received not too long ago. It's the Watcher of Light and Darkness. Episode 80. Our greatest ally to Finn. TL. Slapping XX's cheek is not a literal act of physical violence, but simply a popular saying in Korea that implies you're so pretty that it puts the other party to shame. Chapter 425 Our Greatest Ally 3. My words caused a handful of constellations standing behind me to murmur among themselves. I wondered if others had heard of my new modifier already, but fortunately, that didn't seem to be the case. I'm sure the Bureau's naming division was behind that title? Do they still do that nowadays? I thought there wouldn't be any other modifiers that could exceed the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, but... Tisk, why do young ones these days prefer such modifiers anyway? Well, I guess I can tell what they are complaining about then. Varutika completed the simple entry procedure and then stared at my shoulder. What is that dumpling? It's my lunch. Comma. How peculiar. A fool showed up with cotton candy yesterday, and now we have you. Cotton candy? Next. Much to my relief, Verutica let me through without much hassle. You have entered the channel that directs the scenario's location. Right after I went past the gate, I was greeted by the rainbow-colored aura swirling around, followed by the guide message as well as an accompanying video. We welcome you to the world of the Nebula Emperor. Yeah, even the entry video was on another scale. When I blinked, I found myself standing atop a white cloud. It was flying at a fairly decent knock with me as its sole passenger. I looked around and found a handsome golden-colored monkey flying alongside me. Let's go, friend. The monkey winked at me playfully and performed a somersault in the air while swinging his Rui bang around. The image in the sky changed and now showed countless Yogo creatures rushing towards us. Tail note at the end. I knew this was all fake but still couldn't help but get absorbed by it. The world's most beautiful epic. Because, well, this was the most famous great fable that the Nebula Emperor possessed, that was why. The scene now showed the great sage, Heaven's equal son Wukong fighting against all those Yogo creatures. And right behind him, a great army of thousands following in his footsteps. We invite you to experience this grand adventure. The footage came to an end, and I found myself standing on a plaza before I even noticed it. The dumpling on my shoulder spoke up. What a showy salesmanship that was. Stop yapping. You're supposed to be a dumpling, remember? I complained for no reason from the embarrassment I felt after getting all worked up a bit just now. I then slowly took in the surrounding sights and observed the panoramic view of the Heavenly Palace. The plaza was filled with elegant ancient palaces. The vestige of civilization gleamed brilliantly in the golden hue. Stars among stars had gathered here, and the world created by fables acquired by those stars was now laid out before my eyes. I had been to the bases of other nebulas before, but this would be my first time in a worldview with this many people in it. For the time being, I decided to investigate my surroundings a bit more. It was around then that I saw a hologram appearing on one of the electronic boards installed in the plaza. Whereabouts of Nebula Kim Dokja Company's members unknown. They are understood to be participating in a new great fable scenario. The fourth wall is strongly activating. What is the next destination of Kim Dokja Company? It was playing the scene of Yu Jung Hyuk and my companions entering a gate emitting blinding light. I stopped walking for a little while and watched them disappear through that light. The fourth wall is activating even stronger than before. Brand new great fable, was it? I could more or less guess what happened there. My companions must be wandering around here and there, searching for a way to acquire a new great fable. Well, after I left the Kim Dokja Company, their share of fables wouldn't have been sufficient enough to let them into the final scenario. I shifted my head to find 999, looking straight at me. I advise you not to make any unwise decisions. I know already. Don't you worry. Sure, I desperately wanted to return to my companions right away, but right now my situation didn't allow me to contact any one of them. It's not for you, but for the sake of your comrades. I know. Even if I forget about the agreement for a second here, the road I'm about to tread was lined with dangerous thorns with no guarantee of walking away alive. If I carelessly contacted them, every one of my companions might fall into life-threatening danger. Will you travel to the great fable scenario location? I nodded my head. Automatic guidance to the scenario progress location will now commence. As expected of a nebula that pursued convenience above all else, my legs actually began running all by themselves. I noticed a few incarnations around me who also started their automatic running thing, sporting the same body posture as me. We all became rather embarrassed and avoided meeting each other's gazes. Automatic guide will now end. The place I arrived at was in front of a giant holographic panel installed to the west of the plaza. There were many constellations and incarnations present here already. I could see golden-colored bronze statues rising up above right next to the sea of crowds. The one taking the centermost spot was a constellation that I knew pretty well. The prisoner of the golden headband, sporting a head full of golden hair and wielding a gigantic Rui Jingu Bang. These were the statues of protagonists of the journey to the west, including the great sage, Heaven's equal son Wukong. Not surprisingly, Emperor seemed to be well aware of which story out of their worldview was the most famous of them all. New main scenario is available, and the upcoming scenario was related to that famous story. I accessed the scenario window, plus, main scenario number 94 Journey to the West remake. Type main. Difficulty? Clear condition. Work together with other constellations and/or incarnations to create Fable Chamber and remake the Journey to the West. The remade journey will be evaluated in real time by judges as well as audience members. Through the judging criteria, which may include popularity, degree of faithfulness to the original, and originality, overall points will be assigned at the end. The fable that manages to acquire the highest number of votes will be judged the winner of the scenario. Time limit. Reward. Great fable related to the journey to the west? Goodwill from the Nebula Emperor? 3 million coins? Failure. The copyright to the reconstituted fables will be shared between the Nebula Emperor and the participants. Depending on the judges' votes, you may acquire either a legendary or historical grade fable. Participant may only take on one role. Excluding extras. Additional coins will be rewarded according to the rankings. Plus, indeed, Emperor's scale was on another realm altogether, putting up a scenario where you were supposed to dramatize their great fable. If this explanation was correct, then even if one failed to clear the scenario, simply participating in it would let you acquire either a legendary or historical grade fable. Strangely, though, the coma dumpling Yu Jung-hyuk spoke in a confused voice as if he couldn't understand something. Remake The Journey to the West? Dada. You didn't come here during your turn, did you? But the turns before yours should have come here before. It's not as if I retain all the memories of my past regressions. Well, it's as the explanation says. If I were to summarize it, then the participants are supposed to pick a role from the journey to the west and act out the story itself. In that case, wouldn't everyone try to pick the role with the most importance? You're right. That's why we have that thing called the Fable Chambers. Fable Chambers? Rather than a verbal answer, I simply pointed to the advertisement boards the constellations had put up here and there, looking for anyone willing to open a Fable Chamber with us. All the roles are still available, with the exception of Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzang, Sha Wujing, or Zhu Beiji. We even have a scenario writer ready. Let us create a truly enjoyable fable together. The Fable Chamber. Every participant was forced to create one before being allowed to enter the scenario. I see. You're supposed to form a team like that and compete against one another. That's right. Only by doing so will you ensure the diversity of the fable, you see. Diversity. In the end, the real goal of this event is to enhance the impact of Journey to the West. By increasing the number of varied and entertaining versions of the journey in circulation, the strength of the original will grow even greater, and that would, in turn, serve to advertise the position of Emperor, too. You're surprisingly smarter than you look. I thought you were a fool. I grinned sheepishly. To be honest, what I uttered just now was nothing more than me quoting what Yu Jung-hyuk from the 1287th turn had said. That's when we got to hear the complaints coming from ancient-looking constellations. I simply can't fathom what Emperor is thinking lately. Is this what they mean by the water in the rear of the Yangtze washing away those in the front? Huh? Even if they are trying to go along with the changing times. Isn't this tantamount to insulting the original work? It kind of made sense for the ancient constellations to think like that. But what could anyone do about the ever-changing taste of the times? In all honesty, most of the constellations had already adopted to the already changed times anyway. Currently, 5,412 chambers are remaking the journey to the west. There were already 5,412 of them? Only then did it really hit home that an incredible number of constellations and incarnations had rushed over to this particular great fable. But then again, many constellations must have been feeling the heat after the final scenario had opened up. The great fable related to the journey to the west could very well prove to be their golden ticket, after all. So, the problem here is that I can't enter the scenario alone. Meaning, I'd have to create Fable Chamber like other constellations and join the scenario. I took a look around my vicinity and spotted an occasional few that had newly opened up their chambers and were recruiting members to fill their quotas. Recruiting a constellation willing to play the Hong High Air, the Red Boy, an incarnation of a Fable-grade constellation is also okay. Recruiting the Golden Horned King. Accepting only historical grade or higher. Those indicated that the casting for the main characters had been filled already. As I expected, Chambers recruiting villains far outnumbered those looking for the main characters. It was all because of the distribution of the Great Fable's shares when they did acquire it later. Well, you'd get a greater share by playing a main character rather than a villain, so it couldn't really be helped. Recruiting the actor for the Yellow Robe Demon. Coin split is 7-3. No Fable shares. We don't care about your status. By the way, it might be just my gut talking here, but this recruiting an extra for multiple roles. We don't judge your status. No Fable shares. Every appearance is a guaranteed 1,000 coins. Hyungsai over there. Come this side. We'll treat you right. I looked everywhere, but it felt as if there were only con men around this place. I was hoping against hoping, but well, I failed to spot any familiar constellations, either. Maybe that was an obvious result, seeing that famous constellations would have already joined Fable Chambers by now. For the time being, I approached the panel and decided to look at the list of Fable Chambers first. The list was automatically organized by the rankings. Surprisingly, the highest-ranked chamber belonged to someone even I knew of. Plus, the real journey to the west. Current number of votes. 8,651. Introduction. The previously unknown secrets of the authentic journey to the west will be revealed. There are no more open spots available. Cider. Regression. System, comma. TL note at the end. Current ranking, first. Plus, if my memory served me correctly, then this fable chamber should belong to the Nebula Emperor's Fae who, out of many regression turns, this Fae Hus fable was always picked as the winning one for the current Great Fable scenario. It was to such an extent that even before the competition was over, the saying victory already belongs to Fae who anyway routinely made rounds. Hurry up and decide already. Just hold on. I might look like this, but this great I possessed over 10 years worth of experience as the reader of genre novels. Just by looking at the titles I only had to read the introductions to easily figure out what kind of fables we might get here. I reorganized the list by newest and began scrolling through the fable chambers. Right now, it's a bit of a trend to change the protagonist. Change the protagonist? How? For instance, the majority of people think that the MC of the Journey to the West is Sun Wukong, right? But when you actually get down to it, oh, it really appeared. Plus, I've reincarnated as the last disciple in the Journey to the West. Current number of votes. 3,313. Introduction. Just for how long will Sun Wukong remain as the hero? It's time for Pigsy to show his stuff. Recruiting extras at all times. Reincarnation. Possession. Healing, comma. Current ranking 8th. Plus, it's already underway. Damn it. I scrolled down once more. Not too long afterwards, I discovered a couple more excellent sounding chambers. Plus, disciples that I managed to rear. Current number of votes. 3,310. Introduction. Here comes Tang Sanzang, after training the strongest disciples. Possession. Rearing. Healing, comma. Current ranking 9th. The Journey's extra. TLLOL. Current number of votes. 3,221. Introduction. I've somehow ended up inside the Journey to the West. But I seem to have become Tang Sanzang's horse. Extra. System. Animal, comma. Current ranking 11th. Plus, damn it, all the fable chambers with potential for great popularity were already full. You've been dilly-dallying too long and now, it seems you're already done for. I didn't want to acknowledge it, but he might be right on this one. Many high-ranked chambers had finished casting their main characters, and not only that, their fables were already well underway, making a bit hard for me to butt in now. I couldn't help but wonder whether I should just apply to become an extra or not, but then, I'd not be able to acquire what I want through a role with such little importance. The 4th fable chamber list will close soon. After closing, ITLL become impossible to register additional roles with the exception of extras. It was literally one thing after another. Now, the chamber closing time was approaching, too. I had to make a decision here. How long passed by like that? Out of all the classifieds that I scrolled through in a hurry, I ended up spotting something rather suspicious. Urgently recruiting. Searching for a Sun Wukong who will ride on the bus. All the other roles have been cast already. Just show up and you're hired. Still recruiting Sun Wukong, was it? Hang on. Not just any other role, but the Sun Wukong? I've become the retired SSSS grade Sun Wukong. Haven't I seen that many S letters somewhere before? Even though I knew I was being taken for a ride here, I still tapped on the info tab of this chamber. And that's when I saw its introduction. Introduction. Only I know the end of the Journey to the West. TL. Double LOL. Episode 80. Our greatest ally 3. Finn. TL. A yogo is basically the Korean version of the Japanese yokai. I left as is, as it's not exactly a monster nor a demon, with no direct English alternative. A quick Googling might get you the result of goblin, but most will associate that with a stinky little green creature, which a yogo definitely isn't. TL. Just in case you don't know what cider as a story tag means, it's got nothing to do with the transparent semi-alcoholic beverage, but simply a Korean slang word for that refreshing feeling.